discussion, feel free to just unmute yourself and talk. That's fine too.
Is your hand still raised? I don't see it for some reason.
Oh, I'll put it up again. I took it down. There it is.
Okay, I do see it now. Yeah, thanks.
Jen.
Okay, now I'll take it down.
Jen, do you want to try the mic?
For this session.
Thank you.
So let me know if there's anything I can help with.
Okay, we hope everything works out smoothly. Thank you.
Okay, let me get you to go ahead and talk, and we're going to test it. Go ahead and talk.
Test.
Keep talking.
Hello?
Oh, all right.
Okay, yeah, I think I can. It works.
Great.
Hello.
This is B.
This is Chen. How's everything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it good?
I have the production sheets for the day.
Okay.
And then I work the session chair.
Okay.
Are you the session chair?
So I'm the moderator of this
The moderator? Yeah. Great. This is for the whole day. So when you're done, please leave it in here. It's just to tell you who's coming in the room.
And yeah, they'll keep going, so it might take a while to cool. I'll go ahead and check it in a second.
Is the test okay?
You good, Chris? Just need you to speak up a little bit when you talk.
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see. Sound good?
Yeah, speak like.
I think we lost the audio.
Hello.
All right, you can go ahead. It should all be on now.
Oh, it's on now?
Go ahead and talk.
Hello. Can you hear me, Zoom? People on Zoom?
Yes, I think we lost the sound for a bit, but now.
Yeah, they turned it off for a little bit. Good.
Good now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How many people are supposed to be on the panel?
6. So 4 panelists, 2 moderators. No, I think one of them is the audience.
We have no idea who they're supposed to be, so whoever comes in, we're putting in.
Yeah, I think the Davench is not.
You're only supposed to be admitting the panelists, or it's supposed to be everybody? Because they're trying to figure out who's the actual panelist.
I see.
So know who needs to be muted or unmuted.
Yeah, we don't need to admit other people, I believe. Yeah. should be only be the moderator and the panelists. They need to be there. 4 and 2, 6. So we're missing
How many people are supposed to be on the Zoom itself?
6, but this person should not be here.
Okay, the bottom, the guy on the bottom,
Devansh should be here. Yeah.
he should not be in there.
And then we're missing one more person.
Which ones do they need a pin on the screen? So Michael,
Alexandra, Suling, Radha, Morgan.
Okay, so the only one that's not supposed to be on there is Devash.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can pin all 5 minus the Devash. Devash needs to go.
Okay, great.
All right, Devansh?
Oh, so the person sending the message is the person in the room. We just see.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So complicated with the hybrid.
I am spotlighted.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Mike.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
I feel
Where
very large since I'm the only one who's facing.
we're in for adventure. I believe we're the first hybrid panel.
Oh,
The
really?
real hybrid interaction. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, we had a hybrid SIG-like thing yesterday, which was okay, but then there was all the difficulty with the paper sessions.
Yeah, I saw a virtual panel, a virtual SIG. Yeah. So Alexandra Suli, you can see the hub page, right?
All right, so the guy Adam supposed to be there?
No.
Yes, there are yes, but there are no questions.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah.
So who's supposed to stay? Who's supposed to go?
Morgan, Michael, Chen Hao, Radha, Suling, and Alexandra. 6 people. Yeah.
All right, say the names again for a moment.
Okay. So on the screen, Alexandra, Michael, Chen Hao,
Okay, Alexander,
Suling,
Michael,
Radha, Morgan.
Morgan.
So everyone on the screen plus Morgan, and then everyone else should
Okay.
can.
All right, we gotta go one at a time here. So Alexander stays. Michael stays.
Yeah. Chen Hao.
The other top,
Yeah. So
we're gonna try to announce that name.
Suling,
He stays, Suli stays,
Radha
Rada
stays,
stays,
Morgan
and
stays.
Morgan
So
stays.
everyone on the screen right now.
Everybody that's
Yeah.
on the screen right now stays.
Yep.
So each session is how long? There are 3 chunks, right?
Maybe like 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
We're also gonna
Like 2-3 minutes per person top. Is that there? Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
Just trying to get a sense of.
Yeah, for the remote panelists, the plan is I will do a opening presentation in the beginning, some housekeeping item, and I will ask each of you introduce yourself. There will be a slide up on the screen for the audience to see while you introduce yourself. And after that, there's one summary slide, and that's the place I will completely turn off any presentation. From then on, it will be just the Zoom interface projected on the big screen. And as mentioned, we have like 3 areas of questions. So Suling will mod the first area, Alexandra the second, and the third one, I take it back. Our plan is I will tell the audience that we'll prioritize questions asked on the hub, no matter if they're in person or remote. If we finish the question on the hub, we'll ask people to come up and speak to the mic and ask your question in person. Yeah, so that's the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can look at them right there instead of turning back.
Okay.
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 And then I need to take this real quick. Sure. I'll take this because this is actually for us.
Sounds good. Yeah. Yeah. So once my slide is off, they will zoom into the stage, so you will see Chen and me better on the stage. We have a screen just in front of me to see you on the Zoom. So especially the part I'm moderating, you would do the same. If you want to speak, you can raise up your hand. You can also feel free to jump in. Yeah, so for you, you should be most likely having a Zoom meeting. Yeah, shouldn't change much.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2. That's number.
Are you gonna stand there or here?
Huh?
Are you gonna sit here?
I think in the maybe last part I will sit here.
I'll just sit down.
You should sit here. Are we ready? Oh. We're ready? Good. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, so it's 9:03. Maybe we should get started as people trickle in. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for being here, getting up early, and choose this panel among many interesting parallel sessions. So this room is for this panel, Responsible Language Technology, Foreseeing and Mitigating Harms. So make sure you're in the right room. I'm very excited. We have a fantastic group of panelists. We'll have some time for them to introduce themselves. So I think we really have a mix of HCI and NLP expertise in the room, some of them working across multiple research communities. And as you can see, you're in for a treat, in for an adventure, as this will be the first real hybrid panel here. Hope everything works out. Regardless, I think we'll have a lot of fun. So as you see, we have 4 panelists remotely and 1 panelist Chen here in person. And it will be moderated by Sulin, me, and Alexandra. 4 of us are researchers working at Microsoft Research Montreal in the FATE group. So I will do a very short presentation, mostly some housekeeping item, then we can get the panel started. So this panel, we're going to focus on responsible AI with a focus on language technology. What is responsible AI, right? One definition is to think about AI ethics on the ground. How do we develop AI technology that promote benefit and mitigate and minimize potential harm? And today we're going to focus on the harm part. We'll talk about what are the potential harm, and we'll also talk about how to foresee and mitigate those harms. Another keyword here is we're going to focus on language technology. Of course, HCI community has a long history of working on different NLP technology, right? Search, recommender systems, chatbot, conversational agent, also feature like auto-completion, auto-suggestion. But a more recent significant develop for some people concerning development is the development of large language model, and you're seeing wave of work in the AI community, NLP community, and HCI community to reflect on what are the potential harms as they're on the cusp of entering application domain. But today we don't have to focus on large language technology. We do want to take a broad view to think about the potential harms. And also this discussion, one of our overarching goals is to bring panelists from both HCI and NLP community to facilitate this discussion and bridge the research between the HCI and NLP community. So how are we going to spend this 75 minutes? We're going to start with the panelists and moderator doing a short self-introduction, and we're going to do a structured QA. Meaning that we're going to go through 3 areas. We'll start from what are some examples of potential harm of language technology? What is the definition of harm? Do HCI and NLP community have different kinds of focus? And then we'll move to the part of how to foresee and assess the potential harm, right? Ideally, we want to be able to foresee or anticipate the harm before they're getting deployed or even being developed. So we will talk about this foresee part, including how HCI perspective and methods might help with that. And lastly, we want to zoom out and kind of talk about overall, how do we think about the mitigating harm of potential societal harm of language technology? There will be also time for more open QA. So what we'll do is for each area, we'll start with the moderators asking a few questions. Then we'll ask the audience to ask follow-up questions, meaning that when we're on the area, try to stay with the area. But as I mentioned, in the end, hopefully we'll do some open QA. Another request I have is try your best to ask the question on Hub. Bring up your mobile device, log in the page to answer Hub, even if you are here in person. That will really help the remote panelists, the remote moderator to see your question clearly. So we will give priorities to question that's asked on the Hub. If we run out of question, we'll ask people to come up to speak to the mic. And for the last part of open QA, we can also do more of asking question on the mic. So with that, without further ado, I want to start the introduction part. First, I want to start with Radha.
Hi everyone, I'm really excited to be joining you virtually on this panel. I'm Radha Mihalcha. I am a professor at the University of Michigan, and I work in natural language processing. I was just doing the math right before. I've been doing NLP for 25 years. So I've seen a lot of this field, at least for the past quarter century. My focus research areas these days are in computational social sciences, intersection with NLP, of course. I'm also very fascinated by conversations and communication. So we've been doing work in my group on conversation technologies. And also, I find it very interesting how language complements other modalities or other modalities complement language. So we've been also doing work in multimodal processing. And over time, I spent time doing research on lexical semantics, and particularly semantic similarity, text understanding. I've also worked on text summarization and question answering. And more recently, I started looking into language generation.
Great. Rada, is your first time at CHI?
It is, and I'll only count it half or even less, so I'm still looking forward to attending one CHI in person.
Welcome. Hope you enjoy the rest of CHI as well. Moving on, next we have Michael. Hi, Michael.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, this evening, good evening, and how exciting to be with people whom I've admired, whose work I've admired for so long, and working again with Vera, even in a different configuration. My name is Michael Muller. I work at IBM Research in Cambridge, Massachusetts, US, which is the traditional, contemporary, and unceded lands of the Wampanoag and Massachusetts people. My current research areas, they change fast because I'm in industry, human-centered AI and human-centered data science. And we're currently working in the general area of generative AI and software engineering. So very much text-oriented, language-oriented. Some of that work is more about programming languages than conventional human-to-human communication, although programs are, of course, that too, as Knuth told us. And then another aspect of that is human-AI collaboration and co-creativity, how we and AIs can do something together. And of course, we aren't quite sure what the something is. There's probably multiple configurations of something. Then, almost as a side project, work on data unknowing. And that's what I'm going to refer to in the second part of this slide. Language technology issues, I indicated that I'm struggling with them because this is hard stuff to get right, and I'm not sure we're doing it. Angelica Strohmeyer and I have looked at data silences. We'll be talking about that on Thursday morning. Data silences happen when in a space which is otherwise data saturated, suddenly there's a gap. And so, for example, syntactic silences happen when when we're coding the data and we only have male and female. And of course, everybody who's hearing this knows there's a whole lot more diversity among us than that. But we cut people out. We silence them, we erase them when we have that kind of restrictive coding. We're also concerned with cultural erasers when people's identities are edited out of a data set or are rejected because there's no place for them or are deliberately expunged from a data set. And lastly, with Rosanna Bellini, we've also been looking at selective legibilities in data in which data appear one way to one party and a very, very different way to another party, and people's lives can depend on those kinds of selective legibilities. So that's what I'm up to. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I'm looking forward to reading that data science paper, and always great to see you and hear you speaking. I realize we're not having the screen projected in the room. Is it possible to switch, at least for presentation part, for the in-person audience to see the slides on the screen? See my slides, because we're still doing the presentation part. I think for the intro part, it's fine. After we're done, we can switch to the camera part, if that's okay. Yes, yeah. I realized when Michael was talking about the slides, people cannot really see the slides. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. Just 1 minute, 1 second. Okay, we're seeing here. Yeah, so that's Michael's slide. Next we have Morgan.
Hi, yeah, thank you for organizing this. I'm super excited to be on, I guess, Kai's first hybrid panel and work through all of that with everyone here. I am Morgan Klaus Scheuermann. I am a PhD candidate in information science at University of Colorado Boulder. And I'm very familiar with the Kai community. That's kind of one of my home communities. I have a background in HCI. And primarily, I am examining computer vision more so than language technologies, although I've done a little bit of work with auto captioning, which is a little more NLP-centric. But primarily, I'm interested in how human identity is embedded into and constructed for technical infrastructure. So that could be things like what Michael was saying around gender or other categorizations like race. I've primarily looked at a lot of artifacts. So how are these identities constructed within artifacts, and what does that kind of discursively say, especially as we analyze these alongside kind of human culture or socio-historical culture. And then my current work actually is looking at how identity decisions are actually being made and constructed by human workers, since a lot of that has been largely opaque in just looking at artifacts. So are there also interventions that we can make at the development level, at the worker level? Yeah, so that's me. I'm excited to talk about these things.
Great to have you, Morgan. I've been following your work. I think you're really making an impact in the CV and broad AI community. Next, we have Chen Hao. Hi, Chen Hao.
Hi. I guess I cannot really see the audience, but this is also my first Kai. And a lot of my research recently is on human-centered AI, or thinking about what's the best way to combine human AI in decision-making settings. My training was in natural language processing, and I've also worked on different problems in computational social science. And in terms of language technologies that I've worked on, I have worked on a lot of my research is concerned with classification, and I've worked on persuasion, toxicity prediction, and in fact, one of my students yesterday was presenting a paper on this problem of conditional delegation on thinking about how human AI can work together in the context of content moderation. And other than classification, more recently, I'm also increasingly interested in summarization, and that's the issue that I'm going to talk about later. And broadly, I also work on explainable NLP, or in general, explainable technologies.
Great, thank you, Chen Hao. I think Chen Hao is really someone have equal footing in the NLP and the HCI community. Finally, we have our in-person panelist, Chen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Qian Yan. I'm an assistant professor at Cornell University. I am a UX designer and researcher. My research area focuses on AI as a design material, and more recently I've become really interested in language technologies and thinking about language models and texts as design material, as how we think about what language models can do and cannot do in different contexts for our users, and how we can prototype and evaluate these interactions before we roll the application out. So to me, what is really interesting and fascinating, and also I share the sentiment of Michael's, here are the areas I have struggled with, is number one is to think about what are the capabilities of language models. Well, traditionally we define our own research areas as conversation or programming languages or summarization, but with language models now that can do all of these things at a passable level, how do we consider our research scope? How do we consider this material, this design material we have at hand? And second, I'm really interested in how we can prototype language technologies. I think from an HCI and UX perspective, prototyping is a key step where we discover how things fail and what are the unintended consequences of a technology. So in that context, how can we prototype not just foundation models, not just models like GPT-3, but how those capabilities change in different contexts for different people before and after things like fine-tuning and prompt tuning. And the number three, So area that I struggled with and I'm really fascinated about is evaluation. Like how do we define harm, which we have a lot of experts in this area on this panel. How do we consider harm? How do we consider human evaluation? More importantly, how do we consider the evaluation of user experience when we're dealing with these enormous models that can serve many populations and use cases at once? So I think that there are a lot of questions around these areas, and very excited for the conversation today.
Thank you for joining us in person, Chen. I have a feeling you're going to get a lot of attention today. So lastly, I also want the moderators and my colleagues to introduce themselves. I will start with Sulin.
Yeah, hi. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm really excited. I'm a researcher at MSI Montreal, and I'm broadly very interested in the ethical and social implications of language technologies. I'm recently especially interested in how language technologies are produced and how to help NLP practitioners, the people producing them, in their ethical work, and also uncovering how different people come to encounter language technologies as they're deployed. And I also find myself, have been interested in computational sociolinguistics. So, how do we understand language variation and change computationally? Yeah, thanks again. Super happy to be here.
Thanks, Celine. Then Alexandra.
Hi, everyone. I'm also excited to be here and excited that we were able to put this panel together. So I'm also a researcher, part of the Microsoft Research Montreal lab and the FATE group. And the reason why I'm part of the reason why I'm so excited about this panel is that this is an area that we have been fostering in our group for a while, and we hope to see a bigger community engaging with topics related to responsible language technologies. For me, so I'm currently focusing a lot on questions related to how we can foresee harms and how we can assess and measure harms, particularly in the context of language technologies. And this area, I believe, is important because it makes much harder, to answer questions around, particularly foreseeing, since you tend to have this sort of open input, open output, right? And it's very difficult to map issues comprehensively. I'm also interested in this context, interested in the type of assumptions that people make while they make evaluation decisions, and how they ended up having making those assumptions. So, and I think understanding that will also help us kind of improve the way we assess systems.
Okay, thanks, Alessandra. Okay, last is me. My name is Vera Liao. I'm also a researcher in the FATE group at MSI Montreal. I'm an HCI researcher by training. This is my 12th CHI in a row, not counting the CHI 2020. So I'm feeling kind of old. Been working on AI application, human AI interaction for a few years, most recently on AI transparency and explainability. Language technology I've worked on, I spent a few years working on chatbot, conversational agents. That's also often how I ground the thinking in this space. I'm also interested in AI-assisted decision-making and touch on different use cases, including the content moderation paper that Chen Hao mentioned. That's our collaborative work, and occasionally venture into things like code generation. So that's the introduction part. We're going to move on to panel discussion. Just very quickly to remind you again, we're going to do a structured QA. We're going to go through these three areas. Please try your best to ask questions on Hub. Pull out your mobile device, use that chat/Slido window, and that's where the question will be picked first. And also over discussion, the overarching question we want you to think about is how can HCI perspective and methodology help with foreseeing and mitigating harms, and also how should HCI and NLP communities better work together. So with that, I'm going to take down my presentation, and I would like to give the stage to my colleague Sulin to start the first part.
Thanks, and I'll start the first question, and hopefully the view will switch so that I can see Tian on stage while I'm doing that. So the first question is really, we wanted to kick it off by reflecting on what we mean by when we say harms of language technologies, right? So the first question is, what does harms of language technologies mean to you? And for you, what are some examples of harms that you think of as particularly problematic or concerning? And yeah.
I can start. Do I need to? Where is my hand?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I can start. I think harm is a very, very subjective term, and that is why, in my work at least, we always look at harm in the context of a specific user group in the specific use scenario. And I think that also leads back to one of the discussion questions is that, like, how do HCI and NLP research overlap and should they collaborate? I think while none of the model evaluation in NLP realm looks at harm in a more generalizable setting, in a more group-based fairness notion, for example. I think in HCI, we always look at users as more individuals, and people think differently, people prefer different things, people perceive different languages as harmful in different contexts. And I think that's one of the dimensions I always consider in my work. Curious if how everyone else think about this. Someone raise the hand.
Yeah, does someone want to pick up on that? You can raise your hand or feel free to just jump in. In general, just what kinds of harms, what kinds of examples kind of come to mind when you think of harms with language technologies? How do you think about harms as they arise from language technologies?
So I could add to that and maybe not pick on what is currently more commonly addressed as harm, like thinking of bias or misconceptions, but rather talk about another kind of harm and give credit to Steve Bird, who is an NLP researcher who's been doing a lot of work with indigenous languages. And he's talking about NLP technologies having the effect of colonizing, where we really think that data will enable NLP technologies. We also assume that everyone wants NLP technologies, where the truth is that some communities may want that, whereas others may not. And so this really points to possibly something to address in the later part of the panel on how it's really critical to communicate with the communities across the pipeline. From the beginning, from whether an NLP technology should even exist, through data collection, data annotation, development models, and so forth. And so that's a harm that we don't even talk about. I sometimes feel that these large language models are hijacking the whole conversation. We only talk about them and nothing else. But there are other effects that these technologies can have on communities with some assumptions that we make, which may not hold in certain cultures.
Michael.
I'd like to do a yes and on what Radha just said. It was wonderful. I'm concerned in part with the erasure of my friends who are indigenous to this continent. And so language technologies, if they regularize language, whose language are they regularizing to? And of course the answer is the colonial language, the settler language, the language that mostly people from the United Kingdom brought to this continent and several other continents. And so what happens to the regional languages? What happens to the minority or minoritized languages? And even if we do something with those languages, are we doing it in the way that those cultures prefer? I think about stories, which of course are language, and some stories can't be told to people like me because I'm not a member of a tribal nation. Some stories can only be told in the spring. Some stories can only be told when there's snow on the ground. And if we begin to collect these things, we people who don't have those cultural sensitivity may do quite significant harm, exposing things we shouldn't expose, telling things at the wrong time, to the wrong people, in the wrong way, without the right context. So I'm concerned a great deal about the intercultural and multicultural spaces that we are necessarily in. And maybe this leads to how can we begin to address and reduce these harms in those kinds of spaces. But maybe that's the beginning of a way of sensitizing us. I'm talking too long, I'm going to stop.
Yeah.
Morgan, yeah.
Yeah, I also wanted to build kind of off of Radha, but now also Michael. Well, I guess at the level of harms, I agree that harm is an extremely broad and contextual term. So, I mean, it could be everything from like, are you denying people using the technology some access to something? But I think there's also this level of what Radha and Michael are talking about, which is like a normative harm, or presenting something as normative, even though it is not objective. So kind of building off what Michael and Radha were saying, there's also this level of like, okay, can we build things that are more contextual or more community-centered, but then which community? Some of these are in contestation with each other. They have different perspectives. Even if you're just focusing on different marginalized communities, this comes up. And so I think there's a level of like, even when you're trying to mitigate a harm towards a community, how do you make decisions about what harms are potentially acceptable to which community versus like which community should be focused on? So that's kind of something that I haven't really seen in the broader context of all of these AI technologies, is like you have to make a value decision about who you're centering here.
Yeah,
I'll say
I'll go last.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess like, I think in addition to everything people have talked about and like a lot of the recent focus on large scale language models, and I think like technologies such as like search or newsfeed can also be seen as instances of summarization algorithms. And I think as these large scale language models get better, and they may be perceived as doing innocent tasks such as summarizing news article, but potentially introduce biases in that process that change people's information consumption and the long-term opinion formation, and ultimately like changes policies. And I think that kind of harm is something that I think like is really a good example where only NLP community cannot solve that problem alone, and it's very important to bring human perspectives and think about like what summarization we actually want, and maybe there's no easy answer, and there's also kind of very long-term effect that's hard to measure. Yep.
Yeah, I'll say what I love, I think, about these comments is kind of the fact that they're pushing back against this assumption that inclusion is straightforwardly beneficial, is straightforward at all. And this, this idea maybe that is pervasive, and we can think about, where this assumption kind of emerges. The idea that just, including more people's data or developing technologies for people's language is always a benefit and is always better than not doing so. And, neglecting kind of, like as people have brought up, right, the aspects of maybe, the flip side of these is maybe linguistic appropriation or cultural appropriation or other kinds of things, or making language or aspects of culture available for the public sphere in a way, to write in ways that communities might not want. So this is, I think, a really lovely kind of theme that has emerged. I guess I'll also ask, and I guess this may be very similar to the previous question, but do folks think that there are harms that are somewhat unique to language technologies, that arise kind of uniquely in the context of language technologies, or that look different, right, when we're dealing with language as opposed to other settings? And I'm particularly interested here because there's been quite a lot of work in general on harms arising from AI systems, and I really want to think about what kinds of harms arise, particularly for language and language technologies.
I can maybe offer an initial thought, and I'm not 100% that it's unique to language technologies, but something that I've been thinking about, and I'm not particularly fond of the word harm, but just to follow with that analogy, like the self-harm that we do in terms of deciding what to work on. And again, not to pick on language models, I think they are great and there have been a lot of advances. But I think the kind of work we do now, it skews our own understanding of what are research priorities. So for instance, the fact that we have certain problems solved on certain languages doesn't mean that they are solved for a large number of languages. And so we kind of catalog it in the realm of solved problems, and we stop working on it as researchers and move on to something else. Whereas in reality, it's really just the case for maybe English and a handful of other languages. And so that would be almost like self-harm in terms of what we educate our own students to work on, what we teach them as what are priorities, what's solved and what's unsolved. And again, I don't know if it's unique to NLP. I see it in NLP quite a bit, and very few people talk about it. It might be the case in other spaces as well.
I cannot agree more. I think a lot of the harms we talk about with NLP, almost all, I would say, have connections with other non-language or non-natural language interactions. Even if we're just designing a binary classifier that determines, whether a patient needs to be escalated to the next level of care, even if the output is simple, we still deal with cultural differences, whichever user groups that's at a disadvantage at that specific context. So I think the harm, the way we think about harm is quite similar, whether it is NLP or not. But I think language does have particular level of richness to that. Just like what Radha was saying, even if we solved this cultural or linguistic cultural problem in a particular context, that really doesn't mean we've solved it all. There are so many dimensions to language. And then if we think about conversational interactions or writing assistants that, email smart reply, every turn, every time you type, there is a suggestion. The frequency and the turn taking of that interaction are really fast and rich in comparison to a binary classifier. So I think in that sense, the complexity of recognizing and mitigating these harms is really is at a different level of complexity.
Thanks. Yeah, I think Morgan first and then Chenhao.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of take this to like a broader level. So I don't know if Chenhao is going to focus more on, kind of the classification itself. So if so, I don't want to divert to a different kind of level first.
Please go ahead. I'm not going to talk about classification.
Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to comment on. So I've also done some work on harm in like a social media context or on online platforms, particularly recently. Kind of how do we classify different harms in order to moderate those harms. And so I see some similarities and differences between AI-based technology harms and, I think a lot of the harms in other contexts are more interpersonal in nature, like people are trying to mitigate harms between people or between groups of people. That could be everything from hate speech, which is really a common focus in our community, to things like people harming people at a mass scale through like political disinformation or these other things that require like a organization at a larger level. And I feel like there's obviously overlap in that people want to automate some of these things and be like, okay, can we get the context of this, and do we know what is the severity level of this based on simply the text or what content we have. But I think there's a difference where there's not as much interpersonal interaction happening with these technologies. There's a lot of lack of contestation that can happen here. And then there's almost more opacity. There's a lot of opacity in the content moderation space. There's still a lot more opacity in terms of if you're interacting with technologies in the real world, do you even know that's happening? Do you know what data went into this, or what decisions were made behind creating this system? So I think there's a level of like, how do we even address a harm if we don't know where it came from or how we can contest it or any of this? So I think that is a major difference to me.
Thanks. I think like the point that I wanted to bring up was that like maybe it's not specific to language too, but I think like the influence of language can be quite subtle and slow. And like for instance, using the example of like Rada brought up the cronyism of language technologies, it won't really erase the indigenous language immediately, but like the influence, the effect can take a long time to observe. And I think that's also true for even disinformation campaign. Maybe we think some of the like I guess like COVID-related misinformation campaigns impact was very immediate, but I think it also took some time to brew, and it can be hard to recognize at the beginning. And I think these effects we are kind of seeing the effect of like political polarization or all kinds of things around political discourse now, and it would have been very hard like 10 years ago to erase them completely, or like erase the technologies completely.
Michael, please go ahead.
Thank you. I was thinking as other people were talking, when we talk about harms in the use of language, there's two parties who can be harmed. There's the speaker as well as the recipient. It's all a matter of communication between persons. If they don't agree on the definition of something, then the less powerful party will be harmed. If they don't agree on the disclosure sensitivity of something, the less powerful person will be harmed. And so I'm just thinking harms occur both to the sender and the receiver, and that complicates our situation, but I think it complicates our situation in a useful way.
Yeah, and I think piggybacking off of that, I'd love to, maybe we'll have time later, think through how these social contexts of language use, and therefore the ways that language like related harms can arise, maybe demand different measurement or mitigation approaches than maybe what algorithmic fairness has offered us. So I'm going to now pass it on to Alexandra, who's going to moderate the second portion, thinking about kind of foreseeing and assessing harms.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we should perhaps first take a few questions related to this first part from. So perhaps I can read out some of these questions.
Yes, please.
We can spend a bit of time on a couple of them. So Eric is asking, how do the harms from language technologies differ from other kinds of technology-based mediated harms? Though I think perhaps, does anyone have anything to add to this question? Yes. Otherwise, so another question is how we may mitigate harms if the non-deterministic nature of these harms, of these intractable large language models, make it almost impossible to predict how they behave with 100% accuracy. Should we keep this for later?
I was thinking we might save this question for when we talk about mitigating harms.
All right, so then perhaps I can pivot to our kind of second part, where I want us perhaps to focus a bit more on questions related to how we can foresee and assess harms. And so when I think about these questions, I first think about how it is often unclear how different research communities end up prioritizing certain types of harm. And it's also unclear what type of assumptions they make while doing so. So I want to ask our panelists if they could briefly reflect on the underlying observations and assumptions that informed your focus on some of the harms you noted. And I think this also relates quite well with the second point that Radha made, but also the issues that many of you echoed.
It's really a fascinating question. As I'm thinking about what are the assumptions I have in directing our work, I think of what Chen-Hao was just saying. There are harms that immediately surface that are making news headlines. But there are also harms that are much more subtle and only surface over time when a technology is already widely adopted. And like echo chambers and a lot of the topics around content moderation are examples of that. So in my work, in our work, we always try to really look out for both. And in terms of the immediate harms to user experience, we actually do spend a lot of time looking into NLP literature, look at how a specific model that is evaluated, what are the things that they evaluated on, and looking beyond the examples and the headline making kind of outputs of the model. And then we do a lot of crowdsourcing and also empirical study, really work with users directly in context, because I think that is, again, where a lot of the harms are surfaced. I want to give an example, which is we looked at a lot at voice assistants among users with and without visual disabilities. You would think that if we're talking about things like Alexa and Google Home, people with blind users or visually impaired users are not really harmed. They can all hear and they can talk. But if you look into literature, empirical literature, you would notice that these people are experiencing a lot of frustrations and challenges in using these voice-based systems. It's because in real life, I think very rarely users interact with individual language models. They're experiencing both the voice recognition and dialogue management system and content response generation. And that layer of NLP technologies are put on top of the internet that's already existent for a long time. So in that sense, we're really looking at harms can be a result of not any individual NLP system, but is really a consummation of all these different technologies compiled together. So in that sense, I think there is a lot of value in both looking at the benchmarks and the crowdsourcing evaluation, but also look at empirical data, look at people in real life, how they use these technologies over time.
I could just add a thought there. So what got me to think about the kind of harms I mentioned is something that a colleague of mine said in a very different setting. She said, I'm not worried about the people who are loud, I'm worried about the silent people. So we do hear a lot about various harms, and to Chen-Hao's point, the ones that would make the media newspaper lines, but I'm often trying to step back and think if there is something beyond that. And again, I have no claims to represent indigenous people or anyone else. It's just trying to have a broader view of who speaks language, which ultimately is every single one of us, nearly 8 billion people, and try to think through this broader perspective.
Michael?
Thank you. I'm thinking, where do I start? Bowker's statement, raw data is an oxymoron and also a very bad idea. When we analyze language, when we compute over language, we first need to make our language samples fit for purpose, ready to be analyzed. And what knowledge do we bring to that when we do it? And the answer is, of course, we're most of us in trying to do something computational, and so we don't go out and get an anthropology degree or a sociology degree in order to do this work. We don't even get a master's in social work to do this work. We make the best codes that we can, we exclude data using the best of intentions, and we're going to get it wrong. And to the extent that we're dealing with people's language, or either the sender or the recipient's language that is not our own, then we're likely to get it wrong, and we're likely to embed our social assumptions into those ways that we get it wrong. I have stories to tell, but I think that would take too long in this panel. People of goodwill get it wrong, and then as a result, they substitute, we always substitute some trace for the data themselves because we have to compute on the trace. And then there's this principle of what you see is all there is. We begin to think, oh, that trace, that substituted thinner version of the data is all the data. And so that becomes our new reality. And then we do our language modeling on that, and we do our consequences on that. And we've lost a great deal of what might actually be very important to people who have different sensibilities from us. We didn't intend any harm. We did harm.
Yeah, I love this point, and I also love the point that Radha made about worrying about those that are silenced, right, that we are not hearing from. But I also want to hear from Morgan, particularly also, so a lot of us, right, have spent perhaps a lot of time in the last couple of years thinking about how to taxonomize harms. And I think that also the way in which we think about these taxonomies, right, often can introduce blind spots, right, and can make some issues more visible and hide others. So that's why I would also love to hear from you, Morgan, because this has been something that you have thought a lot about.
Yeah, I think I'm sitting here thinking about my motivations, like what brought me into this space. I think for me, actually, it's been really personal. So like identifying as a queer person, being interested to see how technologies have characterized those kinds of identities, and then figuring out that the people who are working on these identities have a much different perspective and viewpoint and maybe motivation. I don't necessarily know what their motivations even are than I do. So I think for me, it's been kind of doing what Michael was saying that technologists are not doing, which is trying to bring my own positionality and personal experience and also background in social science into this space and see like what are the contradictions or different ways of looking at specific things in that regard. And so that's kind of been my motivation. And then also through that discovering like what feels like, okay, the way that people are approaching it is very like computational and systematic and is not reflective of lived experiences that are also really dynamic. So it's also interesting to me that the way that language is embedded into these types of technologies is extremely static. Like how do you then make that as fluid and dynamic as our culture actually is, because it actually changes really quickly And also just the notion that some of the really important categories or the really important language to specific groups of people is highly political, and it's been employed in a really political way pretty much purposefully, and that's being like stripped away, that context is being stripped away from not only the technologies, but interestingly the documentation. So that's also really interesting to me, is like how people are documenting this is really reflective of how people are approaching what they think language or identity or culture is. And it is this like, okay, this is just data. And it's really, the way that I'm looking at it is really obvious to everyone, which it isn't. But yeah, that's kind of my reflection.
Thank you. And I have a lot of plus ones there. And so before we jump into perhaps a discussion about how we can better overcome some of our own failures of imagination or the failures of imagination of our communities collectively, I also want to hear from Chen Hao from a more kind of NLP lens, and how perhaps you think about focusing on certain type of harms, but also how that you believe the NLP community has been thinking about harms.
Yeah, I think what's nice like recently is that I think there's emerging, I guess, awareness among the NLP communities about these problems, and there's a lot of active work related along these lines. And for instance, like Serena, you recently had a survey paper on this topic at NLP venues recently, and I think it's nice to see more and more communication going both ways. And I think Radha is more appropriate, but I guess like I'm going to kind of play the NLP role here. And I think like out of conversation like this, I think like in addition to like what NLP people can learn from HCI, and there's also like what HCI communities can kind of collaborate with NLP, or like what insights from NLP can be useful. And I think in addition to a lot of these discussions on harm, I think it's also useful to think about like this technology can be potentially very beneficial for a large population. And I think it would be very useful to come up with some governance principle to think about like what to do when there's benefit and some harm, or like what is some, I guess like what is the way to mitigate and minimize the harm while realizing benefits. But like in the end, I think it's a very hard problem, and it's very easy to fall into the trap of utilitarian thinking. And I guess that's I think that's what the HCI community can play a very effective role in guarding against. But I think the reverse side of that is also like kind of completely shooting for like I would say that zero harm at all. I think it's useful to think about like how to make the public aware, and what is the level that we can accept, and how can we think of a long-term solution to do the most good for different communities and also humanity overall, I guess, while accounting for everyone's perspective.
And I want to build on that with my next question, and come back to our more ACI panelists, and asked about the type of methods and perspectives that perhaps ACI have worked well in other similar contexts that could help particularly NLP practitioners, but also other stakeholders, right, better imagine possible outcomes. can try to put folks on the spot. I would love to hear from you, Michael, and because I think relates to questions that you have been engaging with for a long time.
Well, thank you. Now I'm frightened, but I'll try. I guess the first thing I'd like to say is we may think of language technologies as neutral. We may think of our activities with language technologies as innocent, and I think we need to drop the innocence and acknowledge our responsibilities to acknowledge that we are likely to harm someone. And so we could start to look for evidence of harm, but if I look for evidence of harm, I will think of harm my way, and that's not going to help people who aren't like me. So, big ask, maybe we could begin to look at models of action research or other forms of deeply community-based work in which the community partner, whoever the community is, has equal power with us to determine the direction that the research goes, to say yes or no, to say this works or doesn't work. That involves, especially for technology topics, a great deal of mutual education. We get educated in a culture that is not ours. That's really great for us. So we're actually coming out as great beneficiaries of that kind of thing. We also have to educate about the technology so that our community partners can say, no, not that. That would really hurt. Or, yes, exactly that. We need more of that. That would be wonderful. So, and of course, action research is from a part of HCI and sociology and political action as well, and therefore political science. So I think I'm answering broadly rather than narrowly about the HCI part of that, and I apologize if that's not the direction you wanted this to go in. I just want to end where I started. Stop thinking we're innocent. We're not innocent. So what are we going to do about the fact that we're not innocent?
Yeah, and I think this is a great direction, and I think it's also good direction to emphasize that there are no easy answers, right, or very specific, as many of you has emphasized, right? A lot of how we answer these questions and how we think about these issues is often contextual, and will always reflect our own perspective. I perhaps want to also quickly hear from Xian to give her the opportunity to chime in, and then perhaps I can give the floor to Vera in the interest of time.
Yeah, I would echo everything Erin just said. I think that in HCI we are starting to realize there are a lot of unintentional harms we can do, and I think I certainly do not think ourselves as innocent, but I think we do need a lot more discussion about how to mitigate these harms. At what point should we say this technology shouldn't exist at all? And at what point do we say, let's become more cautious in how we build the technology into an application, how it encounters users? And I think there are this discussion around taxonomy of harm, if you may, to happen, but yeah.
Great. I think I can take it back to the room, and yeah, it's a little surprising that time runs so fast. There's a lot of great discussion. I'm enjoying it very much. So as mentioned, the last part, we want to zoom out, take a step back and reflect on what we discussed, and really think about overall, how do we mitigate the potential societal harm of language technology. I do want to come back and pick up some questions. So I'm just going to ask one high-level question, then I will move on to pick up audience questions, right? So yeah, I want to ask our panelists, right? With everything we discussed today, also think about like this responsible AI ecosystem, right? There are researchers, there are practitioners who are building, and then there are end user stakeholder interacting with AI system. If you want to pick one topic, what is the most important topic for the HCI and NLP communities to work on and working together to really mitigate the potential harms?
I can start.
Yes, please, Rada.
You mentioned at the beginning of your question, like, I want to take a step back, ask a broader question. And I think that's what we should do, take a step back and take a broad look at what we are solving. And has been mentioned multiple times, involving communities, and that's part of that stepping back and looking at the big picture. And the other, I see oftentimes people, myself including sometimes, falling into local minima. So I zoom in on this particular problem and say, this is a no-no, we shouldn't do it. But then maybe I don't look at what are the downstream consequences. Both ways, like whether I do something or whether I don't do something. And an example that comes to mind is, for instance, working on language and mental health. And there are people, for instance, who would think that we should not do it because language belongs to people and we should not make inferences on mental health. However, in a conversation with a medical doctor who works on mental health, his view was that it's absolutely unethical not to work on that, having seen firsthand the consequences of mental health. So really, the point to me is to take a step back and look at the big picture as opposed to just looking like, let's never infer demographics from language, or let's never do this, never do that. Really look at the whole pipeline and implications.
Thanks for the answer. I love that answer. Who wants to go next?
In addition to zooming out, I think I absolutely agree. Like, that's a really, really great point. That meta discussion, I think, is what HCI is really good at in a lot of circumstances, and I think we definitely should have that conversation. I would also add that I do think we also need something pragmatic, actionable, and I think one aspect of that is evaluation. Some of the discussions we had earlier about, for example, indigenous language versus others, that is one of a common way of evaluating language models, especially in NLP. We group people based on their demographics, either race or gender, others. But there are a lot of questions to be asked about that, if that is actually how we want to slice up our user groups, and are we, it's a very reductive view to think about human beings in the first place. So I think evaluation is just a great place to have that kind of discussion among communities. Like, how do we consider, what do we consider as a good technology? How do we think about different human beings, knowing that language is incredibly rich and human beings are incredibly diverse and different? Yeah.
Great. I saw Chen Hao's hands up.
Yeah, I guess like I cannot really go any better than Rada's answer, but I guess like I just take this opportunity to highlight some particular domains that I think is very exciting, and as Rada was pointing to, like I guess the role of language technologies in medicine, like include broadly mental health and typical, I guess, physical health. I think there's a lot of work that can be done there, and a lot of people are already working on it, but I think like this is an important problem that can really benefit from researchers' perspectives from both HCI and NLP, and also doctors, real doctors in that case. And another problem that I want to highlight is like what I've been talking about. I think like I'm really, I guess, like I started out doing social media research. I guess I kind of stopped a little bit, I guess, but I'm just increasingly worried about the state of political discourse and how people get information, and the rise of hate, nationalism, and so on. And I think that's another problem that, like, I guess, like maybe a lot of researchers in this community already have experience on, and I think it's useful to think about how we can tackle this kind of long-term and big problem that is affecting us now. and maybe forever from now on.
Thanks. Michael or Morgan, do you want to comment on this? Michael, please.
Just very quickly, and Vera, with great respect, I think it's not the right question. And you and I have redefined our questions together over the years, so I hope this is in the spirit of those many, many wonderful conversations. I don't think there's a single problem that we should be addressing because there are so many different kinds of harms. I think, and there are so many different stakeholders, and there are so many different stakes. And so I'd be inclined to say we need to be looking at a broad range of things, and depending upon whom we're working with, and depending upon what we do when we lose our innocence, depending upon the kind of guilt that we are carrying and the amends we need to make for the kinds of things that we build. So I apologize for disagreeing with you, but thank you for letting me do so.
Thank you for pushing back my question as always, Michael. Morgan, do you want to go?
Yeah, so I agree with everyone else who's talked. In terms of, I think there's always a lot of differing opinions depending on what community you're focusing on in terms of who you're choosing to focus on from an HCI perspective might be different from another group. And it raises for me another question of like, okay, if there's a level of like, for some reason there's consensus around we shouldn't have X technology in this context or whatever, like what even are the methods of going about that? Because it's like a very hypothetical question. Because I think a lot of people are asking that question, or a lot of people are insisting like, you should never build this for that or whatever, but are there any methods for even ensuring that is the case? Like if something is built poorly or deployed poorly or enough groups are harmed by that thing, how do you even go about changing that? I guess I'm thinking of it less in an academic context, although I think it's also true in an academic context because at least along the lines of computer vision, I think there's been a lot said about what is and is not appropriate from certain minority groups, and it doesn't seem to change the trajectory of the discipline itself, but then also at the level of like startups and big tech, like how do you change that simply by saying, we have evidence that X, Y, and Z is not appropriate to these groups. So that's just kind of a question I have, and I don't have a good answer at all for that, but I think you could go out and do research at any of the levels that you mentioned, whether it's the user groups or the developers, but it won't necessarily change the practice. And so I think that is kind of the bigger problem, I would say, than how to research or which group to focus on researching. It's like, how do you then make a change based on that research, regardless of what part of the pipeline you're focusing on?
Great. Yeah, I think there are lots of thought-provoking points to follow up, but for the sake of time, I do want to ask a couple questions on Hub. So one question, Eric Baumer has been asking a few questions. One question I find interesting is, while harms are important to consider, harm-benefit is a mostly utilitarian framing. What are the consequences of this framing and what are the alternatives? Any thoughts?
Well, I've been actually thinking about that, and with this vocabulary of harm and benefit and self-harm, I think it also brings to mind defense. And one thing that I've been really seeing in the NLP community at least, and even broader, is that the conversations are often not very friendly, maybe because it falls into self-defense. And I really would like to urge all of us to think of this as constructive conversations that would allow us to build better technologies as opposed to criticizing, policing, and the kind of arguments that we often see out there, to the point that one is even fearful in the same space of terminology to raise any issues. I fear that maybe somebody would attack me online because I say this or I say that. So trying to move the rhetoric to more really constructive conversations. And as we've seen on this panel, it's fine for people to disagree, but that disagreement can be expressed in friendly ways and just take it to heart and move on in a maybe better direction. So I do think that framing it as harm and benefit is actually harmful. So we should think of those as conversations.
I see no hands, so I'm going to ask one more question. So Dan Liebling is asking, one perspective in large language model is that we should eliminate harms so that the model cannot even output them. Another is that we must let the model output them in order to know what harm exists. How can HCI inform this decision? Any taker?
I'll take the bite.
Yes.
I think that's a really great follow-up to what Retta was saying earlier. I don't think there is a universal definition of this output is good, that output is bad, and this output is harmful versus beneficial. It all depends on the people, it all depends on the context of that interaction. So I think it's in that sense, HCI can contribute to this very rich discussion about what is good, what is pursuable interaction, what is our preferred future in a sense. And unfortunately, I don't think there will be a binary division. And in that sense, it's the discussion that I think will be between the communities that will be really helpful.
Right. Yeah, that's what we see a lot in this discussion. The whole space is so much complexity, and we need to keep having this discussion. I want to leave one chance if any in-person audience wants to ask one question. I think I saw your hands going up first.
Hi, so I'm Snehal Prabhudesai from the University of Michigan, and I had a question about a specific type of harm. So when I speak to Siri and Siri does not understand me, I maybe change the way I speak, I change my words, and that inherently shifts power from me to the technology. Now, in this interaction, the technology is at the center, and if you think about this in terms of medical decision-making, it's very dangerous to put technology at the center. If a clinician is trying to work with this technology, it's changing the entire diagnosis workflow. So I guess my question is, how can we start thinking about addressing this shift of power? Thank you.
Any takers?
Michael.
Yeah, I have a very opinionated answer, and I hope I won't offend anyone. I would claim that the power doesn't shift to the technology. The power shifts to the people who made the technology. And that technology becomes a projection of their power upon the people who interact with the technology. Think about a workflow. We all use workflows in the course of workflows made by somebody else in the course of paying our taxes, accessing our healthcare benefits, dealing with the dean, any one of those things. Each of those systems is not a piece of technology that sits there and maybe wants to do something or wants to do something else. Each of those systems was made by somebody in order to channel us, really, to limit our options until all we can do is what the technology allows. That's true of voice technologies too. And so I think I'm sorry that I don't remember the name of the person who asked the question, but I think it's bleaker than you said. I think the power is actually power from people to other people with technology in the middle to obscure the responsibility for that power. Probably just insulted people. I apologize if I did.
Thanks, Michael. We already ran over time a little bit. I want to close the panel. I want to mention there are lots of questions on Hub. So the panelists, if you have time, please go to the webpage and answer those questions. Maybe I would just ask one last question to close the panel, right? Maybe a short answer. For practitioner, I want to come back to practitioner, building language technology. What advice do you want to give them to build better language technology to minimize the harm?
Just repeating what's been said over and over, engage with the communities across the entire pipeline from beginning all the way to the end.
Great. Thanks, Radha.
I think I have a similar yes to that. I think something I've noticed is just a lack of research before doing the research for the modeling. So I think having some level of, can you do some base research on why this problem is important or why you want to address it this way would be helpful for accountability, for understanding motivation. All of that helps also other people who want to engage in the space engage in a more meaningful manner, because if you don't really know any of that, you're just like, okay, I have the artifact. Here's what I can critique about the artifact, but that's about it.
Thank you.
I'll give a very short answer. Yeah. Prototype your technology with users before you release it.
Yes, please. So maybe Michael, you want to close the?
Oh my goodness. Even before you prototype, I mean, I agree about prototyping the technology with the users, but I would say, and I think I'm echoing everybody on the panel and the facilitators when I say this, consult in depth with the community whom you are trying to serve and start there. Then think about the feminist refusal studies, think about the manifest no. Then you'll know if a piece of technology would be a good thing to build or not, and if so, what it should be like, and then all the other things that everybody has said. So that was very incoherent, but there it is.
Thank you. So, Shenhao, you have anything to add?
No, I mean, yeah, I think like the central theme has been like talking with your audience and potential users, and I think there are many different ways to do it. And I guess like I also really like Michael's point, like taking responsibility and instead of assuming that technology is innocent. And I think even it's also not ideal if you take the attitude that I have done the prototyping, I've done everything I can, that we should all be good. But I think that's just not going to be the case, and we're seeing new issues. And it's useful to embrace that, I guess.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for attending the panel. Thanks for your question. Thanks for the engagement. I hope you had enjoyed the discussion, and I hope you enjoy the rest of CHI. Thank you.
ahead and talk.
Hello, talking, talking. I'm talking.
Okay, perfect.
Good. This is mic number 3. Yep. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
So I wondered whether you or Aaron had said something.
No.
So yeah, more kudos to him then. Okay. That gives me confidence that he may be more sensitive in working. And he's really keen to make it work.
Okay.
He says, I'm going to sort of show you.
Okay, good. I will push also. I know him from DC13, so
yeah.
I'll try to push him.
And he's really keen now to get introduced to people.
Okay.
I don't know which people, maybe the E, because I introduced him to Carol last night.
Okay, good, excellent.
At the reception. So I'm feeling
better, a bit.
Just one little step better.
No, but
because I think that's pretty gutsy.
We were chatting with Aaron. If it's needed, we can also do like every 3 weeks a meeting to see how things are progressing and to tell them this should be moving. If it doesn't move, if it moves with Julie, for instance, everything's fine. But otherwise, we were planning this kind of regular, because we were talking also the other way around, which is Julie could say something to us and we plan a meeting, but that would be very difficult because it rings only when there is a problem. It's better to start with no problem.
And just and that
get
can be
this
short
routine.
meetings.
Yeah, exactly.
Just about this is
list of things.
This is where this is what you should be thinking about now. Or
whatever. Life. Could be worse.
Good morning, everybody. We are about to start the session. We will wait a bit because it was a coffee break, so we'll wait a couple of minutes and we will start right after that. Thank you. Sunglasses. Okay, I think we can start. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to this session, which is about Geraldine Fitzpatrick in conversation with Anna Cox. I'm Philippe Palanque, and I will be introducing this session. So this session is about the Lifetime Service Award, SIGCHI Lifetime Service Award, which was awarded to Geraldine. So this SIGCHI Lifetime Service Award goes to individuals who have contributed to the growth and success of SIGCHI and in a variety of capacities. So this award is for extended service to the community at large over a number of years. So it includes a number of years, and this is why we have the lifetime word inside. So criteria for this award are service to SIGCHI and its activities, extended contribution to service over many years, and the influence on the community at large. So this award goes beyond the position that people have been holding, but also takes into account the outcome and the process for reaching the outcome when people are holding positions. In the committee, currently, we have Maria Francesca Costabili from University of Bari, Italy, and Aniruddha Joshi from IIT Bombay in India. And I'm taking over the chair position from Michel Baudouin-Lafont, Université Paris-Saclay, who has been chairing this award committee for several years. If there are questions about this service award, I think it would be great to have them during the town hall, that it will be just after this session. Thank you. So, very happy to give the award to Geraldine. Geraldine is Professor of Technology Design and Assessment and lead the Human-Computer Interaction Group in the Informatics Faculty of TU Vienna in Austria. Sorry. I practiced it a lot this morning. So. She has been active in the ACM SIGCHI community since the 90s, early 90s, and she had many chair roles. I guess you all know some of them at least, in conferences including CHI, of course, recently, CSCW, Group Participatory Design, UbiComp, and Communities and Technology. She also been active in other societies or a group of people involved in the research in HCI, like IFIP and ECSCW. At ACM level, she is co-editor of the CACM column on Computing Enabled Me Too, and she sits on the Distinguished Member Selection Committee. She's been involved in also several activities in regional ACM and also SIGCHI affiliated activity like SIGCHI chapters. She's particularly passionate about how to craft better academic cultures and peer community, and I'm sure we'll hear about that today as well. And toward this, she hosts the Changing Academic Life podcast series that if you don't know that, you should Google it and search for it. It's great what she's saying there. I have a personal note. So Geraldine has been and continue to have a significant and important impact on the CHI community through all her many services, roles, and innovations, and always done with such humor, energy, and care. So thank you, Geraldine, for that. And the interview will be with Anna Cox. So Anna Cox is Professor of Human-Computer Interaction at UCL Interaction Center, Division of Psychology and Language Sciences. Her research lies in the area of human-computer interaction, of course. She is systematically establishing the relationship between the design of information and communication technology, interested also in the behavioral outcomes of these relationships. She leverages this relationship in the design of novel interfaces and systems to support people in managing both the work and their well-being. I have a personal note. So for the one who don't know, Anna Cox was CPC chair for CHI 2018 and 2019. So this is a terrible job to do, so she did twice. And above all, she was surviving the template wars, which was something terrible in those years. For how we will manage the session, please log in onto the hub system and try to type your question in the Slido. I will be monitoring the question, and then I will ask the question after they started with their discussion. And please write as many questions as you wish, and don't be upset if I don't select yours. I will try to select what I believe fits the best with the discussion here today. Okay, thank you very much. So, Geraldine, Anna, the floor is yours. And dear attendees, please welcome Geraldine and Anna on stage.
Thank you. Right, you ready? Here we are. So, this award, as we've just heard, goes to people who have undertaken a lot of different service roles. So I thought we'd just start by perhaps you telling us about some of the roles that you've done. So Phil mentioned being general chair in recent times of CHI. But perhaps you can tell us a little bit about some of the different types of roles you've done and what motivated you to take them on.
Or how was my arm twisted?
Yeah, exactly, right.
So first of all, thanks to Phil for the introductions and to Anna for being prepared to do this. And I do have to say, this is out of my comfort zone totally, because I'm much happier sitting on the other side asking questions. So we'll see how we go. Yeah, I think that a lot of the roles that I've taken on have been ones that people have approached me about, because I was just reflecting on the fact that it's not like I've gone, oh, I should now do, be on the editorial board for the CSCW Journal, or I should be papers chair for ECSCW, I think was it 2003 with Paul Durich, and papers chair for CHI in 10 and 11, for CSCW, and some of the other roles that I think I've loved the most are the roles that are to do with around doctoral consortia and early career development workshops and things like that. And when I look back across those roles, I think that just about all of the bigger roles, someone came up to me and said, would you do this? We think you'd be great. And I was just reflecting on the fact that I think we never feel like we're ready to take on these roles, and we never will be, actually. You just have to be ready enough or skilled enough. And so some of them was, the motivation to take it on was actually in having been approached and discussing it with the person, going, yeah, it is something I could do and I think I would enjoy contributing to, with, that little butterfly fear in your tummy because you haven't done it before, or you don't know what you're doing and you feel like you're going to be flying by the seat of your pants. And so that belief in you by other people, I think, has been really important. And I can also tell a story about CHI 19, which was sort of the biggest role and not one I ever wanted to do. And Steve asked me, would I do that? And I said no, multiple times.
And then I talked to previous chairs because it just seemed like it was too huge and too all-consuming for too many years. And I don't know, I think there's something about post-service, your memory, you forget some of the details. So the past chairs were encouraging about the value of it. And in the end, I said yes to Steve, and we were announced. But I do remember that there was a few weeks afterwards when I was waking up in the middle of the night at like 3 o'clock in the morning going, oh my God, what have I done? I don't want to do this. I can't do it. And I actually really had to agonize about, do I withdraw? Because if I was going to withdraw, I had to withdraw, I'd need to withdraw sooner rather than later.
So what were you nervous about?
I think just the level of commitment. Like just the level of commitment and how long it was going, how long this commitment was going to be played out, and just the complexity of it all. And I love Steve to bits, so the working with Steve wasn't, was actually sort of a key attraction for saying this in the beginning. But I think it was just the sheer complexity of it and what it would demand or require of me in doing that.
So how did you manage to fit it in against everything else that you're doing?
I think, can I just say how I ended up deciding to proceed?
Okay, go on.
I think that's just a thing of, I had to settle it and find my why for doing it.
Okay.
Because once I could connect to what I could, that I could contribute, and that it was a way of really giving back to the community that I'd been a part of and that I loved for so many years. And we have mandatory retirement at our place, which is coming up next year. And I sort of felt like this was the last, like one of the last big sort of service roles in terms of giving back. But I had to go through that process to connect to why I was going to do it, and then actually do it wholeheartedly. So, and fitting it in, well, you just do make space. I mean, you did TPC for 2 years.
Yeah, but so for someone who might be sitting here thinking, oh, I would quite like to do something like that, but I'm not sure I could fit it in. Were there things that you did that helped you to find the time to do it?
Yeah, I said no to other roles. So I said no to ACing or SCing and some of those roles, either for CHI or for other communities. I think you have to do that because you only have so much time and energy to do things like that. And it just builds up slowly. And it's also not all hard work and I mean, it's work and it takes significant time. But you have the opportunity to work with the most amazing people, and I think that network of people that you get connected with and form deep relationships with because of dealing with the day-to-day issues. It was important. And I also think that having people who compensate for what you're not so good at is important. So I think part of the process is being much more aware of what are your individual strengths and what you can bring to the role and what you're not so good at. So I'm really glad Steve was good at spreadsheets. me and budgets and spreadsheets are not my strength. So we had a good relationship in the division of roles. So we didn't actually discuss that explicitly. We sort of did, but we didn't divvy up the roles. We just, we almost sort of more naturally fell into what each person was happy to do.
Yeah. So you said something earlier about you feeling it's important to give back to the community.
Yeah.
So why do you think that that's a really important thing?
How could it not be? We do not contribute. We do not do anything on our own bat. Like we are here because of 40 years of people building up SIGCHI and the conference series and all of that work. So it only exists as an opportunity for me to publish my papers in because of that whole tradition and history of work. And my papers only get published, or our papers only get published with, our papers only get published because of the commitment of an enormous number of people for that particular conference in all of the organizational details, in being part of committees, in reviewing. Like there's just, for every one of our papers, all of us, that we are standing on the back of so much volunteer work. And I think we have an obligation to contribute to that sort of circle of reciprocity in some way, in whatever way works for what you are able to contribute. I just cannot imagine just not being part of that circle, because it's a give and take.
So I think some people are kind of nervous about taking on these roles because they're not sure about exactly what it might involve. And because sometimes, like Phil mentioned the template wards that I had to deal with, like sometimes things go wrong.
Oh, yep.
And you have to kind of deal with that. And so can you tell us a little bit about your perspective on how we as a community can kind of perhaps better support the people who do take on these roles, and be kind of kind and generous towards them?
And I think that's something that we seem to be losing a little bit maybe at the moment, that concerns me, because things are going to go wrong. They always do. And even with the best efforts and best intentions, sometimes things don't work out, or technologies don't work out, or timelines don't work out. And especially for organising something like CHI, it's such a hugely complex enterprise, much more so than sort of smaller conferences. And there are so many different competing concerns and agendas. It operates within constraints of budgets and resources and ACM policies and regional, legal constraints. Like it just goes on and on and on. And there are so many things we would all love to do. And I think one of the opportunities that you have in a volunteer role is actually getting to implement some of the things you want to do. And then you come up against when it doesn't work out, or when you're not able to do it because of whatever reason. Or because, and sometimes you get attacked because you haven't done it in the way that some people want, but other people are happy, but other people are, so there's all of that. So I think we just need to thank a volunteer, for a start. Like just recognize that there's so much work that people are doing. I see people from the steering committee and the executive committee here, and if you have people, I think people have no idea of how much free time people are generously giving, and with really good hearts to make all this happen. And no one is trying to derail CHI by making bad decisions or causing problems. So I think we need to be generous with one another. The keynote speaker yesterday talked about giving each other some grace. So we need to give each other some grace and start from an assumption of good intentions. And I'd love us to operate from there's a problem here, and what can we do about it? And being part of the solution if you can, in whatever way. So I think one of the strengths of this community is people's concern for all sorts of issues, and that's just amazing. That's why I'm here, because I love the values that this community exhibits, embodies. And I'd love to see us play those out in a kinder, gentler way, and starting from a position of gratitude and recognising what's been done, starting from a position of recognising, as Kata Spiel said yesterday, it's a process, not a state. We're always learning, and we're learning in uncertain times, especially at the moment, and we're learning in changing times, whether it's changing technologies or changing generational concerns. At this pointy end of my career, I sort of see generational sort of concerns changing. So yeah, so I'd love to invite people to be more generous, and I'd love to invite people to be more proactive in seeking out the people who have enabled you to sit here or to publish a paper, to say thanks. And I mean, at this conference, they've done a great job in setting up a Discord channel for it, and there's also a Twitter hashtag, Kai Volunteers, is it Aaron? Something like that. Yeah,
So you want to see people saying thank you more?
Yeah.
If one of the reasons that people are sometimes hesitant about taking on these roles and therefore perhaps don't understand the work that goes into it, is because we've sat here and talked about how big some of these things are. So have you got any ideas about how we might make these roles more sustainable, more easy for people to take on?
That's a big challenge right now, and I don't have any easy answers, but we do have to do something, because so some people have said to me, should they consider taking on some of these bigger roles? And at the moment, kind of silence, just say, I have to warn people that it's a lot of work. And it's one thing doing the work, but what I find personally really hard to deal with is when concerns or issues aren't dealt with in a kind way. And I've experienced it myself, that's what's so, that's the emotional labour of dealing with all of that overlay is 10 million times worse than any of just the mundane physical work of deciding, do we have a line space between this entry in the program or not? It's the mundane details that you have to decide. But now I've lost my thought on the mundane. but yeah, where was I?
So I was asking you about how we might try and make these roles more sustainable, more easy for people to be able to say yes to.
I think we have to lower our expectations. We can't have everything, that we want. Hybrid is a huge challenge to work out how we do that sustainably. I am in awe of Simona and Cliff and all of their team, because they have organised this conference in the face of, and Aaron and Yoshi and their teams for 21 and the 20 people, they've tried organising things in environments of huge uncertainty and not knowing whether they're going to be able to proceed or not even. And then for this year, we have the same volunteer pool and the same program committee, organising committee type structure, but people are doing double layer work. They're organising 2 conferences. So just organising one conference is huge, and organising 2, the online and the in person. And we heard Cliff talking at the town hall today about their commitment to trying to make it the best experience. Really, they have just killed themselves doing it. That's not sustainable. So I think one of the jobs that we have as the steering committee that is particularly concerned with Kai, and as SIGCHI, concerned across all the conferences, is to think about how we make it sustainable and how do we manage expectations among people. I don't know that increasing numbers of volunteers helps, because you always get the increased overhead of coordination and communication, and that creates other problems. Yeah. If anyone has any answers, we'd all love to hear. But that's why I think we also have to be generous with people, because the work that people do is largely invisible to us. We just come and, we have a seat to sit in. We have a seat to sit in. But the amount of work, the mundane decisions that went into this, every single thing is a decision by someone. So, yep.
So we've already talked a bit about how people are sometimes quite critical when things go wrong. Do you have any ideas about why, I guess not just why people sometimes seem to not appreciate the level of work or not appreciate the good intentions, but also why more generally as part of an academic career that taking on these service roles might not be valued as much as you clearly value them?
I don't know. I mean, I just want to add a caveat because I sound like it's all about we've got to look after the volunteers, and with the concerns that people raise are really important concerns as well, and we need to, it's not saying those concerns aren't important, we really need to listen and understand and work together to look at how, as part of this learning process, this that our community is really, how we can work together to make things better in the next step and in the next step and the next step. And now I've lost the thread of the thought, because I just wanted to get that in, because I know that in the past some things that I've said have been misinterpreted as feeling like I'm dismissing people's concerns.
Okay.
And I think that's what's so valuable about this community, having people who care about issues deeply and who are wanting to be active in getting them addressed. I just have a plea for all of us to learn different ways of engaging in that process. And what was the question?
So it seems to me that you're suggesting that sometimes people don't really appreciate the good intentions behind work, behind the volunteer work. But I think also that for some people, they might be advised not to take on these roles.
Yep.
Like, that might not be good for your career. You should focus on writing papers and spending your time doing that. So why do you not agree with that position?
Why should you have all the time to write your papers and expect me to do all the work to enable you to do that? And that's why, just if we can create a community culture where everyone contributes in this reciprocal sort of way of giving and taking, we all benefit, for the greater good. I do appreciate that these issues and concerns get weighed differently at different career stages, and I think that's also really important to acknowledge. So there's some, at some stages in your career, you actually want to have some of these service roles on your CV for their CV value, because it helps you make the argument that you're connected into a peer community and contributing and recognised enough to be asked to do these roles. And that's good, and I would hope that people, even in choosing to do something because it's got CV value, still finds what their personal value is in doing that. And then I think for other, as the sort of pattern I see is as you get more into your tenured position or equivalent and or more senior, that often you don't need yet another X on your CV. It's much more about giving back, contributing values, and I think later on in your career it's often more about legacy values. How am I best to spend my time? What's the biggest impact I think I can have? Is writing another paper now going to be as impactful as engaging with young researchers? Or we're running some academic leadership development courses, and I'm really excited that we've had nearly 60 people go through these courses who may be going out into their universities and faculties or research groups, mainly across Europe, but also in North America some, and just maybe doing things a little bit differently, so that everyone in their group can do better research and better science, because that's what we're here for. And especially our HCI community, the world needs us. because technology is so entangled in all aspects of life that if we're not doing good science, we're not contributing to creating better technological solutions. And the research is really clear that if we have people burnt out or whatever, they're not going to do good science. It's not good for problem solving, creativity, and so on. So there's a whole sort of circle, and I think we can't lose sight of the fact that this is, in the end, all about doing good science and communicating it and having that impact on the world because of our work.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something else I was going to say, but I lost that thread too.
Okay. So one of the big services that you've given to this community is the development of your podcast series, which I'm also a huge fan of. I love it. How did you get the idea to do that in the first place, and what were you like hoping it would become?
When this was a big, scary undertaking, I was listening to a podcast that a medical doctor had started speaking to burnout among physicians.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been doing a lot of early career workshops. I do a lot of mentoring and sort of coaching of people, doctoral colloquium, and just talking to colleagues whenever you see them at conferences and that. And increasingly, I'm hearing about people just feeling burnt out and really struggling to meet all the expectations that are required of them, especially as we get into this hyper-competitive evaluation cycles in academia and what we're valued for, as your previous question intimated. And I didn't have a thought, I had a gut thought. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
I had a gut thought that said, I need to do this for us. And I was hearing lots of people's stories, but no one else was hearing the stories. I mean, maybe people were talking to one another, but it just feels like we're judged by our H-index and our number of papers and whether we got an honourable mention award or a best paper award or so on, that we're so focused on and creating a tenure package things or our promotion applications that are all these performance metrics, that we're so focused on crafting these metricized identities that there's not space to bring our authentic selves to our work, to our conversations. And in fact, in many places it can be risky, because do you want to go up and talk to your head of faculty and say, I'm struggling. I'm not getting to see my kids. I'm getting sick. I'm waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I wasn't seeing that we were having those conversations together. And so I just thought it'd be really interesting, and I love hearing people's stories anyway. So I just thought it would be really interesting just to hear people's real stories about what it's like being them as an academic. Not what it's like being an academic in the sort of grand generic term, and here's my webpage bio, but where have you come from? What's important to you? What are your struggles? What are your solutions? Because the other part of it was tips and tricks, because there are so many tips and tricks that we all have that if we shared them together, it could make a difference for lots of people. I know that I had a great conversation with Anna, and Anna, with all of your work on, sort of work-life balance and the role of technology in work and just managing boundaries and all of that sort of thing. There's a reading group that's formed out, I meant to tell you this actually, there's a reading group that formed out of some of the past cohorts from the leadership courses.
Okay.
And it's now a listening group. And so they listen to your podcast, and that was just such a stimulus for discussion and for tips about what to do, how to deal with some of the challenges that they were facing. And I hear lots of feedback from people about someone in Australia changing the way they run their software engineering class because of something that Amy Coe said, or someone in Denmark changing the way they run their lab because of what Saul Greenberg shared about, you know, some of his issues about, you know, having a distributed lab and how it didn't work.
Yeah.
And I think it's hearing these real, authentic stories. What I also think has been invaluable is hearing everyone's got a different story. And if I were to do a word cloud, I think, on the transcripts, and it's one of my little wishes in the back of my mind to actually do some analysis over the conversations, I think luck would come up as one of the big words.
Okay.
Everyone thinks they're lucky. You know, so when we're looking from the outside, we think, oh, everyone's got this well-planned, well-crafted, orchestrated career. But we don't. Some people do, but the majority of people will, you know, there are opportunities that come up that people, you have to be in a position to take advantage of them, but people take advantage of opportunities. And as Pejman said in his conversation, there's a way in which we can look back as well and make sense of decisions. And so I think that's really important because it just shows that there are different sorts of career paths. You know, Evan Peck, who talked about making decisions based on really deeply held values about the importance of teaching and also wanting to have time with family and living in small community and not going to a big research intensive university, which he was, you know, being encouraged to do because of those costs. So, you know, someone who left academia to move into industry and why they did that. I just think it's interesting hearing that people can find and make good careers where they are, and there's not some secret source or it's only for the, you know, the brilliant or whatever. Everyone's brilliant, but, you know, it's that thing of what's, you know, your good life as an academic. And my other agenda, just the other agenda around it is, because I called it changing academic life in two senses, because it's sort of like academic life is changing because it's getting increasingly squeezed by all of these metrics and evaluation criteria and so on. And, you know, the increased managerialism. And it also needs to change. And that change, I think, has to happen by each and every single one of us in our day-to-day choices about how we shape our own academic lives and being much more aware of the trade-offs that we're making, the values we're embodying, and so on. And at a much slower pace, because I know institutions and structures are much slower to change, we do need to change the broader structures. So I'm also hoping to stimulate broader conversations within faculties, maybe about how they handle evaluation criteria, or I don't think I can influence national infrastructures, but yeah. And I'm also encouraged by a whole lot of really interesting things happening internationally. So I haven't done any podcast for a long time, but I think COVID just got in the way too much, and I do want to pick it up again. But one of the last ones I did was with Anita Taskey and Elizabeth, can't remember her last name, from Glasgow University, where they now include collegiality as an explicit performance criteria that sits there alongside research, teaching, and service. And I just think that's just a wonderful direction, and that's reflecting what we see happening in some of the other initiatives around, you know, like the DORA, the San Francisco Agreement, and so on, where there is starting to be a shift. I think it's going to take, you know, a while for it really to come down and make a difference, you know, in everyone's individual meeting where they're evaluating people, but that's encouraging, you know, I think.
So you mentioned then stories that you've heard that have been like people's responses where they've perhaps adopted something that they've heard about on one of the podcasts. What were the things that you took from those conversations?
So some of the things that I've taken, I've tried some of so you're really good at more structured blocking of your time, and I tried things like that and it didn't work for me. I don't know, maybe I'm not so disciplined.
It doesn't always work for me either.
So I think that's really useful to know what doesn't work, but to have had the idea of of something to try was really powerful. And what I do is, in a less structured way, if I say yes to something, I don't just put in, give a talk here on this date. I also add in some grossly underestimated amount of time just in the calendar in a random block of what the work will be to get it done. So even though, it's given me starting points to explore strategies that would work for me. I think it's just also, I don't know, what else would I have explicitly have tried? There's lots, because I come away from every conversation just blown away and, so excited by what people have said and the interesting insights. Oh, one thing was Cliff Lampy talking about how he loves faculty meetings. and that's, that's weird. It's not something that I would have ever said. And he said he loved them because it's a chance to catch up with colleagues, and it's a chance to influence school policies and make a difference for things that are going to happen for the students. And that was really challenging for me, because it's not about whether you go to faculty meetings or not, but how you think about them, how you think about some of the jobs you do. And I subsequently did a master's degree in positive psychology and coaching psychology, and one of the work that's come out from, I've got a total mental block and I shouldn't, but it's about crafting.
Okay.
Where even when you're doing a job that you don't particularly like, there are ways for you to still do that actually makes it more fun. And it could be changing the task itself, but it can just be changing how you're thinking about it and finding a value or a reason for why you want to do it, what you can get out or what you can contribute.
So do you now love faculty meetings?
Not so much. I don't hate them, not that I hate them. No, but he did challenge me, and I do go with that attitude of I'm going to try and speak to one or two people there. It's been a bit different seeing we've now all moved online, but yeah, no, he did challenge me, and I'm not as enthusiastic as his. I haven't quite got there, but yeah.
So one of the other areas that you've mentioned actually a little bit already that you've enjoyed supporting is like really focusing on early career researchers and running doctoral consortia, and also, I've heard the people who you've advised speak very positively about the approach that you take and like trying to use a kind of coaching approach in those sorts of meetings with people. Can you tell us a little bit about what that looks like?
I remember when I first moved into an academic position at Sussex, and I took over a whole lot of responsibility and people, and I was totally out of my depth. And I think we're always totally out of our depth, actually. I mean, that's where the interesting stuff happens, isn't it? And the interesting learnings. But sometimes we have to go through bumpy bits before we can actually get onto the learning path, or we have to, there's some damage caused on the way. So I sort of felt like, oh, I'm now in charge of this group, and it's my first academic, university job, and I have no idea what I'm doing, and everyone's going to expect me to know, and the pressure of feeling like I had to know. And that I would be judged by the success of, what went on, and I don't know, I wore the responsibility very heavily, and it often didn't play out in as skillful interactions or communications as it could have. And I don't know how I came across it, but I happened to see an advertisement for a coaching course in London. And again, that thing of I didn't have a head decision, I had a gut thing that just said, you got to go to that. Very scientific, isn't it, as an academic, going by my gut. But so I went to this, I did this course over a number of months. And the principles of coaching are about you don't have to know all the answers, and like that relief of it's okay not to know the answers. And even though it wasn't targeted to an academic context, what it did teach was you don't have to know the answers, but if you know how to ask the questions, if you know how to ask good thinking questions, even if you don't know the specifics of the detail at all, people are resourceful. And you can create space for them to find their own solutions. And I don't always do this. Sometimes the advice monster sort of jumps out, and I jump into advice. But I really then, so the value was, the pressure was off. I didn't expect myself to be the expert. It was okay not to know. To be grateful that I worked with really clever people and resourceful people, and that we would learn together. And recognise that, be clear about when I could offer it, something that was advice, but be more careful in how I presented that. So being careful about saying, you should do this, or this is, and rather just say, this is another, I can offer another way of thinking about it, or what about this as a possibility? And I know that there are issues of power relations and how we do that as well, but that's another story. And I think just asking them questions, and sometimes when you see people, students sometimes really feeling like they're struggling, sometimes you need to do the first reassuring thing of saying, I've got some ideas I could offer, but before I say, I'd be really interested to hear what you've been thinking about. And I am always blown away by where we end up in doing that, because they've often already thought about it really, really deeply, but they just haven't been able to have the confidence to say that I do know what to do. And often it ends up that my little suggestions that I might have offered are totally rubbish, compared to what they've come up with, or what they've already thought of, or what we've collaboratively then come up with. So I think that, and that's what we want to do, is develop environments. When we're in academia, we're dealing with, especially dealing with our PhD students and postdocs and researchers, we're dealing with clever people. And we can empower people to be cleverer, more creative, access their own skills and resources, just by the way we engage with them. And that will promote increased sort of autonomy and confidence and all of that really important stuff. And sometimes we have to be careful, because there's the ego thing of, it can be good to feel like you do know stuff when you think you do know stuff. And I think we have to be careful about, I have to be careful about when it's sort of about ego and when it's about sort of helping and, or just enabling. I remember Leisha Palin saying to me that I was a midwife. I mean, after a conversation with her. And I thought, because I was a midwife in a previous life. Previous career, and I just had someone else say that to me recently after being sort of an external person for a PhD committee. And I thought that's an interesting analogy, because being a midwife is, the woman does all the work. It's their body, and you're just there with, it's being with. And I think that it's a skill set that we underutilize, whether it's in our own need to feel clever or in our fear of being caught out of not knowing stuff or something, that we can relax a little bit more, accept that it's okay not to know and to make mistakes, and we can be with people and help them give birth to their own ideas or their own potential. And I think that's really powerful tool that we have as supervisors, academics, colleagues. Yeah.
I mean, I can really see how that analogy works so well for thinking about your approach to supporting the whole of the SIGCHI community in the way, all the different roles that you've taken on. You really have been with us, and so it's really a great honour for me to just say thank you very much for everything that you've done. So could we give Geraldine a round of applause, please?
Thank
so
you.
we'd really like to have the opportunity for everybody who's been listening to the conversation to join in and be part of that conversation. So I'm now going to hand over to Phil, who's going to ask some more questions, but hopefully some of your questions.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too kind so far, so I will start with the questions now. The first question is, can you just look at the light like if it was a sun? Because you're a bit dark. From
I'm happy being dark.
No, you're a bit in the shade. I mean, this is so that's the first question, which was easy. So there are three groups of questions I've been identifying. One is practical, easy questions. The second one is reflections about what happened, medium questions. And there are the philosophical, hard questions.
Okay.
And as you said that Cliff enjoys the faculty meetings, I don't know, maybe the difficult one will be easy for you.
No.
So that was my perception of them. So I start with an easy one?
Yes.
Practical? Okay. Perfect. So how do you decide the right balance between service? How do you decide the right balance between service to your institution, university, versus service to your field, SIGCHI and HCI, which is of course more important. So how do we balance more important and less important?
I probably prioritize my community, my peer community, and I think that's because of the sort of roles that I might play in the institution. I think my service in the institution is more within my own research group and some of the connections we have with other groups, and just contributions in general to small working groups or to evaluation panels and things like that. But I have skewed the bulk of my service work to the community. And I think that's always a bit of a tension for academics about that balance.
Okay, thank you. So we move to the medium ones, is okay? So the second one is often repeated advice to junior faculty is focus on your research, not service. What advice do you give to junior faculty regarding service and why? And associated to this question, there was a second one. Are there ways you've seen research and service to come together to fulfill both academic requirements? Can one be the other? I put them together because I think it's a mix. Yeah.
I know that for junior faculty, especially coming up to tenure, you have to, just because of the structures and criteria that currently exist, you often have to make decisions that maybe aren't what you ideally would want to do in terms of spending your time. I would still encourage people to do some service though, whatever it is, because you are going to get connected into a community. You're going to have people that you can bounce ideas with, you know, while you're working on your particular service task, just bouncing ideas with around your research. The number of collaborations that I've seen emerge, like research collaborations emerge from people doing service roles together in the course of that, getting to know one another better. You know, so they're not as mutually exclusive. I think maybe some of the service roles that might overlap a bit more with research are maybe, I don't know, would you have any thoughts on that? Like what, would running workshops, you know, organizing workshops, would anyone else have any ideas? Because I think that they're quite different. They're different.
It looks, I guess the question was coming also from the fact that you succeeded in both, so that might be.
But I think that, you know, like running workshops, there's a lot of work involved in being an organizer of a workshop and just, you know, writing up the proposal, and when it's accepted, getting the website up and facilitating the review of the position papers and working out how you're going to run it and so on. So I think that's a service role, because what you're doing is, again, creating conditions and environment where other researchers can come together and connect and exchange. So there's value in that from a research point of view and from a community building point of view, because, I don't know, especially when you come to CHI and there are, you know, a couple of thousand people, often it's the workshops where you really start building those deeper relationships. So I think that those sorts of things could be good roles.
Okay. So
reviewing papers is also really useful, isn't it? Because don't you learn so much by looking at how other people frame papers or frame research, and also seeing how other reviewers review the same paper. So I think that's a really useful and critically important because, yeah, if other people are reviewing your papers, being part of that circle is important.
Thank you. So you want to go back to easy question, or we go to the difficult ones? It's really you have your choice. It's your session.
Up to you, Phil.
Okay, so then there is...
For some reason I trust you. I don't know whether I should.
Let's go to the practical easy question. I will not tell who was asking the question, but I guess you can guess from the question is, hi Geraldine, I am wondering whether you would like to share how you practice taking critique with grace. Asked with love, you know that.
As what?
With love. The question was asked with love.
Asked with love. So that's a whole learning thing as well, because often when you feel like you've, you know, as a volunteer, and you know, I'm reflecting on my own experience, you know, when you feel like you've killed yourself trying to do the best job for something and there's critiques, sometimes it's really easy to get defensive. And so, you know, I have not always reacted with grace. And I try to be more reflective, you know, and try to understand a little bit more about where people are coming from. I am also increasingly trying to go back and say, I'm not happy with how I responded in that situation. Can we start again and just, you know, talk about, you know, can I understand more from your perspective what's going on or what might be the issue? And I think also is sort of inviting people to be part of the solution, and a way of doing that doesn't just say, you know, you go sort it out as well. You know, how do you form the collaborations in that? Yeah. So it's my learning journey still on that.
Okay. So there is a philosophical one to have it, but I think it's not too complicated. So would you, now with the MAID experience, also recommend the role of being a Kai chair, like it looks like, so they recommend it to you? It's not from me.
The satisfaction of standing up on the stage on the opening, you know, session and seeing this event come together that you've been working on for 2 more years, and that again, like, it's about, you know, creating the conditions for community and for conferring and for exchanging and for networking and building relationships and doing good science. That really makes it worthwhile. I think that if you do choose to take on a general chair role, recognizing that it might take more focused time and attention and giving yourself that space and making it okay to say no, I think that I often underestimate how much work is needed and how important it is that we don't just keep adding everything onto our day job, because I know that many of our institutions don't give us any remission for these big service roles. So we have to take responsibility ourselves for saying no to other things, you know, quickly and in a graceful way. And in making sure that we protect, I think this is really critically important, that we protect time that isn't to do with work or conference organisation to, you know, rest, recuperate, relax, socialise, you know, whatever. But just that whole, you know, because if you're not going to bring your best healthy self to the job, you're not going to do a good job either. So we have to include in that blocking off time, which I did start doing more, booking my own stuff in the diary for really caring about, you know, my responsibility to bring my best self to this work, and I can't do that if I'm burnt out. And I think that would be a suggestion. So I'd say do it, and do it wisely and, you know, carefully. And manage your own expectations about how much you can do. SIGCHI's 40 years. It's taken us 40 years to get to here, and it's still all changing, you know. And so whatever you can do, because I think as long as we create a space for people to come together, that's a success. And whether we got to do all the bells and whistles that we wanted and all of the really detailed changes that we wanted, less critical. You know, it may be what we came in with, you know, as a driver, but yeah.
Okay. So now an easy one, which is in fact in the medium section, but from my side, which is, I think people are worried because it looks like everything is successful for you, the research and the service and recognition and so on. So there was, Geraldine, can you have any of your service roles has been a real disaster? Can you tell us what went wrong and any advice on avoiding disaster?
I don't know, have I gone blank and have I blocked it out? I don't know that anything's been a real disaster.
Good, that's an answer.
Yeah, no, I don't think anything has. Sometimes they've been much more difficult than expected, or, you know, like as you talked about some of the unexpected challenges that come up. But no,
yeah, okay.
Nothing's that much of it. It's only a conference. It's only a service role. It's not life and death. You know, we also need just to keep it in perspective. Yeah. You know.
Yeah. I think there is an agreement on this one. Okay, so maybe higher level now. So do you think that the increase of evaluation of researchers has an effect on the freedom of science? The people take more strategic decisions.
Oh, absolutely, totally. Absolutely, totally. And that really worries me because it...
That was my question. What's your reflection on it? No, perfect.
Yeah, no, it's a real concern of mine. I remember Saul Greenberg when I was a PhD student talking about the least publishable unit at the LPU, and I went, what's that? And coming from the Australian system, we didn't quite have the same evaluation criteria and structures at that time. It's all changed, of course, because you've got to keep up. And I'm seeing that least publishable unit getting smaller and smaller as we try to squeeze out increasing numbers of papers. We're making strategic decisions on, if I do this piece of work, it can take 3 months and I can get it done by the CHI deadline, and then, you know, I'll have XCHI papers. And that's impacting the sort of questions we're asking, and it's impacting our risk-taking in research, and it's impacting the sort of research projects that we take on. And this is at a time when we should be taking risks, when the technologies that we're dealing with and the human-centered perspectives that need to be taken, if we think about all of the shift to the smart everything and AI and machine learning and the huge impacts it's having on society, we need to take on these bigger projects, bigger questions, and stop, you know, like this salami slicing of our research into small pieces. So I think that the metricization is really problematic. And again, I see encouraging directions, and because the Royal Society in the UK and the UK research councils, the Dutch research councils and various others are now moving more to a narrative CV approach where they're recognizing, and it's problematic because reviewers still have to work out how to deal with it and how to make sense of it. Again, the learning process, we're all in a process. But what's encouraging is that the emphasis is taken away from the quantification of research to creating the narrative story about why this was an important problem and what I've done to contribute to it, you know, to solving it. And it's much more of a focus on impact and drawing attention to some key papers rather than, you know, the counts that are actually meaningless because we just gameplay. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, good. Thank you. There is one which is a bit related but not too much. Is it possible that we just need less stuff, like labs, reading groups, etc., that we would need to do service for? It seems that academia is addicted to do more and more.
It is, isn't it? Wouldn't you love it if we could just say everything, we stop everything in terms of, you know, with accountability, because I also don't want to be naive. I mean, we're using government funds, for, you know, many of us, so we do need a level of accountability, but are we asking the right accountable questions in the right way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's silly work.
Well, there is we go back to the practical questions. that's very, I think it's a feedback from somebody experience, which is hybrid is what scares me into being nervous about volunteering at the next level. And I've volunteered at KAI organization for 12 years.
Ah.
Did you experience something similar in the past? For instance, like we removed the USB keys or something like that? Technology influencing decisions.
I think hybrid is a challenge, but I'm confident because I know that Kaiser and Albrecht are exploring a different model of hybrid for the next KAI, and again, as part of the process and the learning journey, you know, taking the reflection, and as they reported, taking the reflections from here and thinking about how to do it better, or maybe shifting to some mix of virtual, physical, you know, it's exciting because we've got the opportunity, I think, to recreate how we meet together, how we publish, and so on. So I wouldn't be scared. I'd be encouraging people to be part of exploring solutions and reflecting on, you know, what works, what doesn't.
So there is a related question just popping up, which is you spoke about service legacy. Which of your service contribution do you value most?
People.
But it was not finished.
Oh, sorry.
And how do you wish to see it carried forward by the community?
Yeah.
That's a bit more important.
Yeah. If we weren't in a hybrid format, I'd love to have something more interactive about seeing like what are other people's different motivations for service, because I think that we all have different motivations, and it reflects what strengths we bring to it and what excites us, what we can do well. And for me, it's always about people, and I think the midwife side. So I think that's the thing that's most important. I know, I could say with other people, if I were to observe them, I think they may be more excited about getting processes streamlined or getting sort of structures and policies in place. You know, all of these things that are really important. So they're all really important different contributions. The thing that will make me sit forward in the seat and get excited about is just the impact on people, and not to underestimate. And this is again what I want to encourage people. You don't have to be in any formal service role to be of service. Just talking to a colleague and saying, how are you going? Connecting with one another, responding to people. I always remember when I was a little PhD student sitting in Australia in a group in a faculty where no one had even heard of HCI or CSCW. And I had to read the CSCW proceedings from the very first one to try to get a sense of what was in it, but I knew it was something that I cared about. But I remember there was an article written by Bonnie Nardi somewhere, and it was she was reflecting on some other work that I had just read, and I sort of disagreed with what she said. And Bonnie Nardi was a very sort of senior, respected person in the community then. Is she still at UC Irvine? She retired. She's amazing. And so I don't know how I got up the gumption to do it, but I wrote an email that just said, really appreciated the article, and, I'm just interested to ask a question because I read this other person's work differently to how you presented it. And I sent it. I don't know, that was a very brave thing for me to do. It's not normally what I would have done. And she wrote back within a day or two, and a long email engaging deeply with the content. That was mind-blowing. And we can do that for each other in how we respond to one another. And I think that I did get the opportunity to tell her some years on that was just a real role model for me, that I wanted to be like Bonnie in just supporting people in the community and being responsive. And whether that's just going up to someone after a paper and saying that was great work, or, there are so many small ways that we can connect and be of service to helping grow community and growing, conferring, and encouraging one another to do good science.
So engaging with people is
engaging with people. Yeah. So basically, the answer is you don't have to do the big things. Yeah. Every little small things. I would want people to also do some of the big things, because otherwise we don't have a conference to come back to. But in this sort of and sense, and don't underestimate the power of your interaction with someone now and what influence you may have on them down the track.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So related to that, but it's related to institutions now, so I guess it's more for the faculty aspect. Do you think institutions can increase awareness of and reward invisible service that faculty do, especially for those who are marginalized?
Yeah, I wish, yep.
So how do you change institutions?
Yeah. I think you have to argue within your own institutions to have these visible. And I know that there's been some work reported about the increasing, there's always the research that talks about women in particular taking on increasing faculty service roles or mentoring and support roles. And that's been particularly so during COVID. So again, I've seen reports that have said that that's increased a lot. So I think that there are some very practical things that institutions can do. It can recognise that increased service load. They can seriously, take it seriously when it comes to evaluation. Someone I was talking to here, I think here, was talking, was it Aaron? Talking about how you explicitly give people remission from like you give them credit for their service roles. I don't know where Aaron is. I'm looking. Yeah, you can't tell people behind the mask. You give recognition as head of school to people who take on service roles in remission from teaching or whatever. So that's an explicit statement from the department that this is valued work and it makes a difference. And I've been on promotion committees where the criteria will say research teaching service, and you can name 2 of them that you've really excelled on. But of course, if you don't have research as one of them, I've seen people not get promoted, and in particular, I'm thinking of some women, and it's been a really hard battle. I'm really sad that I didn't win one of the arguments, because we need to not be afraid to challenge people when we're sitting on evaluation panels to say this is important work, to recognise that people have finite time, and if you're going to do service, you can't do everything. We need to make choices ourselves about how we balance our own portfolio within our institutions. So I think that we have to start the discussions. There are an increasing number of research papers and international initiatives that are that are useful for providing arguments. So a colleague in Germany, we were just exchanging some emails because she wants to argue for the importance of collegiality and a lot of the service roles that she does within faculty service. So we exchanged, we identified some papers so that it wasn't just her saying it's important, but saying, look, this is what this Nature paper says, or this is what this institution is doing. So, yeah.
Okay. So we are reaching the end of the panel, but there is one question left, which is very quick to answer. So sorry, I should not have been laughing. So it's very easy, quick and fast. So if you would have to restart your entire career with your current knowledge and practice, what would you change with respect to service? So 1 second. Sorry. Would you do more or less different kind of service? Would you focus more on conferences, on journals, or?
No, it is what it is. Like I think in the same way that the podcast stories just says, you look back and make sense of it. There's never been any strategic plan. It's making considered choices at times. There may be, sometimes I would not have taken on so many roles at once because I didn't do what Anna said about blocking, the actual work that's involved in doing a role or properly trying to estimate that. So maybe more the number of concurrent ones. But yeah, I think that's, and just in concluding, I do want to also acknowledge just the really important role of all the people that I've worked with in the groups and collaborators and researchers, because I get to do a lot of the service roles because people in my group are there with, having my back or contributing or just supporting, morally. And amazing collaborators who just make it worthwhile. So it's not an individual thing in the same way that we're not here on our own individual efforts. This service award is not an individual thing. It's building on a cast of 1,000, and it needed a cast of 1,000 to do.
Okay, thank you. I would like to say also that people have misunderstood completely the Slido because there are a lot of compliments about the discussions you had with Anna and so on. So this was wrong. It was only questions normally. But people say that. I know it's only for questions, but I want to say I'm very happy to that. There is a question from Suzanne.
Yes, I'm sorry. Hello. So this is a real simple question. If you could use one word, what would you like? This is a lifetime service award, right? And you're an amazing person. If you could choose one word to describe the legacy that you want to leave behind, what would it be?
Beers? No, sorry.
It's not an easy question. I'd say people. People doing things, that's not one word. People doing things differently. Caring, people caring, community caring. That's 2 words. Can I have 2 words?
Wow, yeah. I think it's time to conclude, so I think I will like just say that SIGCHI community, thank you very much, and this is recognized, this is award that we are giving to you, the Lifetime Service Award. I would like to take the opportunity to thank a lot the people in the Slido. There are 3 or 4 people, I don't know unfortunately, I would be very happy to chat with them. They have been asking excellent questions, so thank you very much, all of you who contributed in Slido, and all of you for attending this very, very interesting and fruitful session on discussion. And thank you very much to Anna and Gerald.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you.
We have a short break of 15 minutes, and I think we start the town hall afterwards.
Hey, hey, 1, 2. All right, check, 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 check. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Mic number 1. Hey, 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 hey. Check, 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 check. Hey, hey, hey.
Okay, so we'll just do one more. Thank you. You're doing great. 4, 6, 7. So we have one more. One more coming. Perfect. So okay, if we keep them in the same arc. A minute. I think we have to.
Oh, what's that? I'm making room for you there. Okay. Oh, gotcha.
You see it?
Yeah, gotcha. You caught me there.
That last time.
He is, huh?
It's like being on plane. And it's someone with a full one, lunch, all those things. I will come.
Hey, hey. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Check, check. 1, 2.
My name is Shawan Bartel. I'm the Executive Vice President on the ACM SIGCHI Executive Committee. Now a few words about SIGCHI and SIGCHI HCI. The officers, the
SIGCHI community is especially
PDF publication norms exclude people within policy to change this.
Check 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey.
Information and practical research from hi everyone. For our community to form a new
President
Yes. So you want me to use the Google Doc, or I do them as a PowerPoint slide? Okay. And I will just pass them one by one? Or you do them? Yeah, I will be here. Okay, so I will include it in my stuff for the next. Okay, I will do that. Yeah, thank you. No, but again, I did the
very good.
Australia versus Austria stuff. I cannot believe it.
Did you?
Yeah, I cannot believe it.
Did you say anything about prisons and exiles and people being sent? No?
No, I should.
No.
Never.
See?
No, yeah, I was
not question. I need a career. Which I do with plastic, and you won't be sustainable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it reduces the plastic from the world if I eat it.
What's the problem?
Papers turned. And then I got logged out because
We have two things. We have the papers, revision of the paper process, and the site selection for 24.
What I mean is there agenda? Is there agenda? No. So
the governor talked about the science event.
you're first. Regan's first. Yeah, you're first.
Julie was here.
I haven't got Ralph in there. Story time.
I had to leave as many as I could. And then he'll find out.
What's the one at the top? Next to the Hallow and Hayes. What's that? Between Hallow and Hayes. Important. I fixate on details. That would be my question. I was down there. Excuse me. Good guy. Excuse me.
I learned from experience to never do that in slides. My slide, I was in Haifa with Israel and I got a letter invitation with you, and I gave it at the airport. Say, give it to the airport officer, and that will be easy for you to go through. First question, say, do you read Hebrew? Say, no. You give me a letter, you don't know what is inside? That was the beginning of 2 hours of inquiry. Never do it again.
Hi. So there is no audio with your slides, right? You're just speaking to them?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Do it back now. Maybe a bit of circle. It's a circle of life. Like the Lion King. Which character are you?
I'm not Scar. I'm sure the names are different. I'm on
Scar.
I'm not.
You're not sitting at all?
No.
Okay, she's not.
I will.
Ready when you're ready.
Anybody celebrating any birthdays today? Raise your hand if you're celebrating a birthday today.
It's the same thing.
Sick time. Is it Gilbert? Happy birthday to you. Oh, sorry. Welsh. Was it?
Throw your cookies at Eric.
No, man, take this seat.
Thank you.
No, but you're
No.
the boss.
This one. So I can get out of the way when it's time for people to do their thing.
Whoa.
Sorry?
You remember now your current mental state?
Yeah.
Remember it very well, and then you will see how it evolves during the discussions and so on. Then you can revisit the...
Revisit over and over and over again. Forward to it. All right, I think we're going to get started.
Yeah.
Next to you on stage. When we had 3 sessions. Throwing the... And then you had to be here at the end.
Okay.
Yes.
There's no, yeah. So we're just waiting for the stream to have sound before we actually officially get started, so that our remote attendees can hear us as well as see us. So that's what the holdup is. Enjoy your lunch. Oh, talk amongst yourselves and enjoy your lunch. Are they ready? And we now have sound. That's wonderful. All right, so welcome to the SIGCHI Joint Town Hall. Thank you all for coming. My name is Regan Mandrick. I'm from the University of Saskatchewan in Canada, and I'm the CHI Steering Committee Chair. I've been Steering Committee Chair since 2019. For those of you who aren't really aware of the separations between all these different acronyms, we'll get into that a little bit today, especially as we answer questions that come in from you in the crowd and from the remote attendees. But SIGCHI is the SIG of the ACM. CHI is the flagship conference that has its own steering committee that steers the long-term vision of the conference series. So for example, as chair of the steering committee, I'm currently dealing with issues related to 2022, 23, 24, 25, and 26. So we have long-term planning that the CHI steering committee is responsible for. When we choose a site location, which we'll get into a little bit later, and hand off the conference to the general chairs to organize, that team is responsible for that conference year. So that's the CHI organizing team. So we have the CHI organizing team, the steering committee, and the SIGCHI all here represented on the stage, and we're going to try and answer your questions as they come in. For questions today, you can ask questions, both remote attendees and in-person attendees can ask questions through Slido. The number, if you want to join directly, is 514-126. So you can join through Hub, but you can also join Slido directly. It's 514-126. I'll repeat that a couple more times. There is also Discord for Theater B. I don't think we're going to be monitoring that for questions that come in. So if you do see a question come in on Discord that hasn't been answered, feel free to paste it into the Slido if you're just helping us out here. So we'll only really be monitoring the Slido for questions. There will be people answering questions on stage. There will also be members of the SIGCHI EC and the CHI Steering Committee answering questions, in which case they will either come up to the stage or we'll hand them a mic. And so we'll hopefully get all of your questions addressed today. I'm going to start, though, by handing it off to the president of the SIGCHI EC, Neha Kumar, who's going to start by explaining a little bit about what SIGCHI is and what their initiatives have been over the past, 8 months, since they started in July 2022. Neha.
Hi, everyone. So for the benefit of those who weren't there at the opening, and then also for those who weren't able to watch, we got a few messages about people not being able to watch the introduction that I did yesterday. So I thought I would just go over the slides really quick. And then we have a video from some of the EC members that we'd like to show you. So as Regan introduced, so there's the SIGCHI EC that I'm representing here today. That's the SIGCHI Executive Committee. And CHI is one of the 26 conferences that the SIG oversees. These are the goals, and I'll just go over them quickly again. So SIGCHI aspires to co-create guidelines and best practices for infrastructuring accessible, safe, sustainable, and equitable spaces for knowledge production. And we have roles on the EC that address those topics to provide avenues for support and mentorship of our community and all those who participate in the generation of knowledge, and to facilitate mutual learning across communities, crossing regional, cultural, institutional, disciplinary, and other borders. And this is only made possible through the efforts of a number of people. So on the screen you see all of the executive committee members and their roles, and we'll be sharing the slides as well with you shortly. And then there's also, wait a second, also the committees that they all chair. There are the areas that we have that are led by them. So accessibility, sustainability, there's travel, so Gary Marsden Awards, chapters, so a lot of global inclusion related committees. There's awards, there's our various conference steering committees, conferences, board, the development fund committee, and operations. And then we have additional committees that oversee interactions, PACM HCI, HCI Education, there's a SIGCHI steering committee here, ethics, SIGCHI Cares, and also new committees that are in the process of being formed that would be in the areas of communications, publications, equity, the Mediterranean SIGCHI community. There's a Futuring SIGCHI effort, which will be targeting participation from students in early careers. And this is around generating new initiatives that are relevant for and helpful to students and early career professionals in our community. And then there's a focus on hybrid, which, as you can see, is one that we need. So there's a hybrid working group that is going to be formed, and also a group of people working on SIGCHI at 40 efforts to see how we can look at the past and learn from it as we move into the future. And so I just want to, again, thank everybody who's been volunteering for SIGCHI, not just in these committees, but also people who've been reviewing papers, helping out at conferences, attending our virtual sessions, participating in other ways. So thank you all. And then these are the ways in which you can learn about us. So you can certainly read our webpage, our blog, there's our social media channels, you can email us. If you'd like to be more actively involved, then you can attend our events, and those are linked from the website. So there's an events calendar, and there are Zoom events that take place monthly. There are open sessions and EC meetings that we hold monthly that we encourage you to participate in. If you'd like to volunteer, there are open calls on SIGCHI.submittable, and Submittable is a platform that we use for all open calls for the different committees. If you'd like to be more actively involved and also informed about everything that's going on, then we ask that you consider becoming a SIGCHI member. SIGCHI membership is different from ACM membership. It used to be $55 for professionals and then $19 for students, with other rates for people from other countries. And we've reduced that, so the new rates will be effective starting July. And we've reduced that to almost half, so it's going to be $30 or less, and then $10 for students. And this is, being a SIGCHI member puts you on the mailing list, which basically gets you all the updates in your inbox. So all of the events that are going on, all of the initiatives, that's where we try to inform people first. And then at CHI, there's a few events that have taken place already since yesterday, but these are still, well, ongoing or over the next few days. And so there's a panel that we invite you to, and that's looking at SIGCHI at 40, celebrations and aspirations. There are 3 SIGs that are yet to take place. One is looking at Latin America and global inclusion. There's the Research Ethics Committee SIG, Equity Talks, and this is the town hall. And then we have a few more award sessions. So there's a lifetime practice session today and the Social Impact Awards panel tomorrow. And you can meet us at the SIGCHI Exchange booth in the exhibit hall. And I'd like, again, to just call out the names of the awardees this year. So for Lifetime Research, Yvonne Rogers was our awardee, and she gave her talk yesterday, so hopefully you had a chance to attend. Lifetime Practice, Stephen Pemberton, and that will be the next award session in this auditorium. We just heard Geraldine Fitzpatrick and Anna Cox in conversation about service. And then the social impact awardees this year, Liz Gerber, Jennifer Mankoff, and Aditeshwar Seth, and we'll be hearing them in a panel tomorrow morning. The outstanding dissertation awardees, Akash Gautam, Fred Homan, and Annalisa Martini-Decken, and they gave their talks yesterday. And then our Academy inductees, Mark Billinghurst, Tanzim Chaudhry, Aniket Kitur, Amy Ko, Norbert Streitz, Jamie Tivan, Marilyn Tremaine, and Roll Vertical. So once again, if we can give them a round of applause. And with that, I'll end my presentation here. And I think the video should come on now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shawan Barzel. I'm the Executive Vice President on the ACM-SIGCHI Executive Committee. Now, a few words about SIGCHI and SIGCHI-EC. ACM-SIGCHI is one of the special interest groups of ACM and the premier international society for all professionals, academics, and students interested in human-computer interaction. It provides a forum for discussions on HCI through conferences, publications, communities, and a host of other services. ACM-SIGCHI is run by an executive committee, which includes 6 elective officers, the immediate past chair, editors of membership publications, and appointed office holders. SIGCHI-EC oversees all operations of SIGCHI, including over 20 sponsored and over 40 in cooperation conferences and publications, among other things. I invite you to join me and my SIGCHI-EC colleagues in shaping SIGCHI as it moves into the future.
My name is Tammy Clegg, and I am the Vice President of SIGCHI Communications. The SIGCHI Communications Committee is the front door, so to speak, of the SIGCHI organization and the gateway of communication between the SIGCHI Executive Committee and the SIGCHI membership. We ignite communication and interactions needed to sustain and grow our research community. That means we are responsible for informing you about what is going on in our community and how you can be involved. This is especially important for upholding the SIGCHI Executive Committee's values for transparency, equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Hello everyone, my name is Pejman Mirza Bobai. I'm an associate professor at Ontario Tech University, and I'm your SIGCHI Vice President for Publication and a member of SIGCHI Executive Committee. My role basically oversees all publication-related matters for SIGCHI and our family of conferences. As you know, within SIGCHI, we closely follow ACM's publication policies and processes. So a key aspect of my work is to help our conference leaders, so those are the general chairs, technical program chairs, and the paper chairs of our 25 conferences, to establish and follow ACM's policies and processes for their publication pipeline.
I'm Stacy Branham. I'm your adjunct chair for accessibility and also chair of the Accessibility Committee. Our vision is a future in which people with a diverse range of disabilities can participate in all aspects of the SIGCHI community as leaders, volunteers, and members. You might be surprised to hear that despite the efforts of dedicated volunteers, ACM's PDF publications are not accessible to blind screen reader users. Many of our papers and talks are not accessible to deaf native signers. Many spaces in our conference venues are wheelchair inaccessible. Our communication norms exclude people with intellectual, learning, and developmental disabilities. So our work is to assess, provide guidance, and make policy to change this.
I'm Nick Bidwell, Adjunct Chair of the Sustainability Committee. Our committee is engaging with diverse perspectives on socio-ecological sustainability across geographies and across industry, academia, and the third sector. We'll be sharing information and practical resources informed by the efforts of many people in HCI towards achieving sustainable practices in all aspects of SIGCHI members' work, from conferences and travel to education and research ethics. And eventually we'll be implementing tools to encourage and track improved practice.
皆さんこんにちは. Hi everyone, my name is Naomi Yamashita. I'm SIGCHI's Vice President at Large. My role is to create a better infrastructure for our community to thrive. And as part of my role, I worked with the local chapters and the past Asian Development Committee to form a new steering committee in Asia. I've also been working on enhancing membership benefits, which you should be able to see in the upcoming months. So stay tuned.
Hello, I'm Susanne Boll, the SIGCHI Vice President for Conferences. In this role, I oversee the wonderful set of SIGCHI-sponsored and SIGCHI co-sponsored conferences that are characterizing our vibrant community. So I am here to offer support for your questions about conference organization, about the budget, the Specialized Conference Development Fund, and many more topics around conference organization.
Hi, my name is Luigi De Russis, and I am Adjunct Chair for SIGCHI Community Support. In my role, I manage and oversee community-oriented initiatives to better serve SIGCHI members. This includes the Gary Marsden Travel Awards and the Development Fund.
Hello, I'm Simone Griegelstein, your SIGCHI Adjunct Chair for Knowledge Sharing. I'm Associate Professor at the Masaryk University, Czech Republic, and researcher at the Austrian Institute of Technology and the University of Vienna, Austrian Europe. As your Knowledge Sharing Chair, I will collect relevant SIGCHI information that we propose in our community to provide you with the necessary knowledge to help you plan and organize SIGCHI conferences.
Hi, I'm Susan Dre. I'm the Associate Chair for Partnerships and also the de facto leader of the celebration for SIGCHI Turns 40. Now in my role as Partnerships Chair, I'm hoping to extend that to other organizations as well as individuals. And I hope that you will consider being part of that by helping me know what are the organizations which you feel would be the most beneficial for us to be part of.
Hello, my name is Priya Kumar, and I am SIGCHI's Adjunct Chair for Volunteer Support. SIGCHI is a volunteer-driven organization, which means that we thrive when you, our volunteers, thrive. SIGCHI's volunteer support efforts involve recruiting people for SIGCHI volunteer positions and ensuring that the SIGCHI volunteer experience is fruitful and meaningful for all involved.
Hi, I'm your SIGCHI Adjunct Chair for Equity, Cale Passmore. Pronouns they, them, he, him. I amplify the needs and wants of folks within our SIGCHI communities to the EC, to conference chairs, and I knowledge share across these groups to help create more positive academic conference spaces. In other words, I do what I can to help shift our norms toward all things equitable and attempt to structure how we can keep our communities accountable to the standards that we together set.
Hi, I'm Cash, the SIGCHI VP for Operations. My pronouns are he, him. My role in the executive committee is to help our community members, authors, conference organizers, and attendees with anything that relates to our infrastructure. My goal as VP for Operations is to ensure that we can equip you all, our members, with useful and usable tools, helpful resources, and platforms that can showcase all your amazing work.
All right. So I'm just going to introduce you to the CHI Steering Committee. I don't have a video, but we have a website that you can go to. It's chi.acm.org, so it's super easy to remember. As I mentioned, I'm the chair. Tovi Grossman, who is not here in New Orleans, is the vice chair. Carolina Pear is our data director. Simone Barbosa is also on the committee. Steve Brewster, he is here in New Orleans as the GC liaison. Anna Cox in the front row, TPC liaison. Ashley Cozy, who is here in New Orleans for the first time. We get to see her in a couple of years. From the ACM, in case you don't know Ashley. Geraldine Fitzpatrick, down in the front row, Future Chairs and Volunteer Development Director. Rasha Kushal-Nagar is our Accessibility Director and is joining us remotely for the conference. Florian Mueller is also joining us remotely for the conference. You might know him as Floyd. Phil Planck, behind me, the Steering Committee Site Selection Director. Aaron Quigley, in the front row. And Max Wilson, who is joining us on the Zoom today. We also have observing members of our committee, which are the future GCs, the GCs and TPCs who have been identified for future CHIs. And we do this to onboard volunteers into this very large service role. So when we have a future conference, we bring them on as soon as possible so that they can gather information. And for CHI 22, you're all familiar with the general chairs, and we have Ayman, Shama, and I already mentioned Caroline because she serves double roles. We also have our two EJA chairs. We have Katja Spiel, who is joining us remotely today. And is Christina here? No, Christina Harrington, who is not in New Orleans. Okay. Okay, so speaking of the future, we also have a future CHI coming up, CHI 23. I don't want to steal their thunder for the closing, but if you want to talk to the future chairs of CHI 23, Albert Schmidt and Kaiser Vananen are in the audience here. I think I saw them over there. They're there waving. I can't see anything from up here, so I'm assuming they're waving. And then the three TPCs, Anicia, Tesh, and Parola, have already been identified. So Parola is joining us remotely. Anicia and Tesh are here. So if you see them, ask them questions. Papers for 23 have also already been identified, and that's what we're going to talk about next. So Stephanie, if you want to come up and join us. So we have three papers chairs from CHI 23, Julie Williamson, who's a rollover chair from CHI 2022, Max Wilson, a new chair, and Stephanie Mueller, a new chair as well. We're going to talk to you about some of the changes to the CHI revise and resubmit process that we started in 22 and are continuing into 23.
It's a disaster. Oh, it's yours. It's not on the page there.
Lovely. So, anybody who is participating in papers this year knows there was a lot of changes, revise and resubmit. So I definitely want to thank the general chairs and the TPCs for starting us on this journey, and for everybody here for joining us as well on this journey. And it is a journey, and I think we're going to continue on this journey for a few more years as well. So one of our key goals when we started to plan for 2023 was to really learn from the first year of R&R. And that's something that I'll talk about a lot on the next slide, but this has really been a detailed feedback process. We've had a lot of iterations, we've heard a lot of different voices, and I think it's going to make the process a lot better for 2023. One of the other key things was to allow more authors to respond to the reviews and allow more authors to get the benefits of revise and resubmit. The revise and resubmit this year, we had a relatively smaller window of authors who could participate, and we want to increase this substantially so more authors can enjoy it. This will improve the quality of more papers, and that work won't be lost or wasted because those papers will go into maybe the next year's CHI, or maybe they go into another conference, maybe you share them as a preprint. That work is still going to have a lot of value for you, even if the final result isn't an accepted CHI paper. And one of our other key things was to really improve the working expectations for authors and all of the volunteers that are involved. It is a huge amount of work to put on this program. Everybody contributes so much of their time, and we really wanted to try to make a paper schedule that had a lot more space carved out for a balance between ACing work, reviewing schedules, and what authors are expected to do as well. So I'll talk a little bit about the process that we went through for gathering feedback, and then I'll hand over to Stephanie. So we gathered a lot of feedback from authors, reviewers, associate chairs, subcommittee chairs, and we went on social media and gathered everything. If you added us, if you sent us messages on email, if you got into random Slacks that we were in, all of that was captured, and we spent many hours going through all of the comments. So we really did hear it, and thank you for all the comments. It was really helpful. We did an agile retrospective, and we performed this to identify some specific actions. So we actually have some reports that we kind of put together to really organize our thoughts and make them really concrete, make sure we're not losing any of these good comments that we gathered through this process. We went through the changes with the proposed changes with the technical program chairs and the general chairs for 2023. And again, we have another iteration with people that are helping us to put this process on. We get a lot more feedback as well. Then the changes are proposed to the CHI Steering Committee for further comment. So everybody basically on these volunteering roles has spent a lot of time helping us make it better this year. We did a quantified analysis performed on the CHI 2022 data. Obviously, the reviewing form was really different this year, and something that I found was really an important change that I wanted to push last year around moving away from ordinal data and looking at categorical data for our review form. And we actually were able to do a lot of analysis of how well that worked and how that impacted how papers moved through the process. Finally, these final changes were voted on by the CHI Steering Committee, and we have now our remit to move forward and make this process work and make it better. We're also gathering community feedback here at the town hall today. If you see us in the hallways, you can definitely talk to us because things are a process. Nothing is going to be static in this, and we are going to be able to improve and react as well. And we'll continue to do this as the process continues. We'll assess our progress based on 2023 and all the feedback that I know will be coming as we go through the next stages of this process.
Okay, so Julie already walked you through the decision-making process and all the different levels of feedback. I will give you a breakdown how the new CHI paper review process will look like. So the first few points are probably looking very similar to everybody. So first, authors submit their papers, paper deadlines mid-September. Then the papers get reviewed by externals in the 2AC. Then the 1AC writes the meta review, and the reviews get then released to the authors. Now, instead of writing a rebuttal, as was the case in a few years back, we will have a revise and resubmit process for a larger share of papers. So you can see here that we are currently planning that every paper that has at least one review as revise and resubmit or higher will get the chance to actually revise their papers. So based on the CHI 2022 data, that would be around 54% of papers. Anything below that, so all the papers that only got reject or reject and resubmit scores would be rejected at this point. Authors then have 5 weeks to update the document source and also submit a clear markup PDF and write the response letter. And you can see the deadline for this, we are planning for mid-December, so it's not like early January like this year, so we actually get the winter holiday break. So winter holidays are a non-working period, as you can see here. And then the 1AC and 2AC and the externals update their reviews in response to what the authors uploaded. And then there's one single PC meeting to make the accept or reject decisions in early January. So just to recap why we made these changes to the paper review process, so we really wanted to give more authors a chance to revise and resubmit based on the feedback they received from the reviews. So there's a wider distribution of the benefits of revise and resubmit across the community. And again, as Julie already said, we plan that this, or we hope that this will improve the papers for future CHI or for future submission to a different venue. Then we limit the workload, right, by having just one stream and one PC meeting, so that will also reduce the work for ACs and for subcommittee chairs and for anyone involved. And then we really polished the timeline to avoid any holiday work as much as possible. So there are now breaks built into the paper schedule for authors, reviewers, and the committee members, and we really try hard to avoid anybody's weekend. So I think these were all the slides we have, and we are happy to take any questions if you have some.
There haven't been any questions related to this yet because there's a bit of a delay for the remote attendees. But for attendees in the room, again, remember you can ask your questions through Slido. It's 514-126. But I guess what I'll just do is call you back up to answer questions. And so. All right. While we're waiting for questions to come in, a couple more things. So from the steering committee side. So in terms of speaking more about the future, I look towards Phil for the future, he says. We have a couple new members joining our committee, Catherine Isbister and Yoshifumi Kitamura, who are joining us. They've been observing members, now they're joining our committee as full members. And we also have changed our process for the CHI Steering Committee to basically steal from what IUI did with their chair model. So the CHI Steering Committee was formed in 2015, 2016. And Phil was the first chair, and then I became the chair. And I've been chair since 2019, so yay, all 3 pandemic conferences so far for me. And then in the future, we've decided that it's too much work for one person to chair and too much responsibility just on one person. So we're taking the IUI model. And in case you're not familiar with that, we will have 3 people. So we'll have the present chair, who serves for 2 years, and that person will then become the chair emeritus, so I'll become the chair emeritus soon, for 2 years. And then we also have a chair-elect, who is going to be the incoming chair. So we have a team of 3 people. When you come in as chair-elect, you commit for 6 years, because you do chair-elect for 2 years, chair for 2 years, and then chair emeritus for 2 years. But between the team of 3, we should be better able to distribute the workload. And so that's going to be happening this year in the summer, and that's already been decided. The new chair of the steering committee, I'll be the chair emeritus. Hold your applause. Joke. Cliff Lampy will be the new steering committee chair. What? No one told you? And the chair-elect is Aaron Quigley, who's in the front row, and whom I think most of you will know. All right, so that's our new chairing model that was coming up. Also, okay, oh, we are clapping, okay. If that's all it takes for applause, no. So the next thing that I'm going to do is talk to you a little bit. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to introduce our site selection director, who will talk to you a little bit about the location of the next conference we haven't announced yet, which is CHI 2024.
Thank you very much, Regan. Okay. Oops, that was a bit fast. Yeah, so just about to announce CHI 2024, I guess that you are all completely stressed to know where it will be and how you will reach the place and how fun it will be to be there, okay? So just to start by the past before going to the future is, yeah, CHI 2022, I guess all of you know where we are. And I would like to say that they were very good about the future because they had the mask on the logo before COVID. So that was, I think they did a good job for that. You know that CHI 2023 will be in Hamburg. For the one who don't know, the hamburgers, they come from there. And this is an example of the daily food you get in Hamburg every day.
It's a vegan.
I have a vegan version on the other set of slides. Sorry about that.
That is the vegan version.
It doesn't look like. Yeah, okay. For CHI 2024 suspense. And as usual, now it's getting a kind of practice over the last few years. You have to be ready, you have to be alert, you have to guess. Okay, and there is a great prize for the one who will be identifying first the location for CHI 2024. And I will give you some hints because otherwise it's a bit complicated. So part of the hints is about looking at the past and history. And you can see here the alternation of different locations for the CHI conferences. And you see also on the side, on the right-hand side, the continent or the places where it was happening. And you can see that we are alternating places. So by these alternating places, you can try to identify already where it will be. So I can tell you that, of course, according to the sequence, next CHI 2024 will be in North America and on the west side of North America. Are you ready? Yeah, it's silence now, so okay. So, first hint. You have not seen anything, okay? So it's just, this is a Jedi gesture, so okay. I think I can go faster now. So it will be, it's on this map, okay, that you see here. There are famous people born there. I start by the most famous one, so like Bruno Mars, that I guess you know all. And then there is Barack Obama also, yeah, that you might know also. And the last one, they invented something, which is the point of HCI also, to invent new technology. It was the invention of the surf, okay. Oh yes, yeah, yeah. So. Thank you. I thought everybody has understood before. So why we chose this? It will be very fast. Eh? It's, there was a kind of hint from CHI 2021. They were having a motto which was making waves. So after making something, we decided it's good to use it. So if you want to use the waves from 2021, you have to go to Hawaii, and that will be the place. And talking about using, we can also reuse, okay, what was already planned for 2020. They did a great job. Nobody saw the conference, so we thought. So we already have a logo. We have most of it. I mean, we just need to change the 0 to 4, and we can reuse the training from SIGCHI 40. You know, because there's the 4 and the 0 also. So I think we are. It's sustainable. It's sustainable. It's perfect. So I will come back on that later. Is it a joke? So where is it exactly for the one who are not planning 2020? It's in the middle of let's say, America and Asia. And what was one of the selection reason. We had a meeting there for selecting the sites long time ago, and that was the picture from my hotel room. Okay, so you might have to check the weather forecast before you reach the place if you want to go there. And this is the convention center. Okay, so this is the entrance of the convention center from the street. This is the convention center from inside. And what I can tell you with respect to the one we have here is that we will take 100% of the convention center. It doesn't mean we will not be at the end of the convention center. I have to say that I was the one doing the site selection for here as well. So this is part of the learning process we were talking about before. So, and Hamburg is very similar, so there is just one place and so on. But we wanted to try something different to see if it doesn't work, and it doesn't work, so now we don't do it anymore. A location for the convention center, you see it's not far away from the sea or the ocean, let's say this way. It's very well located downtown, very easy to reach. I think I should give you a bit of rationale because it was not our first choice in the steering committee to come back to Hawaii. But you might have heard about some disturbances in our, in the global life, I would say, and also in the steering committee activities. So we were not able to do site visits during COVID, unfortunately. Time was passing and we were waiting. We said, well, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, flights will start again and we can do the visit. And then it was 3 months and we cannot do the visit. And then it was 6 months, we cannot do the visit, etc. So we had to revisit what we already knew and what was available. And so we visited the site visits that we did when we were planning 2020. And unfortunately, the other convention centers were all booked, and so that Hawaii was still available. And even though it was difficult to meet this with some kind of sustainability requirements that we had also, it was decided that because we have this knowledge, we were not able to do other site visits, that we would grow the knowledge we have from Hawaii for 2020 and to use it forward for 2024. So we have this rotating scheme also that was a part of the constraints. And we had all the data available from the convention center. Especially the team of 2020 were really good at accessibility. For instance, they have been measuring everything. We have all the data about the quantity of meters from one place to the other one. So it was something that was very well done and unfortunately unused. So we will do that. Another argument, you can read at the same time. Another argument was the fact that when we canceled the CHI 2020, they were not charging SIGCHI for the cancellation. And the convention center is also very cheap, so that's a second argument. There are plenty of other ones. You have them at the bottom, like stimulation and motivations for people to learn and go and attend the conferences, because we know also at SIGCHI level that when we have a SIGCHI sponsored conference there, we increase significantly the number of attendees, so people are willing to go there. So that's it for 2024. Congratulations for who found the location from the hints, especially the flowers from Hawaii that were subliminal in some of the slides. And then we can talk about the future of the future. So 2025, we know it will be in Asia, and the city has been selected, but you will not know about it until the contract is fully finalized. And we have not finalized the contract because we don't know what will happen, for instance, in 2022. So we have a few months to revise the usual contract and the request for proposal in number of rooms and number of tracks, etc. After CHI, and we will do it. And for 2026, we will start to work on the site selection again after 2022, because we had to learn about what we have these nowadays. And that's what we call the wild card. So maybe you don't understand the point of the wild card. At least I don't understand, so I will explain at least for me. So this is the process, because everybody knows and wants to have a process in the slides. So I did a small one. And you see there are blue things, which is what we do, and orange things is what we might do. Okay. So you see the East North America, Europe, West North America, Asia, and East North America again. And we have the potential to go for a wild card. And it works pretty well. So if you look where in blue, in orange, sorry, you have the past. So 18 was in Montreal. We have the chair here. 2019 was in Europe, in Scotland, and we have the chair somewhere. 2020 was somewhere in the cyberspace, so I could have put it in the wild card, but it was not the case. Asia 2021, kind of, and we turn now, and so we might revisit after 2025 this kind of wildcard if we want to do it. This is the process. I will not go through into detail if you want, but what you can see very easily is colors, and colors show you who is involved in the site selection. And you can see that people from ACM, Ashley, John Otero, and others are helping us all the time to do this contract and the site visits and the contracts also with the hotels. So they are very helpful and useful and helping us, even though we do sometimes not perfectly as we should. There is the executive committee making decisions and supporting and providing strategic views on the locations, and the steering committee implementing the work. And Regan is the chair of the steering committee, and she's making the connection between what we do at the steering committee and the executive committee. And you can see that at the end, we are supposed to do the work. If there are questions, I'm very happy to take them now. Otherwise, I will be also happy to take them on email. And that's it. Thank you.
So since you're standing here, we do have one question related to this that's coming via Slido. From Daniel Bennett. Did anyone do any carbon footprint analysis on the location of CHI 2024? It seems likely that Hawaii will maximize the number of people who need to fly.
Yeah, this is a good question. This work was done for 2020 already. We know that it has an impact. I think I was absolutely not clear about the rationale and the process for selecting a site. Sustainability was one of the requirements. In fact, there are plenty of other requirements, like for instance, do we have a convention center that fits SKY? And we could have decided to cancel this. If you look at the bottom of the slide, where we had other requirements like motivation for engaging in research, motivation for attending places, motivation for interacting with people. That was also some requirements we had to deal with. Accessibility, as I said before. Cost is also something quite important. As I said, I would say the friendliness of the convention center, if we can say this way, was also some requirements. So we know that sustainability might be not perfect, that's the least I can say, I think, for Hawaii, but it brings other advantages. And already SKY 2020 team had a very strong sustainability group who are supporting the reduction as much as possible of this carbon footprint aspect that we have, you have identified in the question. And these people are willing to work again and to make it even better. So I would trust our community also to find solutions, especially nowadays. And also the notion of hybrid format will be something that might reduce significantly what was planned for 2020. Thank you.
Thanks. That's all the questions we had about site selection that have come up so far. All right. So this is, oh, you want to? No, take it. We don't need it. All right, so this is kind of one of the downsides of Slido is that it's a little bit harder to kind of stay on one topic for a while and then switch to a new one. So there have been a number of questions that have come in. So I'm going just to start with the ones that have been most upvoted, and I'll try and go through the whole deck to see if there's questions that are associated with that, so that we can stay on a bit of a topic for a while. So the first one, I'll actually just read out. It starts as more of a comment than a question, which, ooh, but it's a good one. So it's a happy one. I wanted to thank you all for holding the community together during a difficult time and for bringing conferences back. So congratulate yourselves. That's from Eric Gilbert. Okay, so the next one is for SIGCHI. And so, are you on Slido as well? Okay, so you're, all right. So the next one's for SIGCHI, so I'll hand it over to Neha. The question is anonymous. Given recent events about SIGCHI members and sexual misconduct, how is SIGCHI going to concretely make the conference climate safe for all attendees?
So one thing I wanted to quickly mention about the sustainability point was that we did recently set up a sustainability committee that was actually inspired by the concerns that came up around sustainability with regards to our conference site selection. And that's the committee that I had also briefly mentioned that's being led by Nick Bedwell. And we can, if you're interested, we can have a conversation about that later. With regards to conferences and safety, I'd like to see if we can get Shawan Barzel, our Executive VP, to address that.
Hopefully you can hear me all right. Okay, Shawan Barzel, Executive Vice President on the SIGCHI Executive Committee. Thank you. We appreciate the question. The harassment and discrimination issues are something that we have been trying to address for years. And in 2020, SIGCHI Executive Committee formed a group. It's called SIGCHI Cares. You can go online. It's on the SIGCHI Executive Committee website. This is a resource for those who experience discrimination and or harassment in violation of ACM's policies. And as a group of us, we hold regular meetings. We are open to anybody who has experienced discriminations or harassment anytime. And this is on one level, and we walk those who are affected through the ACM process in terms of reporting, and every conversation is confidential. And we are also doing a lot of the training in SIGCHI Cares in terms of conflict resolutions and listening and being there for the victims. So this is one. We also work very closely with ACM. There's, as you probably know, a violation database where every one of us, all the volunteers will had to be checked against the violation database in terms of issues or incidents that happened in the past. So there are a lot of different things we are doing, both on the SIGCHI level and also working closely with ACM. And we happen to have Michael Mueller, who is one of the new chairs for SIGCHI Cares. He, as well as Celine Latulip, are leading the SIGCHI Cares committee now. And I'm gonna turn the floor to Michael to make some comments.
Thank you, Shawan. Where do I begin as a white male? Any kind of abuse is deplorable, is terrible. We don't want it to happen. It's a little difficult to police several thousand people, nor do we have policing powers. And we are constantly talking with ACM about what can be done. If you would like to talk with us, please, as Shawan said, go to the SIGCHI page and find the CARES email address. And I will also type my email address into the Slido in case you want to contact me directly. That's not a good answer to your question. It's the answer we have right now.
I would also like to add that in SIGCHI Cares, the way we kind of set it up is we have 20-some sponsor or SIGCHI conferences. So what we try to do is make sure that at least one of us will be present at that particular conference. And we also prepare one slide deck for the paper chair to announce, to explain the SIGCHI Cares, and as well as the individual, the SIGCHI Care members that will be present at the conference. So no matter which conference you are at, you will have somebody to talk to if something like this were to happen. And obviously, you can always email us.
And I should have added, if you use, rather than my email address, which is now in the Slido, if you decide to contact the SIGCHI Cares email address, you can put some specifications on the kind of person you want to talk with. You may not want to talk to a boy, depending upon what's happened to you. I don't have to be involved. There are women you can talk with. There's all sorts of, there's a diversity of people on the committee, and you can begin to exert some control over what happens when you contact us. So please use that. Please make sure that we're serving you in the best way that is possible.
Thank you, Shawan. Thank you, Michael. I just wanted to say that there's many levels of harm and safety concerns. And so for anything, please feel free to reach out to SIGCHI Cares. They would be happy to help you just even navigate the situation and tell you what the next step might be. So it doesn't have to come to serious harm for you to reach out. Okay, with that, I'll hand it back to Regan.
Thanks. All right, so there's now a bunch of questions about papers and the review process. So I'm going to try and do a couple on present CHI 2022 papers, and then we'll move on to the future. So first, how many paper decisions were appealed this year and how many appeals were successful? Is that something we can talk about?
Cool. Yeah, and it's a really good question. And I think an important part to start with is that the process, we have actually quite a detailed process starting with the associate chair, to the subcommittee chair, to the papers chair, to the technical program chair, up and up. And this appeals can be escalated up until the director of publications at ACM. So there are a huge number of opportunities for giving information, for addressing issues that are arising, and there's a lot of places where that appeal can be, a consensus can be reached. One of the things that I really like, the European Research Council has actually a really good policy on appeals, specifically that they will not hear appeals that are on the grounds of scientific disagreement. And I actually really agree with this structure. I don't think it's appropriate or ethical to use a position of seniority to overrule the work of my colleagues. So that as a route for appeal success is one that doesn't really typically happen. But there are lots of ways that appeals can be successful. And for me, that is things like finding a gap in our policy and fixing it. We can also find problems with our process and change the way we're working. And we also apply sanctions to people who violate our policies. So those are the types of success scenarios that I think are important. And as I say, I think the European Research Council has a really good model for how they bound what is a kind of route for appeal and what is not. So the numbers are quite small, so it's hard to maintain some confidentiality by sharing them, but I think that's a good takeaway item for the 2022 papers chairs to put some numbers to that.
Thanks. Thanks. All right, the next question is from Cash. Target acceptance rates for papers always come up during PC meetings. Julie, Max, Stephanie, can we get rid of it and explicitly tell subcommittee chairs not to mention it? I'm actually not sure who this question is for because I think there are some misunderstandings this year about target acceptance rates as well. It always comes up. The CHI steering committee doesn't have an explicit target acceptance rate. That's not something we've set. When we moved to the R&R process, we didn't want to see an explosion that we couldn't accommodate at the conference. However, we don't have a specific number in mind that we've been giving to papers chairs or TPCs. So it comes up. It's not really a thing, but it's sort of a thing that we all kind of, I think, kind of believe and carry around with us, that CHI is somewhere 20 to 30, or 20 to 29.9. But it's not something that's officially written anywhere. Can we get rid of it and accept as many papers as are good to accept? Does anyone want to speak to this? Go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Inshama, technical program co-chair. This conference and other conferences, CACW 19 comes to mind, where I was also papers chair there. You do this thing where you say, please accept anything that's good. Please accept anything that's good to accept. You want to encourage submissions in, but as Regan was mentioning, when you have a system with some legacy or institutionalized knowledge, people still have that number mark in their mind, and so saying accept is good for not this conference, but for CCW, we got maybe increased like 2%, but we weren't focused on the percentage point. We weren't thinking about a hard cutoff or like, oh, there's one paper too many. Never. That's the real thing you don't want to be happening, is someone thinking that they can only hold 50 papers in the stack. And so abstracting from the percentage point and just thinking about like the volume of paper that's good is what we want, is what we encourage. We encouraged it this year as well. And subcommittees sort of organize and flow off they've done historically, but it's really just getting people away from counting how many papers and then counting how many rejected papers. Just accept what's good. And so we encourage that, and the rest of it's fighting the institutionalized system that's looking at a percentage number. And it's a slow process, but I think we're doing well.
Thanks for that. Okay, so next question is from Joe Constant. Is there a time frame for CHI moving to publishing as a part of PACM for HCI? Just someone, I'm the steering committee chair. There's not really someone else to answer the question. Obvious. Okay, no, there's not a timeline for us moving to PACM HCI. We talk about it a lot. The R&R process obviously was something that we chose to do, and somebody else can speak to this, but something that we chose to do for other reasons, not as part of PACM, but to improve our papers for a lot of good reasons. A lot of the reasons were related to equity. I can actually let somebody speak to that.
Yeah. Thanks. Because we did talk about it in terms of this year. One of the other things when you're organizing CHI is you don't want to make too many big changes at once, right? And especially in the middle of a lot of other kind of chaos going on. So we had talked in part of the R&R process of going to PACM this year, and it was all felt like a bit too much for 1 year. So we want to, it's a good idea to kind of sit and have this conversation about what would be the concrete stages, both to make sure that the conference can move to that direction, to make sure that maybe we have tracks that move to that direction, and also to make sure we don't flug PACM HCI, right? I'm not sure if Jeff's in the room or not, but like, you know, there's a system, as Joe well knows, of how we get the right indexing for that journal to make sure that it looks consistent and looks journal-like and things like that, that we wouldn't want to destroy PACM HCI by coming in either. So yes, we're talking about it. It'll take a few years, and it'll have to be a very systematic process.
Yeah, and I should also note that we're talking about it, but it's not something that we've decided on as an eventual goal in the steering committee. So we're talking about it as a potential, but it's not necessarily where we're headed for sure. There are a lot of people who have made great points about the conferences should stay conferences, and the journals that we have as part of our SIG, or as part of the ACM, should stay journals. So I think that we have lots of multiple viewpoints, and it is something that we're talking about, but if it is something that you're passionate about, please reach out to the steering committee, as we're happy to always take your feedback. Okay, that's a question for the future, 23. Will reviewers be given clear guidance on how to decide between R&R versus reject and revise? I could see some confusion between those categories, especially from Jessica Vitak.
Yeah, I mean, Stephanie could also jump up if you want, but yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that we've learned a lot through the 2022 process is what, you know, how people were interpreting these categories, how people were maybe interpreting their reviews, how they were interpreting the kind of process. So there's obviously a lot of space to improve how that's going to work, and I think having these thresholds that we've talked about, where it's going to be very clear what actions come out of the different decisions that you put on that review form. So if any of the reviewers, including the 1AC and 2AC, give revise and resubmit or better, then that paper will be given the opportunity to do that. So there's a very clear outcome based on what you put in that review form. And so I think that's going to do a lot to help it. And of course, we always write a huge amount of information, and it's probably very overwhelming looking through all of the documents that are produced. And so that's one of the things as well that we're all combing through right now, actually, along with the TPCs, to improve the documentation, make it a little bit less, as I say, overwhelming, and make sure that the kind of outcomes are much clearer in terms of that review form.
Thanks. There's another question that's more specific related to this, and I just wanted to let, I don't know if it's been done on the Discord because I'm not monitoring it, but Zoom attendees, you're now actually also visible to the audience. So A, both wave, and 2, we'll see what kind of delay you all have. Oh, look at that. That's great. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so Michael Mueller has asked, in some years or some conferences, the 1AC selected one reviewer and the 2AC selected the other reviewer. This gave us better coverage. Will we do that for 2023?
Yeah, I mean, this one as well, it has to do with the anonymization policy. And if the 2AC is going to give an anonymous review, they can't also then assign a reviewer because they won't know conflict of interest, or they won't know kind of how to do that. So it's mostly to do with that, why that's a constraint. I really like having the 2 reviewers as well, have a bit more diversity in the reviewing pool, but it does mean that the 2AC can't do a 2-way anonymized review, which I think is also better than a 1-way anonymized review.
All right, another one. Would a future, this is from Kartik Bhatt, would a future 56% R&R based on CHI 2022 mean around 50% rejection post-RR to stick to a de facto 20 to 29.9% guideline? That's not a guideline. I added the last part.
Yes, that is the current plan, that it would, the kind of final rate would be, as usual, how we calculate these metrics based on submissions at the beginning of the pipeline. So we would have hopefully a similar practice of what we've been doing over the last few years, and have a very similar feeling in terms of what's getting accepted.
Run up.
just wanted to add something. I think
I'm
everything
not sure if you're visible to the remote attendees from there. I don't know where the cameras are, so you might just want to run up quickly. Oh,
okay, sorry.
Impressive.
I just actually wanted to just add a small comment, but there's no mic in the audience. So yeah, basically what Julie said is right? It's a little bit like when you were given the chance to rebut, right? Not everybody who rebutted in the end got accepted, right? But it allows you to respond back to the reviewers, right? And what Julie said with like the 50%, that's true, right? But you can also look at your scores, right? And obviously if you have very high scores, you have a higher than 50% chance to get accepted, right? If you're on the lower end, obviously you have a lower chance, right? So it's really up to you. Do you want to put in the effort to get another round of feedback from the same type of reviewers, which may improve your paper for the next round of submissions, or do you decide to not do that? Right? So it's much more like responsibility is given back to the authors, right? And it's your decision rather than us cutting you off and saying, sorry, that's the end of the story.
You can just stay because there's one more. Stephanie, you can just. Oh. Okay. Nacho Avelino has asked, CSCW has replaced one external reviewer by the one AC who does a full review, and then the meta, is this something that Kai has considered?
I'm very unfamiliar with CSCW.
Is any?
Sorry, I was still busy sitting down.
So CSCW has replaced one external reviewer by the one AC who does a full review, and then the meta. Is this something that Kai has considered?
It's a good question. I think it's maybe something we can still discuss, and I think it's good to bring it up as another round of feedback. This is why we're doing this, but I think this needs more discussion. We will take a note and discuss this in the next meeting.
Thank you for that question, because I think the answer is no, we haven't considered it. One more, and then maybe we'll move on to another topic. Shouldn't we expect acceptance rates to increase with broader R&R, similar to what we saw when CSCW first adopted this process? From Jeff Nichols.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the acceptance rate, it's obviously as well, there's some competing needs here. Obviously, we want to publish the best work, but we also want to publish widely, and these are in direct opposition. So I think it's going to have to be a balance that we work with as a community together. I mean, we don't have, we never actually have a set acceptance rate. Regan's right, we're not telling people they have to have a certain like unchangeable number. It's always something that's discussed with the papers chairs and the subcommittee chairs. It's a dialogue that's ongoing. But yeah, I think it's really hard to know whether it should go up or down because it is these competing needs.
Thanks. I think that's all the questions about papers that have come in right now. So I think I'm going to switch topics. So you're welcome to stay up here. Thank you to all those people who are asking questions. More may come in. And so I'm going to ask a couple questions about hybrid now. I don't know if Albrecht and Kaisa, if you can actually make it out of there, or we can bring you a mic, actually. It might be a bit tough. You might want to come up if possible.
I can switch my seat over.
If not, they can stand. It's fine, I think. Are you able and willing? Okay. All right. So the first question is, will there be? Okay, wait. What is the? Will there be scope for remote volunteer and attendance opportunities in the upcoming CHI conferences? I think I may have missed that if presented already. No, you didn't miss it. We didn't present it already. This is from, I can't, the name is cut off on my phone. Aaron Balaji Lakshmi is all I can see. There's a ... after that, so I'm sorry for not pronouncing the whole name. I'll repeat that for you guys. So will there be a scope for remote volunteer and attendance opportunities in the upcoming CHI conferences? I think I may have missed that if presented already.
So I think at the moment we monitor closely how hybrid works, and I think the hybrid experience is not perfect. And so, for example, very simple things is a session chair who is not in the room. Does this work well? And I think this is it's a remote volunteering opportunity. We may get some of them, but not all of them. I think there will be definitely things because there is an online program. We have an online component, so there will be online student volunteers. But with the other volunteering roles, we're at the moment looking closely, and one of the things, and we'll haven't really completely decided, also waiting how this week goes, we will try to shift to more asynchronous hybrid mode, because I think a lot of the synchronous ones is tricky with time zones in general. And also we see it has been sort of working for a number of sessions. This works perfect, I think, as we see it here, but for other sessions it hasn't. So we assume there will be opportunities, but some of the functions we may not put into hybrid space.
Yeah, maybe just that one kind of like a view to this is that, of course, now we are still all learning about these hybrid experiences, and so it's something that probably next year will look like somewhat different than this year, as Albrecht just mentioned. Also, the year before was quite different, obviously, but so we will have a hybrid experience, but we will experiment with maybe a bit different things. Maybe a little bit less of the different digital platforms might also be useful. At least I found that myself a little bit overwhelming, although of course, okay, thanks. So at least some agreement to that. So we'll look at the different ways, and we are really looking forward to your feedback, and of course we will get the experience from this year's chairs and volunteers to how things worked and maybe how they didn't work. Thank you.
So I think the platform issue, I think as you reacted to this is something we've heard a lot, that everybody loves Slido, everybody loves one platform or the other, but I think for most people, sort of navigating 5 or 6 platforms is really hard. So one goal would be really to go back to 1 or 2 platforms like web and YouTube or something like this, which would change the experience. And I think a lot of people would lose something, but a lot of people will gain something. And I think especially as one of the important themes for us is that we get global inclusion. I think sort of having technologies that work around the world, that work if you have different internet connectivity, is one of the things we are looking into. And their professional platforms that are widely used are the one way to go about.
All right, thank you for that. Stacey, I'm coming to you because the related question, and I think this might be the last question that we have time for, depending, is it's from Jeff Nickerson. What is thinking about the trade-offs between doing a fully physical conference and the hybrid conference we are experiencing? So first, from the CHI perspective, this is something that, of course, we were talking a lot about over the last several years. It dominated the discussions of CHI 22 at the steering committee level and at the organization committee level for many months, actually, before the decision was made. In terms of the CHI 22 decision, I would point you to their blog post on their website because they described why hybrid and what the decisions were made around that. In terms of other specialized conferences, not just CHI, there was a hybrid SIG this morning that the SIGCHI EC ran, and I think, Stacey, you wanted to, is that what you wanted to address? Yeah, okay, all right, so Stacey's gonna speak now.
Sure, thank you, Regan. So I just wanted to share first a little bit of a personal anecdote, but also what I see from my position as the adjunct chair for accessibility on the SIGCHI EC. So I'm a new mother, and I am not unable to travel now because I have an immunocompromised family member. And so it really means so much to me that the CHI 2022 organizers have pushed us forward by trying hybrid. As the AC for accessibility, I want to point out that I'm here to advocate for other people who are immunocompromised, people who have less funding to travel, people for whom having digital access to these spaces is actually going to support them and having access. And as an ally of my other committee members who care about sustainability and global inclusion, I think this is a really critical step forward. So the question isn't whether we can do hybrid, whether it's working. The question is, how are we going to make it work, and how are we as human-computer interaction professionals and researchers going to lead the way for computing and for the world, I hope. I just want to point out, though, that we need to do better in terms of providing guidance about which platforms work, which platforms are accessible, which platforms we know how to use, and what we can do for our volunteers to scaffold these interactions so that they're more successful. And I also just want to add one little plug. My colleagues on the AC, Susanna Ball and Adriana Vivacqua, are starting a working group for hybrid conferences, and I encourage everyone to get involved. So go to sigchi.org and click on open calls, and please volunteer to help us do this work. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Stacy. Yeah, and I think as everyone kind of has said to each other over the last little while, if not SIGCHI conferences, I mean, solving hybrid, who's going to solve hybrid? So it's upon us to really make the effort to make it work well. You wanted to pose a question? Yeah? Okay.
So I think, as I can't see if people show hands or so, I think we are at the moment building budget, thinking of hybrid, and one of the discussions we're looking deeply into is to make online attendance free. And I think you're probably the wrong part here in the room to be asked. But I think I have one question. Would you not have come if online would have been free? Would you have not come if online would have been free?
Would you come if online would be free?
Would you still come if online would be free?
Yes.
Okay, because I think this is, again, from a global inclusion point, from an accessibility point, from a growing the community to students point, if we would manage to get online. Because I think the question, how much do you pay for the paywall and how much do you make from online registration, this is one thing where we are looking at the moment. But as I've seen, most people would have come anyway. So one of the worries where people say, oh, if it's free, nobody is coming, I think we haven't seen that here.
Can I add to that real quick? For this year's program, the talk videos that were made, we made them as a contingency in case we had to go entirely virtual, so we would have them in hand. But as we had them, we posted them online. And so I think by April 2nd, every talk video for every technical paper at this conference from all 637 from the papers track was online, on YouTube, in the SIGCHI Programs app, there for people to watch. And that came up as like, well, people won't pay to go to the conference because they can get the talk for free. But like, that's not why not why people are here. It's for the interaction, it's for the connection. If that interaction is blended with remote people and local people or all here in-house, that's what the conference is about. So giving away the content for free, we've already seen that doesn't really do anything except for get the content to more people, and that's the nice bit about it. So.
Yeah, and I will just close this off by saying the CHI Steering Committee has been, we have our own little working group within our steering committee that's been reflecting on the report that was produced by the CHI 2030 Task Force. Some of you may remember that, in terms of how we can integrate this. I love this community so much. What a great bunch of people we all are. We take co-creation so seriously to the point where we're co-creating the question that we're asking ourselves in the moment. So thank you for all your help with that. Okay, so thank you very much for attending. I want to say one last thank you to all the people who are contributing, all the volunteers. I know most people in this room are volunteering in one capacity or another. So give yourselves a hand and enjoy the afternoon.
safety wouldn't walk in, or we could park in a stairwell, the safety hazard. So he could pull it up. He could pull it up when he needs it, when he's ready to need it. If he's actively sitting in it and he's present, if it's not in the middle, if it's like right, they should be good as long as they're an escape route.
And do we have anybody, is there anybody presenting virtually?
Yeah, right here. No. She's gonna get a bunch of stuff. She's struggling with it.
10 seconds.
It's crazy. Yeah, I think that's the problem with this one. It's like I got a supercharged speaker system on it. It was like super high. I have the gain all the way down, and it's still a hot signal. Every time they put in A, every time you see it next to a different laptop or a Zoom, it's different levels. I have a quick question for you. Do you have audio on your presentation? No. No. Okay, perfect. No audio. Yeah, Thursday. So somebody provided more resources, we were told that 2 days. Y'all goes through Christie? Okay. For Q&A mics, need to check with Christy, the moderator. We were told that there's no Q&A mics. They were supposed to be doing it through some app. Yeah. They're supposed to be doing it through an app, correct? Yeah, they're supposed to be doing it through an app. But if I see her, through slide app. Is Christy here? I'm trying to find her. Here it is.
Hello. The problem with being short is you can't see over the top. My name is Susan Dre, and I am extremely thrilled to be here today to introduce this year's Lifetime Achievement in Practice Award winner, Stephen Pemberton. Stephen isn't somebody you necessarily know, especially you young people, but you use his work every single day. because he was involved in the development of HTML, XHMT, he'll tell you, and Python, as well as a number of other things. Stephen is very well known as a person who translates, which is the essence of being a practitioner, I think, is translating from what we know about people, the research that you all do, into the stuff that the programmers are doing, the so-called geeks. That was his term, by the way, not mine. And so, oh great, thanks. And so today we're going to hear about that journey. I first met Stephen, I don't know, it was sometime in the mists of time. It was the last century for sure. And Stephen has been involved in my life in many ways, including as the editor-in-chief of Interactions magazine. In addition to everything else he's done, he has also chaired CHI. His first CHI, by the way, was here in New Orleans. So it's it seems good that it's coming round back to the same place. I'm going to let Stephen explain to you about his illustrious career. But I would like to tell you that the Slido number, should you have questions, is 633174. 633174. Okay? 633174. And now, with great pleasure, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Pemberton. Great.
Oh. Thank you so much, Susan. It's absolutely amazing to be here. I was completely dazzled and dazed by the fact that I heard that I'd been given this award, partly because I wasn't aware that SIGCHI understood that the work that I was doing was principally about HCI. So it's been a lovely thing for me to get this. I should also say that I had 24 hours after being told that I got the prize to give the title and abstract of the talk that I was going to give. So that was quite a shock for me. So this talk isn't about me. This talk is about how I've managed to take the things that I learned from CHI and SIGCHI and translate that into things that we're now using every day. So this me here doesn't stand for me, it stands for Maine, because as you know, in the US, postal codes start with a 2-letter abbreviation for the state. So me is Maine. Now, I'd seen these codes and I was trying to work out the pattern, how had these codes been chosen, and I couldn't see any rule. Looking at GA for Georgia and FL for Florida, it appeared that there was no real rule. And the best thing that I could extract from it is that the first letter of the code is always the first letter of the state. If the state has a dual name, like New York, then the second letter of the code is the first letter of the second word, and otherwise the second letter is just some random choice out of all the other letters of the state name. So to give you just some examples, NE, is that Nevada or Nebraska? Well, it's Nebraska, but if they'd used NB, I wouldn't have had to ask the question. It would have been obvious. Is MI Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, or Minnesota? Well, it's Michigan, but MG would have been a better choice. Is MS Mississippi, Missouri, or Minnesota? Well, it's Mississippi, but again, MP would have been a better choice because I wouldn't have had to ask. So, but even solving these problems, these reading problems with the 2-letter codes would still not solve the problem of writing them. Your passive and active abilities with language or with anything are different. Your passive abilities are always better than your active abilities. So I couldn't believe that it couldn't be done better. And so I wrote a program in ABC, as it happens, which I'll talk about later. And I actually managed to come up with a decent rule that allowed you to both read and write a two-letter code for the state. So the rule I came up with, so that it remains the same for two-word states, but for single-word state names, use the first and fourth letter, except for the 4 states with a double letter in the first 4 letters, and then you use the first and the fifth. That gives you a unique set of state names. It's a simple rule, and then if you know the state name, you can very easily generate the two-letter code. So my conclusion was it could be done, and it ought to be done, because the two-letter codes were introduced because of automation, but that's no excuse for ignoring the needs of people. Now, most of my career has been about notations in one way or another, and that's what I want to talk about today, about the design of notations, how I've applied the HCI principles to them, to codes, programming languages, all sorts of stuff that we use in everyday life, and why it's important. So usability is about designing things, software, programming languages, cookers and stoves, to allow people to do their work faster, with less errors, while enjoying it more. So you can code that as efficient, error-free, or enjoyable, or fast, faultless, and fun. I'm sure you could go through all the letters of the alphabet and do something similar. The problem is that the people designing the things that we use are typically not the people who will be using those very things. And yet, they tend to design for themselves. And that's why we have HCI principles, techniques, in order to try and draw you away from designing for yourself and lead you into designing for the people who will be using your products in the end. So what are those techniques? Design for the user, not for yourself or the computer. Worry about implementation later. Don't let the implementation demands drive your design. Test, 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 test on your target audience, and design iteratively with a feedback from those tests. Very few people, as far as I can see, talk about the usability of notations, and yet the design of those notations really affects what you can do with them. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Numbers. Now, Roman numerals were used for literally centuries, and they're okay for representing numbers. So that's 128. In fact, the house I live in was built in 1625, and the beams of the house are still numbered in Roman numerals. So even in 1625, they were still using Roman numerals that Arabic numerals hadn't yet got into everyday life. Now, they're okay for representing numbers. They're reasonably okay for addition. It's a fairly simple process. This is adding 128 to 128 to get you 256. It's terrible notation for multiplication. And in fact, multiplication was a university subject until the introduction of Arabic numerals after the Renaissance. And it's absolutely disastrous for a division. I wouldn't even want to start using them. So introducing Arabic numerals made a lot of these things really easy, the sort of things that you could then teach to school children and wouldn't have to go to university to study. So while I was helping my children with their maths homework one day, I was surprised by how difficult it seemed to be for them to deal with certain concepts. And my question arose, why are these things made so difficult? So I decided to go back to first principles and ask, what would mathematical notation look like if it had been designed with consistency and usability in mind? In fact, mathematical notation is sort of developed historically, and it seems like the first person who came up with an idea or a particular notation, everybody learnt it from them and they passed it on to their students, and they to pass it on to their students, and that historically those historical notations just carried on all the way down the ages without anybody doing an analysis and a synthesis and saying, well, actually, we could do this better. So I wanted to see, could it be done better? Could you show interesting things or useful things in mathematical notation if you designed it properly? Now, I should tell you that what now follows, and I'm only going to show you just the tip of the iceberg because there's a lot to it, was actually more than a year's work, and literally used reams of paper as I tried different notations out and tried to work out what effect it would have. It's actually hard work making things simple. It's easy to make difficult things, and it's difficult to make simple things. And the problem with that, for all of us actually, is that when you end up with that simple result, it looks so obvious that it's hard to imagine that it was difficult to get there, that it seems so obvious. This is easy. And a colleague of mine who designs program interfaces remarked on this, and he said, when you succeed in making a user interface as easy to use as a coffee machine, they treat you like a plumber. That is to say that he'd seen people be rewarded more for difficult interfaces than for easy interfaces, simply because the person doing the rewarding imagined that because it was so hard to use, it must have been hard to design. So as I said, I'm only going to show you the tip of the iceberg here. If you want to know more about this, it's a monograph that I wrote. Actually, I wrote it for my son's birthdays. You can read it here. The slides are already online. I could give you a URL for it, but frankly, if you don't know how to find it, then you should be considering a new career. A mime artist or a biologist, for instance. Before I actually show you the notation, though, I just want to, because the word declarative is going to turn up several times in this talk, I want to remind you of the difference between procedural and declarative approaches. So a procedural approach describes how to achieve something step by step, whereas a declarative approach, sorry, and I do tend to switch between declarative and declarative because of declare and declaration, and so you'll hear me say both, and I can't control myself, I'm afraid. It just comes out that way. Declarative approaches describe what you want to achieve. So in school, for instance, you learn procedurally how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide large numbers. But at a given moment, you reach square roots, and you're told the square root of a number is another number that when you multiply it by itself gives you the original number. Now, nobody that I know knows how to calculate a square root except pressing that button on the calculator, and that's fine. But this definition is the declarative one, and it's simple, it's short, it's obvious and understandable. It gets the idea into your head. It shows you, doesn't show you how to calculate it, but it shows you how to work out if something really is a square root. So if I showed you the procedural code for working out a square root, well, firstly, if I'd just shown you this and hadn't told you what it was, you wouldn't be able to guess, I think. You have to know a lot of theory before you can understand why this calculates a square root. So there are lots of questions about this. What does it do? Are there any conditions under which that it works? How does it do it? What's the theory behind it? Is it correct? Can you prove it? Under what conditions can you replace it or parts of it with something else? And in fact, I do know the theory behind this, and I can say that it doesn't show through because parts of this code have been so-called optimized. So for instance, the loop has been unrolled once, and some constant expressions have been pre-evaluated. So you can't see even the theory that's involved in this. So this is why documentation actually is so essential in programming, well, at least procedural programming, because the distance between the problem description and the solution, the code, is so great. It's very difficult to bridge those two. Okay, so let's go and look at what I did with mathematical notation. So we have addition, A plus B, and we can define subtraction declaratively by saying A plus B minus B gives you A. That is to say, if you've got a number that's the sum of A and B, and you subtract B from that, you get A out of it again. It's declarative. It tells you the what, but not the how. It doesn't tell you how to do that, but we don't care about that. Now, there's also a monadic version of minus, and we can define that as saying minus A is the same as 0 minus A. In fact, that's actually what minus A means, except the 0 is invisible. It's sort of nothing before that minus. Now, the 0 is the identity number for addition. That means that A plus naught is A, so that we call that the identity. Now, if we go up one level to multiplication, multiplication is just defined as repeated, or at its heart at least, as repeated addition. And it also has an identity value. A times 1 is A. We can define the complement of multiplication in the same way, division. A times B divided by B gives you A again. And by the way, I use that symbol because I did use a test, this notation, on my target audience, in other words, my sons, and they said, please use the same symbols as on a calculator. So even though I'm used to using slash for divide, they were used to the divide symbol because they used a calculator. Okay, so I haven't told you anything new. Now, it's interesting that there's no monadic version of divide. But if we define it using the same pattern, we say divide A is equal to 1 divided by A, something very surprising happened. It shocked me when I saw it. Identities that we know from the lower level of mathematics have exactly the same form as the ones at the high level, and I'll just show you a couple of them. So for instance, minus minus A is A, divide divide A is also A. Another identity. We all know that A minus minus B gives you A plus B, but A divided by divide B is A times B. Exactly the same form. All of a sudden, certain things that we've learned to do in different ways all of a sudden get the same form and a degree of consistency. And the last one of these identities, minus A minus B, is the same as B minus A, and similarly, divide of A divided by B is the same as B divided by A. So there were literally dozens of these things that fell out, and if you want to see more of them, then read the book. Now I've got yet another level. Just as multiplication is defined as repeated addition, raising to the power, and I use an operator and not sort of typographical differences. Raising to the power is just defined using repeated multiplications. So if we've got raising to the power, we can define its complement in exactly the same way as we've done with subtraction and division. We can say A to the power of B, let's say down B, equals A, which is what we know of normally as a root, where x down y traditionally and extremely weirdly is written in this form, y square root sign or root sign x. So if raised to the power is a higher version of multiplication, then down is just a higher version of division. Now, the point of this is that if we define it in this way, literally dozens of well-known identities at lower levels of mathematics have a similar form to identifiers to identities at this level. I'm only going to pick 2 out, but again, there are dozens of them. So for instance, A times minus B is the same as minus A times B. And A to the power of minus B is the same as divide A to the power of B. Well, normally in mathematics we write A minus B equals 1 over A to the power of B, which doesn't reveal the similarities between the 2 different levels. So what we see is that by adding these new operators in a consistent way, we get consistent identities across the different levels. This one is just totally beautiful. A times the divide of B is the same as A divided by B. And A to the power of divided B is A down B. In other words, the bth root of A. Now, so what happens is that multiplying or raising to the power of the inverse of b gives you the inverse operator. So in one case divide, and in the other case root. And really, even if this had been the only result of this exercise, I think the whole exercise would have been worth it, but because this just is so beautiful. But as I said, there are just dozens of similar identities. So this second one here is what we would normally write as a to a fractional power is the same as the bth root of a. So why is this notation better? Well, firstly, it's consistent. All the things become operators, and the operators work in the same way. It is, I can guarantee you, easier to use once you've learned it. And again, the book has lots of examples of how to use it and how to derive things that would otherwise be difficult. It exposes otherwise hidden relationships that you wouldn't be aware of normally, such as the close relationship between logarithm and root, which I haven't shown you, but again is in the book. And it uses exactly the same methods for solving equations. So for instance, if you've got a plus 2 equals 4, when we know that we take the 2 at the other side and swap the sign so that a is 4 minus 2. If you've got a times 2 is 4, then we know that you take the 2 to the other side and swap the times to a divide, so a is 4 divided by 2. And similarly, if you've got a to the power of 2 is 4, then a is 4, take the 2 to the other side and swap the sign. It's exactly the same methods. So, what I now want to talk about is actually where I started off in this process of notations. When I moved to Amsterdam in 1982, I went on originally on a sabbatical to work on a programming language for beginner programmers, actually. So we sort of made the hypothesis that maybe programmers are humans, despite all the evidence to the contrary. I mean, they work at night and sleep during the day. They only need 2 hours of sleep, apparently, per day. They seem to survive on a diet of pure caffeine and sugar, and many actually seem to enjoy using the VI editor. Also pretend just for a moment that their chief method of communicating with computers was with programming languages. Well, what would you do? Of course, you define a programming language using HCI principles. Now, I should say 1982, of course, as we now know with the 40th anniversary, 1982 was the first year that Chi existed. It was only the start of even having the idea of there being a field of HCI. Up to that point, there wasn't really an HCI field. So we were doing this, we didn't call this HCI, but this is what we were doing, and these are the principles we were using. Firstly, designing for the user. That is to say, what are the requirements, what are the use cases, how does a programmer actually use a programming language? We absolutely worried about implementation later. We were already aware of programming languages that had been defined, like Algo 60, with features, for instance, recursion, where at the time of the definition, nobody knew how to implement that. And we knew that that had actually been advantageous because it had forced people to discover interesting implementation techniques. So we used that as a justification for worrying about implementation later and not letting it affect our design. We user-tested. So we user-tested it on ourselves. We user-tested it on colleagues. We even on school students. To see how they used it, how they got on with it. And we designed iteratively so that taking the results from that testing, we would then work out what we should make better. And in fact, if I go back, I believe the current version is the 4th iteration, or current, I mean the last version that we produced was the 4th iteration of that. And if I look at the first 2, it's really embarrassing. I mean, that we even thought that was good is, you know, we did really shake ourselves up, and the 4th version we were pleased with. I think if we'd had the money and the time, we would have done a 5th as well, but that's not a worry. So what did we get out of this, the language ABC? we got a procedural language, but with only 5 very high-level data types. And you have to bear in mind that many programming languages have up to 20 different data types. Our biggest takeaways from this whole project was that most languages provide low-level tools which you can use to build high-level tools. But it's actually the high-level tools that the programmers need. So what we did was we supplied the high-level tools as primitives in the language, which you could use for low-level purposes if you needed, but most people don't. We also discovered that most programs are about, in some way or another, about sorting and searching. And so we made those also primitives in the language. And funnily enough, I think it's probably the first interpreted language. So up to that point, all languages have been compiled. Maybe I'm wrong there. But it was a very early interpreted language, and I have to say people were calling us crazy. But the funny thing was that even though it was interpreted, it outperformed compiled languages in many cases, simply because of the high-level primitives. Because those primitives were built into the language, they were written really, really well to be as fast as possible, which gave you good results. Whereas, you know, when you write some program that needs to do a bit of sorting, well, you might not necessarily use the best sorting algorithm as long as it's good enough. So it came as a surprise to us that even though it was interpreted, often the programs were faster than the compiled languages. So looking at our results from an HCI perspective, efficient. Well, we found that people programmed about 10 times faster in ABC than languages like C and Pascal that were around at that time. Error-free. So the number of bugs, this is a result from quite a long time ago, but it's an interesting one. The number of bugs in a program is not linear with the size of the program, but it's proportional to the length of the program to the power of 1.5. So in other words, the longer the program, relatively more bugs turn up. So since ABC programs were very compact, they were about 25% of the size of an equivalent program. That predicts, although we didn't actually test this, but it predicts an 8-fold reduction in bugs. But it's certainly a feeling that we had that it was much easier to use. And enjoyable. Well, at least one user came up to me and was delighted that he'd tried several times in his past to learn programming and had never got further than a toy program, so basically failed. But with ABC, his very first program already gave him a new result for his research. And in fact, he was a cyber researcher. And in fact, many of the cyber algorithms that we use, algorithms we use today were designed with ABC at the time because it was one of the few, well, it was the only real language that didn't have limits built into it. Let me just show you. This is ABC. You might already be recognizing the family relationship to Python, because in fact ABC became the basis of Python. But if I write 2 to the power of 10,000, there you go. And if I write 2 to the power of 10,000 plus 1, the last digit is a 6, and the last digit is a 7. So there were no limits built. There are no limits built in the language. We thought it was ridiculous that you got these powerful computers with maximum numbers. So the only limits in the language were memory limits. And as I already said, ABC went on to form the basis of Python. Gira van Rossum, who produced Python, was one of the programmers on the project. And when he moved to a new project building an operating system, they needed a scripting language, and so he took ABC as the basis and extended that out into Python. ABC is not a systems programming language, and Python needed to be, so that's why the differences. Now, in building a programming environment for ABC, we discovered a number of concepts, and we developed a concept that was a stronger version of WYSIWYG that we called taxata. Things are exactly as they appear. So we built a system that we call views that made that principle the central element of the design. If you change something, editing mostly, the system then changed itself to match. And in fact, I demoed this at CHI 91. That was the first CHI I came to, as was already pointed out by Susan, in New Orleans, so it's great to be here. And this is it. In fact, this is 2 years later, but that doesn't matter. So I demoed it in 91. It had an extensible markup language. It had vector graphics. It had style sheets. It had a DOM, a client-side scripting. You would call it a browser now, although it did much more. It didn't use TCP/IP, although it did use networking. And it ran on an Atari ST, amongst others. So we were already involved in things that have now emerged into the web. All those things are now central parts of the web. And not accidentally, this work got me involved with the World Wide Web at W3C. Because we'd been doing research on this, in 1994, I organized workshops at the first web conference at CERN in Switzerland, France. And Tim Berners-Lee persuaded me to get involved with W3C, so I chaired the first web star sheets workshop and helped design CSS. I led the HTML group for a decade, designed HTML, XHTML, and a bunch of other technologies that are a central part of the web. But I'm not going to talk about that, although maybe Susan will ask me about it. So the view system client-side programming bit was our first attempt at defining a declarative programming language, which is quite hard because you have to sort of move your mind in a different way. How are you going to do the things that you need to do? How are you going to make it Turing complete when you don't have that stepwise way of defining a program? But we managed to do it. We saw that it gave you immense power. We saw that it was much shorter code and a lot of ease of use. So let me just talk about the principles behind declarative programming. So 1957, this, as far as I can find out, is the first time a municipality installed a computer. That's, amazingly enough, Norwich in the UK. So here they're unloading one of the 21 cabinets that made up that computer. And then a number of years later, 2015, out came the Raspberry Pi Zero. That's the same building, as you see. And this computer was the first computer that was so cheap that they gave it away on the cover of a magazine. Now, the Elliot ran for a decade, 24 hours a day, because it was very expensive, so that was the only way that you could get back your investment, as it were. So how long, just sort of think to yourself, what's your gut feeling, how long it would take the Raspberry Pi Zero, that almost free computer, to duplicate that amount of computing? Do you think it would take longer, 100 years? Do you think it's about the same, 10 years? Each of these steps is about a factor of 10 less. Who thinks it would be slower? So you all think it would be faster? Well, I'll tell you, it would 5 minutes. The Raspberry Pi Zero could do the amount of work that that computer did in 10 years in 5 minutes, because it's about 1 million times faster. But it's not only 1 million times faster, it's also 1/1,000,000th of the price, a factor of a million. Now, a terabyte is a million bytes. We talk in terms of big numbers nowadays. So how big is a million? Well, how long is a million seconds? How long would it take you to count every single byte on a disk, a terabyte disk, if you could count 1 byte a second? The answer is 30,000 years. A terabyte, a million is a huge number. That's the huge difference between the original computer and the Raspberry Pi. But in fact, that's about what you would expect if Moore's law applied over that period, over 58 years. Except the Raspberry Pi is 2 million times smaller as well. So it's in fact very, very much better than even Moore's law. Now, part of that is because when new technology is priced, it's not priced on what it costs to produce, but it's priced on the basis of what it's replacing. So Edison is a good example. When he first introduced electric light into homes, electricity was priced based not on what it cost him to produce that electricity, but on what it would cost you to produce the same amount of light by traditional means. But now electricity gives you extra benefits such as instant light and no flames, less danger. Similarly, early computers were based on not what it cost to produce them, but what it would cost you to do the same amount of work as the computer. So in the 50s, computers were very, very expensive, so that nearly no one bought them. In fact, most people leased them. To rent time on a computer, it would cost you the order of $1,000 per hour, $1,000 then, which was several times the annual salary of a programmer. And when you leased a computer rather than buying one, the company would usually throw in a couple of programmers as part of the deal. And there were good reasons behind that. Firstly, every computer was different. The operations code was different, the operating systems were different. So it was great to have somebody in-house already who knew how to use it, who knew how to program it, and who could teach everybody else. So what you could say is that compared to the cost of a computer, a programmer in those days was almost free. Now, the first programming languages were designed around that time. COBOL, Fortran, Algol, Lisp were all mid-50s. And they were designed with that economic relationship of computer and programmer in mind. It was much cheaper to let the programmer spend lots of time producing a program than to let the computer do any of the work. In fact, some people at that time, programmers at that time, even objected to assembler languages because it meant that the computer had to spend some time translating the assembler into actually machine code, which they considered a waste of computer resources. So programming languages were designed so that you tell the computer what to do in step by step in their terms and not what you want to achieve in your terms. So back to now, it happens slowly, almost unnoticed, but nowadays we have exactly the opposite position, that compared to the cost of a programmer, a computer is almost free, and which I call Moore's switch. So this is an idea of the relationships. You can see computers, in fact, declining in price exponentially. I've just got 2 points there. And the cost of programmers slowly growing. So we've got now a completely different economic relationship between programmer and computer. But we're still programming in programming languages that are observably direct descendants of the languages designed in the 50s. If you put Python next to Algol 60, you can see the family relationship. We're still telling computers what to do. So that's where declarative programming comes in. It's a new way of programming. It describes what you want to achieve, but not how to achieve it. It might contain some hints, but it lets the computer do more of the work for you. And I'm going to give you some examples. So here's a procedural clock written in C. I went searching for source codes for similar things. This was the shortest one I could find. It was 1,000 lines of code, where barely any lines in that have anything to do with time. Most of it is administrative work. And this was the smallest example I could find. The largest was more than 4,000 lines to draw a clock on the screen. So here is a declarative clock. This is the code from the view system. So we declared a clock as an object with three fields, H, M, and S, hours, minutes, and seconds. And a style sheet, you could say, displayed as a circle around a combination of the hour hands, the minute hand, the second hand, and some decoration. And the second hand is a line of some length, S length, rotated by S from the clock times 6, because 360 degrees, 60 seconds, so 60 times 6 is 360. Similarly, the minute hand is a line of a different length, rotated by M times 6, and the hour hand is the same, except it's a little more complicated because it doesn't ping from hour to hour, but it sort of slowly moves between each hour. And then we declare a clock C, and these things are not assignments, they're specifications of equality, like in a spreadsheet when you say this cell it has this relationship to this other cell. So these are just relationships. So the seconds of the clock is just the system seconds mod 60, and so on. So here it is again, you saw it a moment ago, actually running in 1993. What you see is then a slightly more complicated version of the clock than I just showed you. Next to it there, you can see a different display of the time. It's just the same object, but with a different style sheet. At the top there, you've got the system time, the number of seconds, and at the bottom there is another display of actually the date and the time together, just as the numbers that have been calculated from the system time. So that was then, 91. I got called into W3C in 95, and I got involved with one of their technologies there, XForms, which is a declarative system for defining applications. It's a programming language, and as you'll shortly see, it's got a close relationship to views because I took many of the ideas into it. XForms is a W3 standard. It's in worldwide use. You can't see by looking at an application that it's been written in XForms. So the examples I have is only because somebody's told me, oh, we used XForms, or somebody said, oh, we installed XForms there for them. So the Dutch Weather Service runs on it. Many Dutch and British government websites run on it. That image there is the BBC Sports app written in XForms. The UK National Health Service, one of the Department of Motor Vehicles in the US, and so on and so on. Lots of places use or have used XForms. I'm going to give you 3 examples of the result of using XForms and how advantageous it has been. So a certain company needed, that makes big machines. So imagine, I'm not allowed to tell you who it is, non-disclosure, but imagine it's a shipbuilder. So somebody wants a ship, they come along and they say, I want a ship, please, and they say, yes, sir, madam. What do you want? And they say, 500 bedrooms, 2 swimming pools, 3 restaurants, and so on and so on. So it's always one-off. And of course, there's a control room that controls the whole ship, and you come into port and you have to switch on another 100 bedrooms or something. So there's a big, complicated user interface to a ship. And they knew that traditionally it would take 30 people 5 years to build the user interface of these huge machines. 1 year, as a pilot, they decided to use XForms, and they did it in a single year with only 10 people. So if you do the sums, if one person costs 100,000 in total, this has gone from a 15 million cost to a 1 million cost, so they've saved 14 million, and they've saved 4 years into the bargain. So this is a wonderful example of the advantages. Another example is the British insurance industry. The manager had heard about these XForms, and he knew that somebody on staff was a proponent of it. So he said, okay, well, let's have a try. Let's do it both ways. So he said to two of his employees, I want you to come back to me in 2 days with estimates of how long it would take your teams to make this application. So 2 days later, the traditional program said, I'll need 30 days to work out how long it would take to program it. And the XForms person had actually already programmed it, and it was already running. My third example is the National Health Service. So they had an enormous project for a national distributed health record system. It involved at least 70 programmers. It cost many billions of pounds. And the result was a system where the hardware costs alone were £5 per patient, and multiply that by 60 or 70 million people in the country, that was a very high cost. But in any case, it was too slow, it just failed. So what happened, one person who'd worked on that program, that project, created a system using XForms where the hardware costs are only 1 penny per patient. A penny is 100th of a pound, for those of you who don't know. It runs on Raspberry Pis if you want, and it's now running in 5 National Health System Service hospitals. So again, a failed system with 70 people was replaced by a system that was written just by one person all by himself. So let me just give you a little hint of what XForms is about. It's about state. And so you've got data. It can be internal or it can come from external sources. You describe the data, properties and relationships between different parts. And you can display any section of the values in the content. Initially, the system is in a state of stasis, and when a value changes, by whatever means, the system updates related values to bring it back into stasis. So this is the Taxata process I was telling you about. It's just like spreadsheets, but much, much more general. The result is that programming is much easier, since the system does all the administrative work for you. So here's that clock again. It's a funny time because my computer is on Amsterdam time. But this is basically the same code, but just applied to Xforms. And you can see there at the top the textual version of the time, and that's just the same as the analog version. So just to give you a taste of why this is so easy, I'm just going to show you one application, a mapping application. So I've got a position in the world as X and Y coordinates, and I want to display the map of that location, the map tile of that location at a certain zoom level. So my data is X, Y, and zoom. Now, luckily we have OpenStreetMap, which has a REST interface for getting such a thing. You give the zoom and an X and a Y. The problem is that at each level of zoom, the coordinate system changes because there are more or less tiles at each level of zoom, and you're only indexing tiles, not locations. So you have to know how big a tile is, how many locations are on it, and you have to know, then you have to calculate the correct index using that and the zoom. So what you can see here is that you calculate the scale based on the zoom. You calculate the X and Y tile indexes using your original X and Y locations and the scale. And then you calculate a URL from it by just concatenating a bit of the OpenStreetMap bit and the zoom and the tile X and the tile Y .png. And that's all you really need to do. That's it. That's the program. And the syntax is slightly different. And then you can write controls to input the zoom, the X and the Y, and a control to output the URL as an image. So here you have it working. So here we have London. So if I move left or right, then I just get a different tile. I'm not doing any work there. I've just specified those relationships. I change one of the values, the X in this case. The system then updates itself to match, and I get a different tile. Now, if I want to make a mapping application from that, then I just have to put a bunch of those next to each other. And the other thing that I do is I map the mouse coordinates onto the X and Y. So now I don't have to specify X and Ys. I just move the mouse, and the system is now doing everything for me. It's updating the X and Y. The X and Y being updated then causes the different tiles to update, and it all just happens automatically. It's an amazingly small amount of code necessary to do what you would imagine is actually a very difficult thing to program. The source is available. If you go to the slides, you can have a look at it. Here's the last version. One line of code was necessary to change this. If I get the tiles from a different location, and there are several different tile providers that do different things. So this is transport. This was cycle routes in London, and somebody even does an impressionistic map. That's just a single line of code to say, well, don't get it from OpenStreetMap, but get it from somewhere else. So again, there's the source, and there's an article that walks you through it so that you can see all the details if you're interested. So, two conclusions. Firstly, about programming. For historical reasons, programming languages are at the wrong level of abstraction for what is now possible. They don't describe the problem, but only one particular solution. Declarative programming allows programmers to be about 10 times more productive, but sometimes more. That ship example was 100 times more productive. What you now write in a week, you can write in a morning. What would normally take you a month, you could do in a couple of days. I honestly believe that declarative programming is the future of programming, that once at least programming managers realize they can save 90% of programming costs, they will switch to declarative programming. Fewer errors, more time for yourself, more productivity for yourself. And my other conclusion is just about notations in general. I think they're a greatly overlooked issue in the field of usability. Good notations have all the features of good interaction designs. Efficiency in use, they reduce the errors you make, and they're more enjoyable to use. Thank you.
Changing of the guard. Wow. Never really understood that about declarative. Never understood that about declarative and all. Fascinating, just interesting, really, really. Well, I want to ask you a couple of questions about you first.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to talk with you about how you see the future of practice evolving in human-computer interaction and how SIGCHI can and should respond to that. So first I want to point out something that I didn't point out at first. Mm-hmm. You're looking at the grand tutti of Alan Turing. Stephen's advisor, his tutor, remember he's English, right? So his tutor was Grimsdale.
Grimsdale.
Who designed the first transistorized computer. And Grimsdale was tutored by Turing. So you have a direct descendant here of Turing. I don't think there's anybody else in our field who can claim that.
May well be true.
Yeah. Also, what did your kids think about a book on numbers for their birthday present?
Well, I think they were touched that I'd gone to the lengths of writing such a thing. I also designed the book in a way that I noticed that the books that they enjoyed had been written in a certain style and a certain way. Mm-hmm. So basically keeping one idea to a page. Mm-hmm. So I wrote it that way. Mm-hmm. The latter part of the book went over their heads, but that was also part of the idea that, that they could use it to go further. But I think that it will be something that they will appreciate more and more over the years. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you think their kids will appreciate it?
Quite possibly. I mean, they've both gone into mathematical fields. Yeah. So,
how surprising. Yeah. I remember, unfortunately, we've been unable to get the picture to show you, but Stephen was in Fort Lauderdale with his older son.
At
Chi. Julian. And they were dancing, and Julian just started crying. And Stephen's just laughing, and Julian's crying.
Cute photo.
Anyway, so I found it very interesting that you talked about the bugs not being linear, and that continued with forms, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. With ABC and X forms, because the programs are shorter, there's less chance for bugs. Yeah.
Okay, hold on just a second here. Now, you also have worked in the university, right?
Mm-hmm. As a lecturer.
As a lecturer, yeah. And you even wrote a book, right?
Well, I wrote a couple of books.
In addition to numbers, but...
Yeah.
Okay. So when you think about your role as a human-computer interaction person,
yeah.
Working with, I think you called them geeks, right?
So
it's a technical term.
Well, so geeks has been polite. Because the difference between a geek and a nerd is that a nerd doesn't have any social abilities. So I work with a lot of geeks and nerds, and I'm happy with the geeks because you can communicate more easily with them, and the nerds are hard to deal with. But yeah, I've worked a lot with people who don't really understand the issues behind HCI, and so it's a bridging function. How do you communicate these things to them in a way that they will understand? And I mean, I can give you one example is in the design of CSS. HTML, the color system of HTML traditionally uses RGB for defining colors, which is a terrible notation for about 1,000 reasons. But it's very machine-oriented because it's how the screen displays the colors, but not how you think in them. So for instance, so it's not on the screen anymore, but I use yellow for the banners along the top. There's no yellow actually there because it's actually a mixture of red and green that fools our eyes into thinking that there's yellow there. So the color mechanism is directly about driving the display, but not how you think about colors. So there's no way in that notation of saying I want yellow. You have to say I want yellow and green, red and green mixed together, knowing that means yellow. So I said to I said several times, and I tried several different approaches to get a better color method into CSS, because it was well known from research done in HCI circles that people are not very good at matching colors up if they're asked to do it in RGB. So that's how come HSL got into CSS in the long run. It was a long battle, simply because the people in the group said, I don't see what the problem is. I can use RGB just fine. And that's what I mean about you're not designing for yourself, you're designing for others. And I could show them the research that said RGB is not a good notation, but they still held back.
I suspect that many practitioners in industry and elsewhere have had exactly the same conversations, just perhaps not with the geeks, but with their senior managers or the programmers in their own departments.
Absolutely.
That they're trying to work with.
Absolutely, it's a constant problem.
It's interesting because I think when a lot of people think about practitioner, they don't think about somebody who's working with programmers like you. And how would you combat that? How would you come back and say, no, I am a practitioner?
Well, I mean, I'm a niche practitioner, that's for sure. I mean, not many people get to design notations for the World Wide Web. Yeah, but I mean, the very fact that, I mean, it's just it was, in that period, a delight to go into a bookshop and see a range of books that had been written about technology that I'd helped to design. And, that was just such a delight to see a dozen books there, all on that subject. So yeah, it's practitioner because you're producing stuff that's being used by people, but just in a different way to how most practitioners work.
Yeah, I find it fascinating. I find it really interesting. I've always found your work to be really interesting, and I didn't understand it because I'm not really a math person, but.
Which is one of the reasons why I'm absolutely delighted that it got recognized as being HCI work.
Well, here's a question from our very own Einman. When you think about modern tools we use today, HTML, CSS, pick one, what's the big mistake you think they made, and how would you fix it?
Oh, don't get me started, I would say. I led HTML for 10 years, and it was being designed by a group of people who were designing for the users. And I have to tell you that the browser manufacturers hated us. They really didn't like being told what to do. And I think the biggest mistake that has happened in recent years is that the browser manufacturers have seized control of HTML. and they've turned it into a programming environment rather than a declarative environment. And they've made it really, really difficult. I mean, it's much harder now to make a web page than it used to be. There's a proliferation of frameworks in order to try and solve that problem. But they're all single-sourced, and so, you know, if you use one framework and then that framework dies or stops working for your browsers, then you've got to rewrite all your pages. It's a disaster.
Yes.
But it's also a disaster because a number of the browser manufacturers who supported this move have now essentially gone out of business. They've stopped producing browsers and they only use Chrome. So that we're now getting very much a mono...
A chromification.
A chromification of the web world, which I think is only a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. Especially with the recent security.
So I mean, one of the things that I hope is that eventually we will see the light again and go back to declarative methods for the web and not procedural methods.
Mm-hmm. Now, earlier today, Geraldine Fitzpatrick talked about her service, including chairing CHI. Mm-hmm. Now, you chaired CHI in Atlanta, and I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that. And for those of you who weren't here for that amazing talk, you definitely want to go back and watch that. The fireside between Anna Cox and Geraldine Fitzpatrick. Yes, I always get her name wrong, right? Anyway.
That's right.
So she was talking about what a big job it is, and yet how important it is to surround yourself with others who can help fill in your gaps. She also talked a lot about kindness and giving each other the benefit of the doubt. When I think about you, that kind of is a piece of you, too. So did you discover this before Geraldine, even?
Well, I mean, I got thrown in the deep end at CHI, well, into CHI as it was, 93.
Okay.
Where I was the local arrangements chair. And the person who was in charge of the SVs, the SV chair, and I should say that the SV chair is one of the important roles in CHI because, of course, loads of work is being done by the SVs. And, you know, you've got your fingers in the whole of the conference, organizationally. And the SV chair at that time was going through, I think, relationship problems, and so wasn't really paying attention. And come the conference, he didn't turn up. And so, luckily, I'd seen that, and I'd been taking the notes that he should have been making. And so, on the Saturday of CHI, I took over as SV chair, and so I got a great team around me. And we just had to, you know, we draw up huge plans for the whole week and how many hours were available from the SVs and where they were going to be. So I was just thrown right into the deep end. And so that really taught me in no time that, you know, you've got to have great people around you. But it also taught me the conference in no time as well. So that was a good backup for when I became chair of the conference.
I can only imagine who was chairing InterChi. Was that Gerrit?
There were three chairs actually: Ted White, Gerrit, and I've forgotten the third one. But yeah.
I bet they kind of were having, you know, kittens.
Yeah.
So in the last few minutes, there's so many other questions I'd love to ask you. In the last few minutes, let's talk a little bit about where you see the future of practice heading and kind of how SIGCHI can be part of that. Clearly, we've had a schism in our field where in 19-something or other, practitioners split off and created the Usability Professionals Association, now the User Experience Professionals Association, because they didn't find CHI relevant, and they found CHI to be boring.
Oh.
But now we're talking about ways to bridge more with practitioners, whether through my role in partnerships or whether bringing more people back in or however it might be. How do you see SIGCHI moving ahead in this area? What do you?
So this bridging function is absolutely essential because, you know, it's no point in talking to the choir. We all understand the issues, but there's a whole world out there that doesn't understand the issues. And so I've tended in recent years to go to non-HCI conferences in order to try and get the message across. So going to very technical conferences. So we have to find some way of getting the message to those people because I think it was in the opening plenary that she mentioned how terrible certain forms are that you have to fill in, and you know, I've written articles about this. I mean, time. If you have to write your hours up for your employer, those applications are just a disgrace. And how could they possibly be so bad? And how could anybody even think that that was a good solution? And maybe it's, you know, what I was just saying about that managers think that a difficult interface was harder to produce, and therefore they reward difficult interfaces rather than reward good interfaces. So, I mean, this is not a very constructive answer, but it shows the direction that we need to go into. We need to get to those people who don't understand the issues.
I think also there's a shoemaker's children kind of situation. A lot of companies where, you know, employees have to use the system so they can impose whatever on employees and not worry about it too much.
Yeah.
But
I mean, what I think we lack. Do you know Don't Make Me Think?
Oh, of course. I know Steve very well.
We need that book for usability.
We have that book for usability.
Okay, my
it's
mistake.
Called Don't Make Me Think, and rocket surgery.
Yeah.
Made easy or something like that.
Yeah.
Steve Krug is definitely a person I think we here in SIGCHI need to bring in.
Yeah.
I hope we're able to find ways to work much more closely with practitioners, both so that we can learn from practitioners and practitioners can learn from us, because it's definitely a two-way street. So any other thoughts about the future? What about SIGCHI? Where does SIGCHI fit into this?
It's doing a great job. It's a fantastic conference.
Wait, there's a difference between SIGCHI and CHI. You know?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Remember?
I beg your pardon. It's also a tremendous organization. I mean, representing our field. I mean, for me, what I've recently done is started up a new series of conferences on declarative techniques. And just last week, I signed the papers to create a foundation for declarative techniques. So I'm taking the declarative thing and trying to keep the light, the flame burning, because with HTML5, we've lost a lot of declarative aspects of the web that I think need to return.
So maybe SIGCHI can help people like you in specialized niches. But also, you pointed out the Steve Krug idea of maybe we need to have that kind of almost like a primer that we can use.
So, something that's readable in one flight was the design of that book.
Well, I have two more questions.
All right.
The first one has to do with a woman named Zavira Hollander. Zavira Hollander, those of you who are in this room who are young, have never heard probably of a book called The Happy Hooker. But this book was written by Zavira Hollander about her experiences in New York being a madam while her husband was at the UN or something.
No, she was at the UN, but she was doing this in her spare time.
Oh, in her spare time. Well, make a little pin money, right? Yeah. Now, I had the opportunity of meeting Zavira Hollander when I was doing a study for Hewlett-Packard, and we were looking at how small businesses were using printers, and she, for a number of reasons, got included in the rota. But now, how did you meet Zavira?
So she turned up at a very early web event, 1995. It was when the W3C opened a branch in France. I was standing there drinking coffee in the break with my director of my institute, and this woman walked past, and I thought, I've seen that face somewhere before. Which conference has she been to? And then I realized, that's Zavira Hollander. So knowing she spoke Dutch and I speak Dutch, so I went up to her and said, aren't you Zavira Hollander? And so she gave me this look of, and who are you? And she said, and who are you? So I explained why I was there, and so she said, well, she was thinking of setting up a website, and she was with her agent. Oh, and here he comes now, and he was marching down the corridor towards us, and very smartly dressed in a Royal Air Force jacket. And he marches up, and Zavira, who's extremely good at names, so you only have to tell her your name once, and it's inscribed in her brain. She said, Norman, this is Stephen Pemberton. He went, Stephen Pemberton, at last we meet! And so I was suddenly in with Zavira Hollander, and that was because Norman was a colleague of yours. And so that evening I got invited to a party organized by Zavira Hollander.
Let's just say those parties were legendary.
Yeah, and we'll leave it at that.
And we'll leave it at that, yes. So it is interesting to me how that small world, I mean, even outside of HCI, because frankly, what does a madam have to do with human-computer interaction? But it turns out she was doing some pretty interesting, innovative things.
Yeah.
Okay, my last question for you.
Okay.
I primed you for this one. I didn't let Geraldine know this in advance. I'm telling you, I told you. So if you were going to describe in one word what you hope your legacy will be, what would that be?
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, that fits. That really fits. That fits indeed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I thank you guys all very much for being here. And thank you for all that you have done for our field and that you continue to do.
I'm looking forward to it. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Of full paper sessions at the WIST conference, you'll see that in 2019 there were 3 dedicated sessions for both fabrication and AR/VR. The following year, 5 for fabrication and 6 for AR/VR, and the same numbers in 2021. So given this growing interest, I think it's really interesting to identify common challenges and opportunities and to think about why the two fields have attracted so much attention. Although the two fields deal with different technical challenges, both aim for a single goal: creating objects instantly, either by fabricating them physically or rendering them virtually. In this panel, we will examine the pros and cons of both approaches, discuss which one may prevail in the future, and what opportunities exist for closer collaboration between researchers from the two fields. So the vision of computationally creating things on demand goes back to the 1960s, when Ivan Sutherland proposed his concept of the ultimate display, a room where the computer controls the existence of matter. The computer is basically in charge of rendering the environment and generating more content dynamically. And actually, several of you have identified the similarity between fabrication research and VR/haptics research based on the ultimate display vision on academic Twitter. So thanks, Yudai, if you're here, for your comments. We can actually see the similarity by looking at different applications in different industries. For example, in architecture, a low-fidelity model could be 3D printed, or the digital model could be rendered in AR to experience a building before it is built. In medicine, surgeons can practice an operation by 3D printing phantoms or by using VR headsets before performing it on the actual patient. The same can be said of different applications for product design where experiencing and testing prototypes is crucial. Let's talk a bit about the origins and evolution of the two fields. For fabrication, the first 3D printer goes back to 1984. Years later, the expiration of associated patents resulted in the democratization of additive manufacturing. And today we have several young companies such as Carbon 3D offering the vision of super fast fabrication, which is really exciting. For AR and VR, it is fair to say that Ivan Sutherland invented the first video headset, which he called the Sword of Damocles. It was a very heavy device. As you can see, it was suspended from the ceiling. Of course, with the advances of semiconductor manufacturing and computer graphics, things have changed. Today, there's a huge excitement about this field. Recently, Facebook rebranded itself as Meta to show its commitment to building the future of social AR and VR. All right, so without further ado, I'd like to pass it on to our amazing panelists so that they can introduce themselves. We'll start with Benko.
Thank you. So, hi everybody. My name is Hrvoje Benko. Most folks know me just as Benko. I'm currently a director at Meta. I direct the research science, specifically focusing on interactions and interfaces and input devices for our augmented reality and virtual reality efforts. In particular, I think there's three challenges that my groups are focused on, three core challenges that are facing the future of AR and VR, especially in the interaction side. The first challenge is in input and output devices. We really need good interaction devices to gather the full dexterity of our hands to really bring that into AR and VR. These devices need to be all-day wearable. They need to be unobtrusive, but also really powerful. So there's lots of sensing challenges. There's lots of haptics challenges that are in that domain. The second area is in the AR space in particular. The whole interface is going to depend on really just being contextualized to a much higher degree. We need to understand much more about the environment. We need to understand what the user is doing in the environment and how it's behaving. So we're doing a lot of stuff in contextualized AI, especially in HCI AI interactions in that space. And the third one is we need a fundamentally new interface. We need what I'm calling adaptive user interface, completely adaptive to the environment. In other words, we cannot really script applications in the same way that we do for phones or existing interfaces. We really need to rethink how we do that and how to compose them on the fly and how they interact, how they enable people to achieve new great things in AR and VR space. So fundamentally, those are the areas that I'm working in and the teams that I direct are working in, and super excited to be on this panel. Thanks.
Thank you. Valkyrie?
My name is Valkyrie Savage. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Copenhagen. I work a lot on fabrication, but I'm really interested in it not just from the perspective of we make stuff. I'm also interested in the dexterity of hands and how we can use them to make the best possible input devices, but physical ones. A lot of my work has focused on sensing as well, sensing the way that people interact with these things and so forth and so on. But I'm just really interested in the way that the physical world has so much messiness. There's all of these things that exist that we would never bother to simulate if we were deciding what to simulate. But those are the kind of interesting material properties and so forth that we can really use to make like optimal, fascinating input devices. I also like the idea that my reality doesn't have an uptime.
Thank you. Huaishu?
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Huaishu Peng. As you can see here, I'm an assistant professor in the computer science department at the University of Maryland, College Park. And my lab is called Small Artifacts Lab, or Smart Lab. And you can see from the name, like we're really interested in building things, small things, things that can wear, can put in your pocket, or things that you can carry out. And if you switch to the next slides, we're interested in fabricating a lot of things, things that people can design by themselves, and the design process may sometimes also combine with augmented or virtual reality. If you can move on to the next slides. So this is one example. You can actually design something that can hold in your hand. It's physical things, but maybe the AR or VR is part of assisting of the design process. So that's the things we're working on.
Awesome, thank you. Patrick, and at this point we can split the screen. All right, Patrick.
I would like to speak.
We can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now. Fantastic. Very cool. All right. I cannot see what you see, but I'm guessing that my slides are up. So I'm a professor at Hasso-Plattner Institute after a couple of years at Microsoft Research in Xerox PARC. And if you click to the next slide, you will see, okay, I see my slides now. That's great. So I'm very interested in the topic of fab versus virtual reality. So the next slide shows these are a couple of the wonderful people I've been working with in the past couple of years on fabrication. That includes Alex Ion and Stephanie Müller. And so unfortunately, the live feed is delayed. So I'm guessing that you click to the next slide. And so if you show the first video, you're going to see a couple of seconds of Alex's.
Oh, sorry, were these supposed to be videos? These are videos?
No, yes.
Okay, so because excuse me, because I opened this in Keynote, so let me just switch to PowerPoint. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I think, maybe I'll just talk to these still images. I think that's okay. So the first thing you would see is a photograph out of a mechanism built by Alex Ion. And so we would see that, like the door knob. So I'm very interested in the combination of fabrication with fast interactive rates. So we spend a lot of time building mechanisms, such as this metamaterial mechanisms with Alex together, who is at CMU now. And we've been looking at how to interact with these things in real time by operating them as machines. The second video would show you a couple of seconds from a video that I did together with Rob Kovac. And we've been looking at large-scale fabrication, but also at animating these things. So you might have seen the dinosaur demo at WIST. We created like a 5-meter dinosaur that is actuated using pneumatics. And so we're both interested in fabricating them very quickly, as well as actuating when we get there. And the last bit of video is one together with Stephanie, who's also co-author on this panel here today, where we're kind of deforming things in real time. So as the user's hand is moving up and down, you see how a PET material plastic is deformed. So that's something that we put a lot of work into, interactive fabrication, getting to the point where you can fabricate, well, at least influence things in real time. And since we were not able to fabricate things in real time, we at least want to modify them in real time. And we do this by using pneumatics, by pumping air into a heated up piece of plastic. So on that's the fab side. I'm very excited about the idea of fabrication getting to the point where we get interactive rates and kind of get some of the behaviors out of it that we hope to get from digital media. If you click to the next slide, you see some of the people I've been working with, Sebastian, Pedro Lopez, Longpan Cheng, also the former PhD students. And we've been working on the opposite side of which is like, well, what is missing on the VR side? And that would be haptics. So the next video you would see would be a video from Long Pants from a couple of years ago at WIST called Turk Deck, where users in virtual reality doesn't inherently feel anything, but then there's 10 people running around with boards orchestrated by a computing system, allowing these people, which we call human actuators, to produce the physical reality that the person in VR would require to actually experience the room as if it were physical. And the last video snippet would be together with Pedro Lopez. And we use electrical muscle stimulation. Here's a VR scene, a person running around in VR with 16 sets of electrodes in the body on various parts of the arm and the shoulders. And some sort of a mix between haptics and electroshocking, I guess, where we are producing the effect of actually lifting heavy boxes and so on by actuating users' opposing muscles to kind of produce that effect. So I'm very excited to be on this panel. I think one of my personal hypotheses is that these two fields will actually merge in the future into one. And so we're very excited here at Hasselblad Institute to kind of figure out what are the elements that are missing that we need to put in for these to actually happen. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Pat. As a reminder, 2 minutes for the self-introductions.
Yeah, that's
Michael.
Good, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Naberling. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Michigan. And so I've been working on AR/VR things since 2016, so relatively new. And I was fascinated initially by enabling physical prototyping as a way of generating kind of like pre-visualizing AR/VR experiences. So I've done a lot of work there, and I think there should be a photo of me that is from my recent courses where I try to teach and bring in like the physical world into some of my own teaching using virtual reality. Here's a mixed reality capture of that. So I'm a proponent of, I also, like Patrick, I believe that these technologies will coexist, and I think we should do more to enable them, in, for example, in some of our interface design approaches of the future as well. And I'll stop there, and I look forward to this panel.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so let's start the panel. You can send your questions on Hub or by going to this link, tinyurl.com/KaiQuestion, as we ease into the discussion. So I will start with my own questions. So my first question, maybe I can change. Does this work? Okay. So Michael and Pat, can you guys see us on Hub, just to make sure?
So currently you see the slide, but there might be a delay.
Okay, I see. You don't see the camera. You don't see the stage.
We saw it earlier, but not right now. Patrick,
Okay.
Can you see it?
So maybe.
Yeah, we see a slide, but we assume that we have about 10 to 15 seconds of delay until we see the slide.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if the tech people can look into this, that would be great. All right, so my first question, let me ask you, Patrick. So these days, you can buy a polished VR headset like Quest 2 for as low as $300, and it's very easy to set it up and use it. I have one and I love it. However, if you wanted to buy a 3D printed for that price, for $300, it's going to be a very finicky printer, and it will probably not work at first unless you do a lot of manual calibration and debugging. So my first question is, do you think this is related to the evolution timeline of these tools? Because as I mentioned, the first 3D printer was invented 20 years after the first video headset. So is it safe to say that in 20, 30 years, we will see much more affordable, seamlessly working printers?
I hope so. I think what we certainly see today is that I think the transition between the different phases of a product is not a continuous one. So I think a great thing about virtual reality is that a couple of years ago, we kind of essentially took that transition from industrial use and kind of tech enthusiast use to something that's really consumer ready. And when you look at this, I mean, motion capture, which is part of this, I guess, used to be something in the range of, I mean, 150,000 maybe, to get like decent motion capture working in the lab. And now that was $800, and now it's like $350 or something, including the whole headset somehow. And I think when it comes to fab, we're still like one stage below that. We're like in the tech enthusiast phase, in which machines are available, but these are not consumer machines, right? So FDM printer, it's just a miracle that, I mean, if you look at the construction, that the thing actually doesn't see what it's doing for like the entire time. You might print something overnight and it might completely fail in the process. That certainly suggests to me that hasn't happened. So the interesting question is, if you think 50 years out, if you give 3D printing another 50 years, what could that printer look like that would actually work reliably? I would assume that it at least has closed loops, so it looks at what it's doing itself. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a completely different fabrication technology compared to, like, say, FDM or something like that.
Can I add it to that?
Yes, of course.
I mean, 2K might be a lot for a 3D printer or compared to the VR headset. But if you see the price of a 3D printer maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, that'll be 10K or even much higher than that. So you do see the price of 3D printers getting much lower than before. And there's different printing methods come to that. Some of the SLA printer costs about $200, $300. The printing quality is pretty good. And I agree it's not designed for consumer, yet there still need some of the tinkering of the printer. But that, to me, is the user interface level or user experience level. And it's not the technical barrier to get to stage.
All right, awesome. Do you guys want to add anything? Or?
Sure. I'll admit that I actually don't own a printer for myself. I have printers in my lab, but I don't have one at home because I think they're horrible. But the thing is that I feel like in the future, printers don't have to be personal. Like, even the ones in my lab, which are shared by 30 to 40 people, are not busy all the time. I mean, I view like the future of 3D printing not as like a thing that we do at home, but as like essentially like a public utility sort of thing. If any of you have read The Diamond Age, that's very much like in line with sort of how I imagine 3D printing evolving, is like there are places you can print things and then you have them.
I guess I'll chime in. I think fundamentally whether we're going to see this or not, to me, depends on whether supply chain economics is going to win or not. I think we are very rapidly approaching a world where you can get anything that's currently created in the world mass-produced and delivered to your door in less than 2 hours, which is far faster than printing it, especially if you consider the complexity of the thing that you get, right? You can get a really highly complex thing that has many different materials, lots of computation, lots of stuff inside that's designed by people who actually know how to design things. It's delivered to your door in 2 hours. So I think that cycle is going to be increasingly improving. I mean, maybe not in terms of minutes, but like it's getting there. So in terms of the obstacle to getting a thing to you really fast, I think that one, I'm guessing it's going to be a big hurdle for the digital fabrication side. I think that where most of the applications that I see them are currently also identified is actually in the manufacturing space, like designing highly complex things in that space. And I think that's where we're going to see probably a lot of the movement towards better and bigger digital fabrication tools and tooling and devices.
But then your thing is just like everybody else's thing.
Yeah, so maybe you're saying is the personalization is that the answer. But for me, that seems like it's an area where you need a lot of skill to actually be able to do that.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, you can design personalization, right? Like you can imagine a sort of future where you wave your fingers around and you get some measurements done and then it gets encoded into your device. Like a designer can create that personalization template essentially for you. The end user doesn't need to know how to do that, I don't think.
Do you have to print that at home or can you just get that delivered in an hour?
If Amazon wants to print it for me and deliver it, I'm cool with that.
Me too. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
I have a different version of that.
I think there's I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We have this delay in the line, so it's tricky. Okay, let me just, I like this discussion of like Amazon versus Fab, and I think I'm also thinking that I think Amazon has a pretty good stake in this. I think it's interesting to see how the digital work has panned out somehow. And with the advent of the World Wide Web, one would have thought that you would get a lot of personalization. Everyone would get something different somehow. But if you look at how it's been going since, I think one of the things that we'll be watching is mass taste versus individualization. And on the digital side, I'm not sure which side is winning right now. Right? Personally, I would love to see a world of individualists and everyone gets their custom things. But there's also a possible future where like mass production will win and mass taste will win at the same time, which I'm pretty sure none of us on this panel are really excited about to see, but which might be a reality nonetheless.
Patrick misses GeoCities.
GeoCities, right?
Awesome. So my next question is actually for Michael. In my intro, I talked about the ultimate display and how the perfect 3D printer or a perfect VR headset could be the ultimate display one day. What are currently the biggest obstacles in VR and AR towards creating the ultimate display?
Yeah, it's certainly a lot on, I see challenges on both the hardware side and then also on the kinds of content we actually create. Personally, I'm more familiar with the software side of things, and maybe Benko can comment a little bit more on the hardware. So I guess we would agree that tracking has improved, resolution is constantly improving, and on the VR side at least, we have devices at an affordable price that come close maybe to that vision of that ultimate display. It did include, I guess, the idea of forming matter, and so I guess that's where these two fields could blend in nicely. So if I could pick up any object from a virtual shelf in VR and then somehow produce it, if it's a physical thing and it can become a controller or something, I think that would be awesome. So if we could actually materialize some of the objects we see in VR, I think haptics is probably, at least a lot of people at WIST and Kai are excited about haptics as a way of improving virtual reality. Yeah, I think these are, so in summary, I think I talked mostly about the hardware side. On the software side, I think it would also be good if you could see more useful experiences. So, I mean, there are not a lot of reasons to spend a lot of time in virtual reality or in augmented reality these days. And I think we were just going around us and asking how much time have we actually spent in total. So I've never actually spent a workday in virtual reality, and the time to use augmented reality is also very limited. I think it has to do partly with not a lot of useful applications other than maybe fitness and some simulation at this point. So I wonder what needs to happen on the content side to fulfill this vision of the ultimate display.
Yeah, really good points. Thank you. Benko, would you like to add to that?
Sure, I think you would like me to add to that. Okay, obstacles. I think there are many. First of all, I think the way I think about the future, I don't think about them as VR, AR. I think about them as a kind of convergence device. I really think that most of the useful all-day wearable applications are actually in the AR space. And we are still quite far from really mass market valuable device in that space. I think once you get to the point where you can fundamentally augment what you are seeing with different capabilities and really contextualize this and personalize this to your experience, you get a fundamentally transformative experience. That's what when I think about kind of the next computing platform, I really think about that. I really think about a hyper-personal device that is very adaptive, that is actually augmenting your capabilities. Now, to get there, I think we still have so much work to do. I think everything from displays, of course, having to get brighter, thinner, lighter, wider field of view. There's a lot of obstacles there. But for this community, I actually think that fundamentally, one of the biggest challenges that we're facing is we have to rethink the interface to these devices. It is not anything that we're used to right now, and I don't think that people quite grok how different the experience is. Think about designing applications where you don't know how the application is going to look at render time, right? It's a fundamental challenge of the experience. You can design a capability, but how it's presented, how it's composited, when it's shown, to what degree it's there, how it's presented, and how long the person sees it is actually out of your control. For many reasons, one of the most benign one is just safety. You oftentimes have to control it so that you don't fall down the stairs, right? Like you have to think about it fundamentally there. So I think some of the fundamental challenges is for us to actually rethink how we design applications, how we design the interface, how do we leverage this experience to create something that's hyper-personal to you, because I think the true value, right? Michael talked about, like, there's not that much value in there. I would say, we can debate the value of Beat Saber and how many hours people spend in it. I think it's a great application, but I think fundamental value to humans as a new computing platform is going to come when you have these hyper-personal devices, the devices that are really that are understanding you and your environment, and then giving you the right information at the right time and the right place. We're far from that, but I think that's the exciting part. That's where we have a chance to actually define.
Can I ask questions?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you think screen will disappear in the future? Or desktop? Or everything we do will be one version of GoGo?
I think screen is a delivery method. So I think it's an option. I don't see right now a really better option in terms of the contender for delivering that kind of information to you than a personalized screen. But I've worked a lot in concepts of like spatial augmented reality with like many different projectors. How you deliver that information, I think it's an open question as well. I do think that personalized screens are from physics perspective, from lots of different perspectives, from install perspective, is a very likely outcome that there's a lot of momentum towards optimization, but I don't think it's the only way. I actually think that a lot of applications can be done purely through audio channels, right? Like audio augmented reality is a real thing, and I think we need to explore that as well. But I think Holy Grail is the full vision.
Awesome. Thank you. So I'd like to ask a similar question for fabrication to Valkyrie, actually. What do you think are the current biggest challenges in 3D printing or laser cutting or other fabrication methods to creating the ultimate display?
Well, the fact that you started off your first question by explicitly saying how terrible 3D printers are doesn't, that suggests a potential barrier between us and the ultimate display. There is also a question of like there's a question of how fast they can go. There's a question of materials. There's also a question of, I guess, what I would call like tricks we can do with the printer. Sort of like, we're not materials scientists and we're not building these machines ourselves as HCI experts, but we're kind of looking at like ways we can exploit what we already have. So thinking about these like peculiarities of their functionality and how we can use that to render things that are interesting, I think is a potential area that we can look at. In terms of materials, I mean, there is like functional materials is something that we're just starting to see. Like, flexible materials have become really popular, and conductive materials, and there's some use of, magnetic materials or other exotic things, thermochromic things and clear things and so forth. And of course, as that diversity increases, then we'll start to see more and more potential applications. And we're a little bit far from being able to render every piece of reality with a 3D printer. In terms, Benko's chuckling at me. So, yeah. So I mean, there's some things that we as HCI researchers just need to wait for in order to get to where I think we can do the ultimate display. But for us as the kind of researchers we are, the kind of technologists that we all seem to be, like, I think that there's, just playing around and doing these tricks, I think is what we need right now.
Yep, I agree. Patrick, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think it might be good to think about what this is going to look like. And I think if we take VR and AR and Fab, as well as UbiComp, Smart Matter, and like all these other areas that essentially have the same objective if you think about it, right? I mean, UbiComp has this idea of surrounding you. If you go back to the idea that smart rooms and mobile kind of were part of that. And the idea is to surround you with computing, if you will. And if you think of that, I think if you think that that's the vision somehow, that rather than you interacting with computing through, like a 13-inch screen or something like that, that computing surrounds you and immerses you somehow, and everything is real time and all these things, then you can think of every one of these technologies and kind of ask yourself, well, how much is missing? So in VR, I think VR is certainly the closest when it comes to frame rate, right? So it's 75 frames, so at every 1 per second. That seems to be working very well. And in Fab, obviously, the biggest drawback right now, I think, is the speed. At the same time, it would be interesting to also look at Smart Matter, which have this, at least I think for them the resolution is missing, right? They talk about molecular control, but in reality they're looking at like they made 50 molecules, and the molecules are like the size of a hand somehow. So if you think all this coming together, I think certainly very fast fabrication or very fast ability to modify might be one of the factors.
Awesome. So my next question will be, actually, thanks for submitting a lot of great questions. So many questions coming in. So one question actually Udai is asking, what would be a cool collaboration of Fab and mixed reality on collaboratively achieving the ultimate display by complementarily overcoming their disadvantages? I actually had a really similar question. With Roma, your project, Huashu, you showed like how AR can help design CAD models as a 3D printer is fabricating the object. So what kind of other like collaboration opportunities do you see? And like, for instance, could it go the other way too? Like maybe some fabrication tools can help AR, VR folks better achieve their goals. What do you think?
Right. So the Roma system is the one that you can put on an AR headset, sort of, and you can sort of see the real world. And you can design 3D models with the feedbacks, visual feedbacks in augmented reality. And we have a robotic arm that's sort of jump in and actually print the things you just designed in a sort of wireframe models. What the system added to the pure augmented reality system is the physicalities, the things that you can actually hold in your hand after you finish the design. So that's something I think that's unique when you think about combining augmented reality with 3D printing or with fabrications. In one sense, if you think about that, if you extrapolate this a little bit, if an augmented reality is perfect, that not just rendering the visual feedbacks, but also the haptic feedbacks, to a really high degree of freedoms and high resolutions. You can actually feel all the things you just designed with your hand. Maybe you don't need the fabrication side for that. On the other side, if you think about fabrications will be instantaneous, you can always just feel and have the things printed in your hand. If you don't like it, you can just actually change or edit the physical matters, as Patrick showed the free-form editing of the matters. That's actually the other versions or the other side of augmented reality. To combine these two, it's sort of what we're doing right now because either of them is perfect at this moment. We don't have the instantaneous rapid updates of the speed of the fabrications. We don't have all these materials that can print to make super complex things. For example, you can print things that can change its shape. It's probably difficult. You might be able to print some of the circuit traces. You won't be able to print the chip in a very easy way. So that's something we don't have. On the augmented reality side or virtual reality side, you have data gloves, you have different kind of haptic feedbacks, vibrations or pneumatics or hydraulics. That won't give you the sensations I've actually hold things with my hand. So that's what I see if you try to combine augmented reality and virtual reality with fabrication at this moment. That's something we can explore to sort of compensate each other. Like try to meet in the middle.
One thing that I think is interesting is some of the work that Benko has done in terms of like essentially tricking people by changing their visual, by fooling their visual perception in VR. Like the idea that we could use that to fabricate imperfect stuff and just convince people that it's actually the right thing. I think that figuring out that is something really interesting because fabrication is, wasteful in some sense. Like we don't want to print 800,000 little objects to like have to play with in our headsets, but the idea that we can actually like turn one thing into another thing using these displays, and by replacing people's reality, I think is also an interesting idea.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout to Mari Asmandian if he's in the audience or he's here in the conference. He's the one who actually did that work on haptic retargeting. I also agree. That's a very when it comes to mind, like repurposing reality, or basically is a really interesting concept. I wonder if you guys have any, of course, on the team fabrication. I wonder if you guys have any thoughts about the actual sustainability aspects of printing things on demand, continuously printing reality. I mean, one of the things that I think it's one of the most awesome things about the AR/VR future is the fact that not only can it render reality or virtual reality, but you can do things that are supernatural, the things that you cannot print, the things that you cannot experience, the things that are suspended in midair, things that are just pure impossibilities if you're constrained to physics, right? And so how do you, and also from sustainability perspective, like you are using some electricity, but most of the other stuff is there. So I'm curious how you guys, how you are thinking about that aspect of the digital fabrication on demand, even if it's instantaneous.
I am not going to claim that we'll print you a new physics, but in terms of sustainability, I guess printed stuff is embodied carbon, right? So while you have your headset turned on, you're constantly using electricity, and that is what's sustaining your reality. Whereas with a printer, depending how long you're going to use the thing, you make it one time and then it's still there, even if you lose power, even if you don't have a headset on and you look at my thing, it's still there for you. It's created once and it lasts, which can be useful for some objects, but not for others. I see Patrick has his hand up and I'll point at him in 1 second. But yeah, I mean, and there is work on are these materials sustainable and so forth. I don't know if we as HCI researchers are 100% equipped to answer that question, but some form of reuse, I think, is possible with these devices.
Right. Yeah. Maybe 1 minute follow-up, and then 1 minute follow-up from Patrick.
All right. Let me just say one sentence. What I'm thinking is maybe in the future, that 3D printing is not always just reprint the things. You have the matters, you can just edit itself.
Self-assembly.
Or you have a card, you can actually reshape it to whatever you want. You don't always need to reprint the things. So that sort of overcome the sustainability thing in one way.
I agree.
Yeah, Patrick?
I think I'm wondering if we can draw some inspiration from computing, where this idea of having hierarchies of caches, for example, has been a concept for a very long time. So we would typically, in computing, you would do something very quickly, but then you would have very little of it. For example, you access a register or something like that, or first level cache or something like that. And then on the back end, you would have something, well, in the extreme case, you would have tape, right, which is a very slow to access thing. And somehow over the decades, we figured out clever mechanisms of making these things work together, where we get very fast response from RAM and first level caches and stuff like that. And then over time, when we have the time, we would kind of go out to disk and tape and so on. And I don't know what that would look like for Fab, but I could imagine in some ways. I mean, I think what other people on the panel said a minute ago, that this could ultimately add up to some sort of VR being some sort of the first level cache to something that and Fab being some sort of the back end to it.
I love that metaphor.
Yep. Great. Next we're going to talk about alternative futures, but before we transition to that, one question to Benko and Michael, and you guys hopefully can answer this really quick. There's a lot of excitement around AR, VR, and mixed reality these days, and many people think that we're going through a hype cycle, and that the excitement will die out soon. So how do you respond to this sort of people?
Is your question, is the AR, VR a hype? Okay, just checking. Well, I don't believe so. I actually, as I said before, I believe that if you look at computing, we have had several different iterations of what is the dominant computing platform. I do believe that the next dominant one will be the AR/VR space. I just don't see anything else on the horizon that has the potential to fundamentally transform how we interact with digital information. It's not just with like recreating physical things and recreating, you know, experiences, but actually just really how do we consume information? How do we live with that information, and how is that embedded in our daily lives? I think the next platform for that is going to be wearables. It's going to be AR, VR technologies. So from that perspective, I don't believe this is a hype. I think fundamentally this is what's on the horizon. But the right questions are really around the areas of like how long is it going to take and when are we going to get there and things like that. And some of it is still like we have to solve some fundamental, real big challenges. We talked about it, right? So it's going to take some time. But the industry is, if you're thinking about this, I think from the industry perspective, there's very large investments and also very large groups of people are now working on these problems to actually try to address this, which is something that kind of gets it out of the hobbyist space and into a kind of a real user value space. And I think that's the most encouraging parts about it, because at this point we're really getting large amounts of investments to make that real.
Yeah, got it. Michael?
I'm with Team Benko here, and I also think we can already see how some of these technologies are transforming several fields. So I work in education, and one of the things we do at the University of Michigan is a bigger XR initiative where we're really trying to identify good courses and instructional materials where using AR/VR makes a lot of sense. And I think, so it comes with a lot of challenges. So I think we are all early adopters. The way we think about these technologies, there's not a lot of instructors that are ready to do it, but yet there are a few who see the potential. And I kind of like it, just like look at computer rooms. So when I was a student, we had to go to a specific computer room in order to access these things. So now we build these VR computer rooms here at Michigan, and a lot of students already have these devices at home. And I think it will be like a smartphone one day. And there will not be just one device. There will be all kinds of devices for different purposes. But I think they will be wearable. I agree with Benko there. And I think they will be very powerful. And nobody will ever question this again.
Okay. All right.
I do love your question. It was a great question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So a quick break question to the panelists. Raise your hand if you own a 3D printer. At your home. Oh yeah, okay. So 2.
Oh, whoa.
Okay. Raise your hand if you own a VR headset in your home. Okay, okay.
I'm a Luddite.
Okay. Cool. Okay, just statistics. I also want to ask the audience. Can you guys? Can you folks raise your hands if you own a 3D printer? Okay.
I should take a photo of that.
In your home, yes. Oh yeah, okay. You're not
Hold your hand.
office, not in your lab, at home. What's that?
It's a biased audience.
Oh,
biased audience, yeah, for sure.
Okay, and now
not a representative sample here.
VR headsets. Do you want to take another picture?
That's the same group.
We're going to have to overlay these two pictures.
Yes, yeah, okay. Just for statistics.
You want to spell this out for us? We don't see anything. Can you tell us?
We'll send you the pictures. Yeah, you're good. Okay,
It's a fair amount of the audience from both cases have raised their hands.
Yeah, I'd say 60, 70%.
All right, that's pretty cool.
For Michael and I know there are 3 people.
How many people are in the room?
Tens of people are here.
Okay, good. Just checking.
Sorry?
Ooh, as many as Obama's inauguration. Okay, so next topic, next chapter, alternative futures. My first question will be, as technology becomes more affordable and compact, will there be an advanced desktop 3D printer or laser cutter or like some sort of advanced manufacturing machine in every home in the future? And perhaps Valkyrie, you can go first.
Sure. I'm happy to reiterate that I don't think there will be. I just think that kind of machine is not going to be, I mean, if you imagine a future where like these things print our food or something, like maybe you would use it enough to make it worth it. But otherwise, like, while we are a consumer society and everybody loves stuff, I just don't think that like the average person will need so much new stuff that they need to make it themselves at their home. Personally.
I don't agree.
Oh.
How many of you have a kitchen in your house or in your room? Right. And how many of you cook? Or order food, delivery, go to restaurant?
Sometimes.
Right. So what I think maybe in the future, the 3D printer, well, maybe it's not called 3D printer anymore, it's some of the machine. But if you're talking about the future, right, that would be the things that can actually print or make the things that you want, just like you have something in the kitchen. You can, of course, order food and deliver to you, but if you want, you can also create and make by your own version. So that would be something just like a kitchen or a stove or oven in your room or in your house. You might not use that all the time, but it would be nice to have that.
I don't know. I like this whole thing of like, there's car shares and stuff, right? I mean, people have recognized that even the things that we do buy now, we just don't use enough to like justify. Like, I mean,
one version of that is like if you have the machines, you're not going to need all the deliveries or for fabricated things. What you need to order to your house or home will be the raw material. That will be genetic raw material, just fit into the machine and you can print. And that actually save the energy and save the delivery in one sense or not.
Can I offer a perspective from
Sure.
a team AR, VR?
Yeah, 1 minute. Because
no, it's going to be less than 1 minute.
Okay.
Actually, my hypothesis is that we might have something like 3D printers at homes in the future for us. We will never, ever think of them or call them 3D printers. It will be super specific. It'll be just like your food processor or, you know, a stand mixer. You don't call that a application device for stirring matter. It is, you know, it has a KitchenAid brand on it. It's branded and experienced, and you use it for specific type of things. So maybe, you know, in the future, I would guess that we might have something like a, you know, a fast manufacturing device or something, if it's, especially if it's related to food as a kitchen appliance, but it probably will not be called 3D printer or it will be, won't be, you know, it'll be branded thing.
Okay. What about VR headsets? Will everyone own a VR headset in the future?
Well, my prediction is that we will see a blurring line between what we call VR right now and AR right now, and you will not have a potentially dedicated VR headset in the far future. You will have personalized device that you wear that gives you augmentations in the world. It can block the world. It can create a VR experience or AR experience. I do believe we'll get there. I don't think I mean, for some time we will live in a world where those are two distinct areas, and that's purely because of the nature of these devices and how they're manufactured and how their use cases are.
Got it. So my next question is for Michael. Oh, Patrick. Okay, yes.
Yeah, I think I love how we're talking about food processors because I think that might well be a key scenario. I think it's interesting to see how some of these technologies, we start out by thinking of them very broadly. I'm thinking of tabletop computing right now. And initially, I think some people, like, we didn't know what it would be good for, right? And so I remember, I think one of the people behind Diamond Touch decided to do all his document processing, you know, Word and so on the tabletop computer. But ultimately now, a couple of years later, it seems that some of the early scenarios which had to do with like point of sales and so on, that they actually turned reality, and many of these other scenarios we thought of did not turn into like a lasting reality somehow. So I would assume also that we would see, you know, some of these more specialized scenarios. And in that sense, I think even though the panel talks about 3D printing, I think subtractive machines that actually can deal with, you know, like you could think of laser cutters for that matter, I think might actually take over in that sense because they're good at processing stuff that's not like, doesn't look like astronaut food, for example.
Got it. So yeah, going back to Michael, you know, we've been talking about AR, VR headsets and so on. Do you think you know, Quest 2, right, for VR, right, like pretty good device. And we see that all these products are starting to look very similar in their form factor. Do you think AR headsets and VR headsets have reached their final form factor?
Oh, I hope not. So right now they're pretty clunky. One of the things I wanted to say that I forgot in my introduction, where you put up the picture of me teaching with a VR headset. I think in 50 years from now, people will look at this and it'll feel like when we look at the grayscale kind of like movie from the 50s or whatever. So I think I think these devices will look very different. I'm strong, very personal. And I think also in line with some of the questions in the Q&A, I think they will look very, very different, these VR headsets. Hopefully they will be adapted to people with different vision capabilities and maybe motor abilities. And they will probably be more like fashion, and maybe they'll be branded, I don't know. In any case, I don't think that we have reached the final form factor. I do think it will be something that is always available, and that we put on our eyes somehow, or through some kind of contact lenses or some other possible features. There will probably also be spaces that are just augmented, maybe without they provide a public view, like we have public spaces now, and then maybe when you enter them with your more personal device, maybe that brings a different value that allows you to see some of these things differently. Yeah, I wonder what Banco would say, but I would say he did a good job on the Quest 2, but I think we can still do a little better.
Well, thank you. I take that very personally. I mean, the answer that I would say is no. I think anything that you have to wear for a full day, I mean, look at us, right? Like we technically have the ability to buy exactly the same piece of clothing, but that's one of the defining characteristics that we all do, which we express ourselves through what we wear. So any wearable device, and I consider AR, VR future to be highly wearable, is going to have to be fashion forward. So form is going to matter quite a lot, and how you look and how you express is going to matter quite a lot. I think we will see. Right now, we're still on the technology trying to actually get to the capabilities, to get to the value. Once we start seeing that, I think we will see a great differentiation in that aspect.
Great, awesome. So yeah. Yeah, we've been talking about very nice possibilities, but just in the scope of like alternative futures, let's assume that everyone owns a VR headset that does look like a VR headset that we have these days, right? So like, and what would that sort of future look like? Would we live in a very tiny space, a very small room, and we just like sit there with a headset on, or like maybe use redirected walking to feel like we live in a bigger house, and we never need to go out, and like our 3D printer can make us food, and like what does that future look like, and like how can we work in a way that we're aware of like more negative possibilities, and how can we be more responsible as we develop tech?
How do we make sure that our fallback reality doesn't suck? Is that what you're
exactly?
asking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Patrick, would you like to start? Or?
I like my fallback reality. Yeah. That's a great term, Valkyrie. That's No, go ahead, Valkyrie. Take this one.
Me?
I was the proponent of the tiny houses. I was just thinking a lot about floor plans at the moment, thinking about moving soon, and so what would be in my house now and what would be in my house in the future. So maybe we'll have, I don't know whether we still value physical space the way we do now. I mean, we can essentially create very large open-ended virtual reality spaces overlaid over the physical space. So I really wonder what it look like. Maybe we all live in tiny houses and we make them look very, very large and maybe accessible. I think that's where this came from. I just wonder how we value physical space, what we do to physical space, and how we perceive it and how we trust it. So we'll probably double check everything, but it could still be fabricated in real time, so we don't actually know what's there. Yeah, very interesting question. I don't actually, I think most of the movies that try to portray it end up in a very, very dark future. And I think there's a real danger. There is a real danger that it might go there. So let's just preserve our fallback reality. Do that now. Take pictures as you can.
I guess maybe I'm the optimist here. I don't think we'll end there. I think there's very little chance that we'll end there for a couple of reasons. One is no technology fundamentally transforms our life to such degree that we remove any need for any physicality aspects, right? Like, I think we haven't gone there. Maybe the ultimate extreme, right? If we're talking recreating every single sensory stream information to your body. At that point, I think that it gets very metaphysical, like it gets very religious in some degree, because at some point you're talking about what is reality, and we can have that debate. But let's bound this to like.
But that's that's the sort of research we're doing here, right? We're doing haptics,
I think
trying to
so
replicate.
far from that kind of research. But okay, maybe go on. Tell me how.
No, I'm just.
What research are you doing? Because I think we're
not doing haptics right now.
I'm curious.
What? Sorry, what?
Well, you're saying this is the kind of research we're doing. I'm curious.
What kind of research I'm doing?
No. What kind of research is? Do you feel like we're actually trying to get to the metaphysical experiences? I mean, maybe some of us, but I think most of the stuff, it's okay.
I mean, it is called virtual reality, right?
I mean,
virtual real. Yes. Michael?
Not sure what's happening. I was just thinking, I mean, so to be honest, it is interesting how many of the VR solutions, for example, that we have today, so spatial, for example, is one that was created for meeting rooms and to have like professional meetings. But when you think about how these things are actually used at the moment, they're used to have wedding ceremonies, to do religious things together, to all the kinds of things that they weren't actually designed for. And also, like, I mean, I question, it's cool that Benko is optimistic, but if if you traveled from the 50s to 2022 and you spend some time at a bus stop, they had bus stops in the 50s, maybe they had newspapers, but I think people talked to each other and they didn't all just, stand there. And so we created definitely behaviors that I think are not very nice. And so I wonder, if you go 50 years in the future, will we all be, I'm not sure. I think I agree with Benko there. We won't all be standing there with our headsets and we will not talk to each other anymore. I think it'll be part of the things that we wear, and we'll probably preserve, hopefully, some of the social interactions. So
I actually do think we'll be staring there with our headsets, except that I don't think there will be in a dark room with like completely jacked into the system in the matrix. That's not the future that I'm envisioning. I feel like we're actually, the future that I'm talking about is the future where these wearable devices are prostheses, and they're helpers. They're augmenting your capabilities continuously as you go through your life. They don't replace the need for physicality. They don't make your house. They don't do anything like that. But they do create an alternative augmented version, right? And that's actually a really interesting capability. We're already seeing, I mean, right now you can argue the online communities and online environments are actually fairly addictive, and people spend a ton of time on these platforms and live basically digital versions of their lives in a different way. Will some people want to go to that extreme? Probably. I mean, it's highly likely. But is it likely that we will, as a society, transition to it? I don't think so. Right. Patrick, you've been patiently waiting. I don't know. Maybe you can chime in.
Yeah. So. I mean, I guess it's not recently, like 2 years ago, I first noticed how expensive wood has actually gotten. I'm doing a home working project right now. And it's kind of weird if you think about it. I mean, like many years ago, when we first started to kind of have things made from plastic, plastic, I mean, if you think of the 50s or whatever, when mass-produced plastic goods kind of entered the market on a big scale, these were kind of expensive things, and the natural stuff was the cheap stuff. Now, half a century later, wood is actually getting pretty expensive somehow. So if you think VR through to its logical conclusion, like in 100 years or something like that, The question is like, which of these two things will be expensive and which of these will be cheap? And I think it's not very hard to guess because it's already happening right now, essentially, where the expensive part of VR is the space, right? I mean, you can do VR in like a square meter if you want to, but you can also do real walking with like, you know, and then the ultimate thing is like, well, physical space. If you think of this backwards, let's imagine you live in a world, just for the matter of argument, that were completely, everyone were in VR the whole time, then there would be a bunch of rich people who would afford to have a one-purpose room somehow, and it had a pool table in there, something insane like that. And everyone's like, what are you doing there? It's like a room just for playing pool or like just for doing this or so. So I could envision, and I guess that's a dystopian future somehow, where actually VR does take over somehow, you know, because space is so expensive. And the majority of people would actually, kind of just for efficiency reasons somehow use, you know, because it allows you to repurpose space. I don't like that future, but I think it's not completely unrealistic.
I mean, even if that ends up being the future, right? Like even there, I would argue that fundamentally, in that case, if space is at such a premium and people are so tightly packed together, then maybe VR is the best thing that we can do, because like at that point I would much rather live in the virtual environment that is much more spacious and much more furnished than if my real reality is to that degree. I mean, again, I believe that's a utopian future that I don't really believe it's likely, but even there I feel like there's clear benefits to treating that as then a virtual reality.
Yeah, that future would not be caused by VR, right? So VR, it's not like VR causes that reality. That reality would be caused by something else. And yeah, I agree. I think VR might be appreciated in that context. Yeah. We should somewhat switch topics because we have 8 minutes left. And
yes. So we're gonna go into the questions.
Future somehow.
Yeah, we're going to go into the questions. So a question by Jan Mankoff. What are your thoughts about whether AR, VR, or Fab are more able to include people with disabilities? Does that change if you think about authors versus users? Valkyrie and Huaishu, would you guys like to start?
I mean, even in terms of the keynote speakers' comments regarding digital redlining and so forth, like it seems that a physical thing that can be shared is moderately more accessible at the moment to various communities. Okay, but that's not the accessibility question. The accessibility question, I mean, like you keep referring to augmented reality as a prosthesis, and I think that there are like, of course, physical analogs to that kind of stuff. You know, they can, like, there can be devices that can be manufactured to make us better than we were, which is a sort of accessibility thing. In terms of designing, I think that like, there's just not, design tools are hard, and we definitely don't have good ones right now that are accessible. I think that the sort of future that I waved my hands about was like where you can have these customization templates. I think would be an accessible future where anybody can make something with fabrication. But Huaishu?
Right. So I think it's like every time when we have some of the new technologies, it's become more popular and pervasive. We have to be careful that we're not leaving a group of people behind. So one thing we're thinking actually, so some of the things we're, well, let's say planning to work on is like for virtual reality, let's say. Once you have a headset, you can interact or social with other people's. Because we're highly reliant on the visual as a channels, there are people's blind users, for example, we're sort of leaving behind. So one of the possible future, let's say we all get into the virtual reality to socialize. Maybe we have the panels in virtual reality, we all have the headset, and how we can be inclusive and make sure that all the people can get on the platform, can communicate with each other, and it's not because of their different cases that they're exclusive from the platform. I think that's kind of important, and I think that's not just for the platform platform designers, and also for the developers who build these systems or apps that keep that into the considerations. I mean, I don't have like systematic or ways to do that, but I think that's actually, for the first the first things to do at least to make sure that people understand the importance of that.
Right. So we have only a couple of minutes left. If anyone wants to ask a question in person, feel free to raise your hand. So the question I'm going to ask is by Laura Devendorf. Does fabrication necessarily mean 3D printing? What other machines and ecosystems do you think have strong potential and should be explored? Patrick, would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, sure. I think, it might make sense to break them down into additive, subtractive, and I mean, these are the things we're thinking about today, and then Laura herself has done a lot of work of variations of those, where like including users, for example, which is a very interesting idea. So I think one of the drawbacks that we see in 3D printing today is not just it's very slow, and it only uses materials that have gone through some sort of a liquid or powder state, which really limits what you can do. So I wouldn't be surprised. Kind of on the note of what we said earlier about specialized machines, that subtractive technology might actually have an edge on some of these things, because it just doesn't. It kind of caters more to what we would see in our daily lives. I would actually kind of be curious to hear what Laura has to say about it, for that matter, because I think she's done a lot of good work in that space, and be curious to see. I don't know if there's I don't see the room. I don't know if there's a way to give her a microphone.
She is shouting from out in the room.
She's shouting, okay, yeah.
The microphone's coming. She likes shouting, though.
Anyway, thank you.
I think I hear you through the window.
No, I guess I was just thinking, textiles feel like something that is really versatile and in people's homes, and that they are already fabricating with maybe at the same rate or faster than a 3D printer. So, or even just kitchens. We have a lot of manufacturing machines in the home, and I'm always curious how we could adapt or sort of hyperpower those, as opposed to fitting them into sort of a workshop item that then comes into the home. So, anyway.
It does seem like a lot of the work on this right now is focused around these like very predictable materials, right? Like plastic and wood and so forth. And I like the idea of using like less predictable and messy materials like textiles or egg whites or whatever, right? Like these weird things. I think that's a really interesting future.
Anyone wants to ask any question in person? I'm going to prioritize. But if not, I'm going to keep asking the questions here. Kathy Fank has a question. People don't want to fabricate everything, and neither do people want to spend all day in XR. Could you comment on the limited utility for both? Banko, maybe you want to go first?
I think we said a lot on that exact topic in this panel. I'm curious. I don't really have too much to add to that. In terms of, I agree, people don't necessarily want to spend the entire time in there, but I also think that the devices that we're wearing, particularly your cell phone, things like that, are devices that it has been proven that are basically on you all the time. They're part of your existence and ecosystem. People have always, there's the famous experiments where would people give up their vacation days or their cell phone, and people mostly pick their vacation days to give up and keep the cell phone, right? It's really important to us to keep that. So I do think that there's aspects to that these devices are going to be, and the availability of this information is going to be all-day experience for a lot of people. But I don't think that precludes people from doing other things and not being just completely in virtual reality.
Right. Also,
I wanted to just say one sentence, which was that even to dredge up Patrick's old comment, that I think finding the right handoffs and stuff is a really interesting HCI challenge for the future.
One sentence, yeah. So what I'm thinking is either VR, AR, or fabrication is not to replace the current reality, but augment that.
Patrick, yes, one sentence, 2 sentences.
Yeah, so So I think we should think of these as a Pareto optimal kind of set somehow. And I mean, PCs haven't gone away. We use them periodically. Laptops haven't gone away. We use them periodically. Mobile phones will not go away. We'll use them periodically. And I think VR, rather than saying VR is going to replace this or something like that, that has never really happened for that matter, right? Some technologies became obsolete, but everything that's Pareto optimal will stay around. And I would say that VR and mobile and laptops and so are all Pareto optimal. And fab, for that matter, may be Pareto optimal as well. And so they may just kind of form that Pareto optimal curve, and then people might switch between these, and maybe vacation hopefully is on that curve as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And lastly, there's a question specific to Meta. So I want to give Benko a chance to answer. What are the main challenges for accessibility? I mean, similar question, accessibility in the metaverse, and how is Meta working on these issues?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I want to also tie this to Jen's question from before, right? First of all, I think that there's so much work that we need to still do in accessibility. I think that there's lots of opportunities to do that. I'm actually super excited to partner with Create Center at University of Washington to explore this topic even more, and to start and jumpstart a lot more VR and AR accessibility work there. I think the way that I think about it, in general, there are kind of two camps for the accessibility story that are important. One is to really just make the existing titles more accessible. You know, I equate that to kind of the curb cuts in the streets and things like that. There's lots of stuff that can be introduced in the interface to make it more generally accessible to a wider population. I think the fundamental opportunity that most people don't actually realize, that most people don't talk about, is the fact that these devices ultimately, if they're going to be useful, and they need to be highly personalized. And what I mean by that is not personalized just in terms of the information that they give you, but also personalized in the capabilities that you can do. A lot of work that we do right now is, for example, with EMG and muscle sensing on the hand tracking and hand informations, which is actually an interesting opportunity to not necessarily treat this hand as a able-bodied hand that has 5 digits and like it looks a certain way and this is the hand tracking of today, but really be able to personalize the experience, personalize the input, personalize the output to the capabilities of that particular human, right? That's what I mean by really highly personalized experience. So I think we have lots of opportunities in the space to really push this idea forward, and that's kind of some of the work that we're doing right now at Meta.
Awesome, thank you so much. So yeah, I guess that's it. So to conclude, maybe everyone can say one sentence about what they're most excited about, in terms of their research and in terms of like this panel, or perhaps the intersection of the two fields. Would you like to start, Huashu?
Just one sentence?
Just one sentence, yes. If anyone wants to go first.
I'll take the obvious one and say that I'm just excited that you put this together, and this is like an interesting topic for us to think about and talk about together. I'm excited to continue working with the people on the stage and the people in this room to think through all of these big questions.
All right, I got my one sentence. I think a lot of things we discussed today is trying to really push the boundary and think about the extreme cases of either virtual reality or augmented realities. But as what I said before, I think the real future will be something in between, and it's not replacing what we're doing, but to get the reality better.
All right. I'll just repeat a little bit from what I said in my introduction. I think rarely do you have a chance to work on defining the next computing platform. And I think we fundamentally have that chance right now to define how we interact with the next computing platform and what are the interfaces there. So if you're interested in that, come talk to me, join me.
So I said in the beginning, I think that VR has reached product phase and Fab has not. So I personally think I'll be very curious to get fabrication into the product phase and then compare again and see how that's all panning out. And I think there's a lot of, just to make this concrete, I think there are a lot of very concrete challenges that the HCI community can contribute to that actually allow us to make that transition from kind of a tech enthusiast, not product, to an actual product. So I think good things will happen in the next 3 to 5 years there.
So maybe we'll do a follow-up panel at some point. Michael?
Yeah, I'm also excited. I think one thing we need to highlight is this future needs the fabrication people or the hardware, let's say the hardware people work more closely with the AR, VR software people. So I'm very excited. During this whole conversation, I was thinking about the kitchen and what I can do in the kitchen, which is very limited to what a lot of other people can do in the kitchen, what the kitchen of the future might be. And I was also thinking about prison, what prison in the future might look like. It might be that you just have a black screen for a certain amount of time. So in any case, this was a very interesting panel. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome, then. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much to everyone here. One concluding comment, yes.
Thanks, Andrew at Kern National Science Foundation. I just wanted to point out that as wonderful as this group of people is, that innovations in new computing platforms like the desktop and the mobile phone have come from designers working with people like the people you put together, because of the role design can play in the generation of new ideas for how technologies can be used, and I think that's going to be really important in the platform of the future.
I agree, and I also want to remark that we're all technologists and none of us are like equipped as socio-technologists. So there's like a lot of things that we can talk about that there are a lot of things that we're not totally capable of talking about that are important to these futures.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, we can chat more after the panel, perhaps.
I would love to, and kudos for putting this together. Great panel.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Perhaps we can have a picture with the panelists.
Take a group picture. There's more than 6.
Virtual panelists on the display. We're gonna have a photo. We're gonna update the disabled. Oh, okay.